in the Bible. In the Bible, there are followers of Christ who of Yahushua Mashiach who chose to not follow him anymore. Okay, that's in the Bible. You can look it up. There are people who once have been saved but turned around into the wickedness of the world because they just had more pleasure in it than
They were
walking with
handed
the
over
law.
to a reprobate mindset.
Yeah,
That's the
so
scripture.
it's definitely a thing. So just but there's a new satanic, okay, I call it satanic preaching going on that you hear on the internet a lot, where people claim that once you have been saved, regardless of what you do, what you think, or whatever, you can't lose it, which is
And
false.
and it is false. And he says the only way you can lose your salvation is if you go back to the law, Clay under seal. Listen to this, right? What about this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then. Who is the conduit in which would take you to, let's say, Sheol when you die and your soul leaves your body, or depending on the times or where we are, wherever is necessary at that time, right? Okay, who would do that? Would it not be again? Yeah, who would it be? It would be Yah's what? Ruach Hakodesh. Because if you offend the Ruach Hakodesh, I believe to be the transfertory root mechanism for your very soul. That's why if you offend it, it cannot mesh with you. It's like entropy, okay? It's like if you're hot for God, the transition when the fire that he pours out in light, in perfect light, light can be hot. It's the entropy isn't much. You get what I'm saying? I had a vision of this before. It's crazy how he showed me. I'm like, how could Abba light the whole earth on fire? But like, that doesn't sound like a loving God. Whatever. But then I had a vision, and this vision showed me almost like entropy. The people that were like in low pressure areas where they had no zeal and they had no love for Yah and they had no understanding of the work on the cross. It literally was like it bust through the windows and doors so fast, that light, that it literally was like fictitious heat caught it on fire. What caught it on fire was literally their hate of that and them trying to stop it from coming in when it was never their land in the first place to stop it from coming in. The resistance to it created that. And remember, the entropy will always increase higher to lower pressure. What's the thing with more energy? The higher pressure. And Yah's always going to be that. And again, that's probably why hell has to exist too, isn't it, right? You think about it. Well, he's not a destroyer. He's not going to destroy your soul, is he? But I guess what? It probably might get transferred to somewhere. A holding place, right? That's simple. At the same time, that's
Okay.
my interpretation at the same time, and I'll admit that. But like, yeah, that's where I think it's a nice analogy at least. I don't know.
By the way, I just wanted to clarify so no one misunderstands me. Uh, the same way as through free will, you chose to follow him and took
Yep.
up your cross. The same way you can freely choose to lose your salvation through the things that you chose to do, like turning your back against him through free will. He won't force you to lose your salvation, so to say. It's always your own actions and your own decision.
100%.
There are a lot of Christians, I think, in the world today who say they're Christians, but actually they do nothing according to Scripture, and they don't really care. They just say, I'm Christian. I was baptized, and now I'm saved. Salvation is for everyone. Blah
Uh,
blah. Just
Once
wash
saved,
it down.
always saved is the biggest, like, most dangerous thing ever because it's like, for me and you, let's say, who don't believe in once saved, always saved, are we in any danger? No. Because we're not, what are we doing wrong then? Oh, he would say that we are trusting in law or something by saying that, so that, like, then maybe we won't be saved because what we believe that we won't always be saved if we turn away from salvation. Come on, man. Like, no. Like that means we won't ever turn away from salvation or turn our backs away from Yah. So we will stay saved. But to believe you're once saved, always saved, you can be caught slipping there too, brother. Just as much as you think we could be by following the law in some ways. You understand? Trinity. Like, straight up. That's the only reason I've been
Well,
talking to you about.
I'm not saying you must go and sin now. You don't want to sin if you meet God.
What?
You have Jesus living through you, so you're perfectly holy. You're going to walk in holiness. You're going to walk in even a higher holiness than you could normally, because you're going to have supernatural power to walk in a supernatural
I do.
holiness. And that's what you should be doing. That's the normal way. The normal Christian life is supernatural holiness 24/7. And having the same relationship Jesus had with the Father. That's what the normal Christian life is.
I understand that. And I'm just saying part of the relationship that Yahushua HaMashiach had with the Father, okay, was following the Sabbath. And because that was a gift to us. It's like, I'm gonna give you a
He's
gift.
the Sabbath. He's the Sabbath
Rest
rest.
day.
So read Hebrews. He's the Sabbath rest.
Yeah, I know he's also our rest. You gotta realise that
Faith
Yahushua
is rest.
HaMashiach. But the point is like, so you're saying that like following it like literally though, having a rest day
I'm
and not
talking about
buying
like
us early.
resting in Jesus with your whole life, everything, even more than
I
just the
know
faith.
that. I
Much
know
more
that.
than
I know that, but I'm on about actual physical bodily rest as well.
well, that's good. Yeah, you need to do that. Yeah.
I'm talking about,
Good for you.
am I like, do you believe that you're like almost like, following law then if I decide to actually follow the Sabbath?
You can keep any day you like. It says in the Bible. Colossians says, whatever day you want to keep, go for it. Do it. As unto the Lord.
Okay. I don't know. I think Clay and the Seal, when you said the last thing you said, like, I think it was Clay and the Seal as well. Like, it just, I don't know, it sounded a little weird, but.
I'm just saying.
Not you. You didn't sound
He
weird at
will
all.
not. He will not.
I'm not saying you
He
sounded
will.
weird,
He,
sorry.
he will not take away your free will, which includes also the free will of tasting what
Yep.
salvation is, and also being in a relationship. The same way you can break up a relationship, right? It's the same thing as
Exactly the
every other
same way.
relationship.
Exactly the same way he gave us the ability to break the covenant at the beginning by putting a tree there, because if the tree wasn't there, we wouldn't have had any free will, because it would have been a thing completely designed under his construction. And a real father wants his kids to love him because they want to, because he is lovable, not because he forced them to by the mere design of the system. The system that you're talking about is once saved, always saved. I can go on and forget about God completely, not love him at all. And I'll be saved. And it's like, okay,
Or
no.
fall,
To
or
mix
fall
with
into false
Yah and
doctrine.
I don't
true
agree
light,
with that.
you
No.
have to
I
be
never
of
said
the
that.
same.
No, not at all.
Or you can
You said,
fall into false teachings and false doctrine because you just think whatever I'm gonna do will suit the.
You're not saved by
Um,
yourself. You're saved by Him. So you're trusting in Him all the way. It's a relationship. You're continuing in that relationship.
right, but you can also do things that are against the will.
yeah, you could, yeah, exactly.
If you're stupid, yeah, you could.
It
I mean,
will.
you
If
could
you're
be stupid.
stupid, you could. Yeah, what, like naming him something that, the J didn't even exist, and, the word Trinity is not even in the Bible, but, you're telling people Trinity loves you in conjunction
Talking
with
about
you.
like stupid, I mean,
What
hate somebody, like,
I don't hate
hate
you
in your
for it, but
heart, those kind of things.
I think what is important is also have a lot of intimacy in your relationship. I
yes,
have the feeling some people just love to show everyone how great
how holy they are, yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
and so forth. And I think the intimacy in a relationship is the most important things, because it's the same as with when you have a wife, for example. You don't share like everything with that person that you become one flesh with, and then multiply and so forth. So there are things in a relationship with the creator that need
It
to be
depends if
intimate.
if Yahusha's at the center of your marriage, bro, yeah, and Yah is at the center of your marriage, you do tell each other pretty much everything. Because
yeah,
I'm
sure,
in that
sure,
right
but
now. It's beautiful. Claire Lucille, I wanted to
yeah.
say, brilliant to meet you. I'm Crack Villain. I haven't been here for 6 months. I've been away, okay?
Mhm.
And I heard you speaking the other day. I couldn't say anything. Brilliant. I loved the way you spoke to someone. It wasn't necessarily just on Abba Yah. It was talking about
Mhm.
the flat Earth and stuff. I loved it. It was brilliant. Great work, dude. Really,
Thank you,
honestly,
man.
great work. Mm.
Mm. I think, or
Flatty. Oh yeah, sorry, Flatty. I did unmute Danny57, right? Like, so maybe I'll wait there.
I think the most important thing is to be honest towards our creator. Not just don't hide anything because there's no need to, right?
Mm.
And also to be to simplify things. What I see a lot, because think about how the world has changed of the things we consume. Our mind is so easy to be filled up with our computer screen, smartphones, and so much information. I mean, like ton of information. Think about the years of when people don't had this source of information. How much more they could have concentrated on the relationship with the Most High. And I think what I see a lot in teaching these days is trying to complicate something as simple as a relationship with the creator can be, because people tend to say, yeah, come in this church and we can do this stuff and this ritual and this stuff will bring you closer and blah blah blah. No, actually the truth of the matter is, and the relationship that is going to be growing until the flesh dies
Yeah.
is an intimate thing, and you don't need any institution, you don't need some groups or whatnot. I'm not saying that it's bad to have this, fellowship and so forth, but people tend to cling onto this so much, onto certain persons, preachers, whatever, that they
It becomes
don't realize
yeah.
that they
Fellowship
make
is still
something
good. I
more.
mean, yeah, fellowship is
Yeah,
good.
one
What
second.
you
Yeah,
say is
but
true.
1 second. Let me finish real quick. That they don't see that through all this teaching, they are complicating something which can be should be way much easier to
Very,
understand for someone who
yeah.
has
Good
no
point,
knowledge
though.
about it.
Very good point.
Yeah, even like with calendars and stuff like that, like when people become like entrenched in that, it's like the calendars. We've got the sky clock above us, right? Circle. Get your circle. Have 360 segments, 360 degrees, and then have 4 seasons in 4 sections within inside that 360 degrees, 364 days, right? That can be the way you can run your calendar. It can be that simple, right? It can be that simple, and you can use a flat Earth map to look at it, and you see exactly how it makes sense, where like the solstice would be, when it would be, sorry, and and all that stuff, right? All that great stuff. And like, nothing needs to be overly complicated. I know that's not really what you were talking about, but like, I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I don't want you to feel like I'm having a go at you. By the way, Trinity. It's more like I know you're not like a oneness doctrine guy. Like, so I wouldn't call you oneness loves you. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just wouldn't do it.
So, like, God's not like offended by what you. The thing is, but you misunderstand that it's not about. It's about
I'm not
relationship,
saying it's offended. It's about
like
relationship.
you were saying now. It's about, like Clay was saying, it's about your relationship with God, and you like talk to God, and you walk with Him, and you know Him, and you
Yeah, he
experience Him.
knows you. He knows your
And you
heart.
experience Him, yeah. So it's not about like, okay, oh, you have to say the right name, and you have to say
No,
the right
but
words.
what?
That's all
Listen,
just
bro.
external stuff. You're just dealing with externals there.
No, I understand what you're saying. You're not just dealing with externals at that point. When you get to the point where you do know the correct name, okay, right? At that moment, you know the correct name, okay, and you know the previous name doesn't mean that. You go to the Paleo Hebrew. What does it mean? Yahusha. The salvation that comes
Yeah,
forth
but
from
I'd rather
Yah.
stay away from those names because all the people that use those names, a lot of them are into some dodgy stuff.
Oh,
I'd
so
rather
you
stick with
prefer them? You're more worried about how people perceive you, because other people are associated to his real name. Bro,
I
you
don't want
are.
to be
You
associated with
really
false
are actually
doctrine
lost. Don't worry,
and
bro. I'm
heresy.
done then. I'm done then.
I
No,
want to
no,
be. I
no.
don't want to be associated with heresy.
You don't want to be
That's the thing.
associated with heresy by using his correct name. You're an idiot. Sorry. You've been given over to that
no,
spirit. You've been given over to that spirit of pride, and it's
No,
that
dude, you
simple.
got to. You got to.
I'm rebuking you in the name of Yahusha, bro, as a friend. That's
You got to
it.
make
I'm
things
cool
clear
to
to
do
people,
so.
and that's not clear.
I'm cool to do
You're
so,
making
bro.
ambiguity. It's
I'm
like
not, mate.
QE.
It's not
QE
ambiguity.
used the
You have
word.
accused me multiple times of
No,
saying
listen,
that you
it's
would
the
use your
same like when.
salvation for following law. I never said it.
What
I
I'm
never
saying
said it,
is,
bro.
but you're saying that you got to do this and you got to do that. That's not. There's no way in
I'm
the
not
Bible it
saying
says
you've
that.
got to do it. Don't do it then. But you have just said something to me that you don't use that name of the Yahusha name, because if you had a different argument for it, it would be fine. But your argument isn't that. You said you know it is his name because you studied the paleo, and that you said that that is his name and it means the salvation that comes from Yah, right?
I'm trying
And
to. I'm
then
trying to
wait
get the
there.
whole world
I'm not
saved here.
I'm not
It's
finished.
not
You're
just
not
about
talking
you,
over me
dude.
again. You're not talking over me again. No, because you've just said something, right? And then all I said to you is that okay? Why don't you use why you could use the proper name and all that? And you said to me, it's not really about the fact that I said because Jesus wasn't going to say his name, right? The J sound wasn't around, for instance, if it's in the Hebrew, yeah? And then you said, basically, and anyone can back me up here, it's recorded, you turned around and said, and I know, and I need to stop talking about it, to be quite honest with you, but you turned around and said, bro, and this is my problem with it, is that you said, I don't want to be associated to the people that use that name because they have other beliefs, and I don't want to be associated to those beliefs. Bro,
Yeah, because
that
it's
name
confusing. Because we're
doesn't
trying to save the whole
entail
world
those
here with
beliefs.
the real gospel here. We want people to know.
You're not
about
saving the whole world. You can't save
Not
the whole
me.
world.
No,
He
not me. But
died
what
to
I'm
save
saying
the
is,
whole world
what I'm
from their
saying is,
sin.
he's already saved everyone. He's died on the cross for
by
everyone.
He hasn't
But we're
already
not making
by
saved
things
this
clear here.
everyone.
Trinity,
We're not making things
by
clear.
this logic. Sorry for interrupting, but we can clarify this
I can't
pretty
get a
easy.
word
By
in.
this logic,
I'm just
by
gonna
this
keep quiet.
by this logic, by saying you don't want to be identified with people who use the name of Yahusha Mashiach.
No, you're not
By
letting
the
me
same
finish.
logic.
You're
No,
not even
one
letting me
second.
talk. You're not even letting me talk. I haven't even finished my sentence
No,
yet.
1 second. Yeah,
I haven't even
one
finished yet,
second.
though. You won't even
Well,
let me talk.
okay, wait there. Okay, let's
Yeah,
be
but
fair
You didn't
then.
even let me
that's
talk.
what I.
Let's be fair. Let's be
As
fair.
you both interrupted me, and you won't let
I
me
did
talk.
interrupt. I did
Go on.
interrupt
You
you.
Go
spoke
on.
for a long time now, and you wouldn't let me talk, and you
I did
kept stopping
interrupt you
me all
though,
the time, and then now you're doing the same. So you both
because you keep
stopping me from
lying about
talking.
me. I didn't interrupt you.
No, but
Okay.
you're both stopping me from talking. I can't talk. You also lied
Stop
about me
talking
because you
and saying
said
I
that I.
interrupted you. Then.
No.
Okay.
What I'm
End on.
saying is, I don't want people to be misled into this weird cult thing, and that's why I'm trying to stay away from those words, because I'd rather use a word that's more open to Jesus, is more open about grace, and it's about grace and about what Jesus did on the cross. Because if you go in
Yep.
that direction, you're going to be associated with a lot of people who say that, oh, you got to be saved by this Jesus
Yeah.
that
I
isn't God,
understand. You're
and this
worried about
Jesus
how people
that
see you.
didn't die on the cross for you. He just died for example, but he didn't actually die to make you a new creation. And they actually preach that. And there's a lot of guys on the internet, on Discord, that preach that false gospel, and that's a heretic Arian gospel, which will
But
take you
I
to hell.
don't do
So
that.
that
I don't do that.
association with that name associates you with that group, because that group has been very, very vocal on a lot of places. And what I'm saying is,
Right.
I don't want to be associated with
Okay.
something
Okay.
that's going to point you in that direction
One
towards
second.
a non-gospel that's going to take you to hell. That's what
But
I'm
your
saying.
But the
reasoning
same
is faulty,
Trinity,
bro.
1 second, let me clarify this real quick. By the same logic, I can say that but people that use the name of Jesus as normal, and I personally have no problem with it, right? I hope we all
Yep.
talking about the same person. But the thing is, if I use your logic, I would also say that I don't want to use the name of Jesus because there are gay churches, for example, in the States
And
that use
Catholics.
Jesus as the normal name, but say that being gay is normal or whatnot. There's so many people with things that are completely directed against biblical scripture that use the name of Jesus, that would be the same logic. That makes no sense. I know
And
that the Hebrew Israelites
got-
or whatnot, there are many
Play
false
on the
doctrines.
seal.
Yeah,
Play
but it
one
makes
second, because we need to
but
stop doing
appealing
this. And
to
I want to cap it off. The main problem that I
yeah.
had with your comment, though, there, Trinity, is that you're more worried about associating yourself to something that you yourself see as bad doctrine, etc., etc., right? It doesn't matter about that bad doctrine, right? That's just a perfect example there and then of how you can give out the correct one. You're more worried about how a name, you're telling me the only reason you don't use that name, right, is literally because you're worried about being associated to these like Hebrew rootist people that don't think they're saved by grace. Like that's not the right logic to have. You should be as bold as a lion, my brother. I love you to bits. You should be as bold as a lion, okay?
I'm trying to make
Wise
things
as a
clear here.
serpent and as free as a dove, and you know it. But like,
Things clear as well, because there's some people that are confused. They don't know. They're in the middle, and they're all
of course they're
like, okay,
confused, and the whole world is.
we got to make things a bit clearer for people so that they understand what's going on. Otherwise, they're going to get confused and sucked into the wrong thinking.
But what did Clay just say? The same logic applies to the word Jesus. That's what we're getting at, bro. And your initial
Well, there's lots of wrong
response.
thinking. I mean, there's error in the Catholic Church. There's error in the Protestant Church. There's error in the Charismatic Church. There's error in all the churches. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't mean that like everything is wrong. But at least they're preaching salvation through Jesus, not through going back to the Jewish law and becoming a Jew again. So that's like a step further. But what I'm saying is, there's a lot of stuff that I don't agree with in the Catholic Church.
I know, but
There's a lot of stuff,
I don't know.
a lot, like a real lot. And there's a
I
lot
don't
of
know if I believe that you've met that many people that are saying you have to go back to the law to be saved, because you've told me multiple times in this conversation, and multiple times he has though multiple times told me that I stated that
Yeah.
you need the law to be saved, and
Correct.
anyone in here will attest to it that I never said that.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that you would. It'd be tragic if you did. But
I never say that. But we
speaking
can
of
just
that,
stop.
speaking of that tragedy, a little bit, and by a little bit I mean a lot of bit, has happened.
I know
in
it
your-
has, bro. That's
in
why I'm
your
trying to
absence.
clear it up.
So
I'm
there's
trying to clear up the
hold
fact that
Trinity,
to make things clear.
please stop.
Let gospel go.
So there are obviously there's one person that has been removed, and then a couple of other people that have been removed. And
then
there's one person in particular, I'm not going to name names, you'll figure it out eventually, that has made statements such as Jesus isn't your savior. He has made statements. He's made big statements. That's bad enough.
Yeah.
That's bad enough. But there's this one particular person who is a fanatic about the special pronunciation of the name, about the J conspiracy.
Okay.
And he started to make statements about the authenticity and stuff of the scriptures and all these sorts of things. And it's not somebody you would necessarily expect.
Can I make something clear to Trinity very calmly? Like, bro, listen, I understand, like, bro, people can be saved by the name of Jesus, okay? I know that. Anyway, right? I'm not saying that. All I was saying simply is that my logic follows is that, like, if you, with your own example, so, like, I've got a rebuttal even for why you wouldn't use.
Though. That's
Trinity, now you're doing this thing that
you went over the line.
You're disrespecting me every time you do.
So I'm muting you, Trinity, because you just whined about everybody interrupting you. Trinity, I'm not no. And in any way, I can hardly believe that I come into the live stream in the middle of the morning and and you guys are having a religious debate in the live stream. Good grief, Trinity, you know better. Crack, just got back after months being gone, so he's just defending himself. So
I really didn't know that that, like, yeah, okay.
But
Okay.
anyway,
Yeah.
just this needs to be.
I know it needs to stop. I know I'm trying to apologize to him as well at the same time. Like, that's all I'm trying to do is basically say, look, I'm
I
not
see the
saying
live
you
stream is
can't.
muted. So, or
Yeah.
no, it's muted. It's not deafened. It
It's
should have
not.
been deafened.
To be honest, I thought it was deafened the whole time anyway, gospel, because it's English hours and it usually is. Like I didn't even realize that was because I
Okay.
wouldn't even been speaking about it really, to be honest. But I saw that as well up there. But okay, but no, I just want to say, Trinity, look, I'm not saying you can't be saved by the name of Jesus. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm just saying that if you know, like, because he said it to me like this, like, you know that is his name. If your only worry is how you'll be seen by other people, that's the problem. Like, no, like if that's the name you would like to use over the other one, but it's because it's associated to other things. Like, no, we're not taught that way. Yah doesn't teach us that way. He says to be bold like lions. He says, like, to basically be the people that would make the distinction between that stuff. But I just didn't like when I was talking about the parts of the law that can be followed. Yeah, right. Like I was saying, like about Sukkot, it's like 8 days away, right, and all of that, and it's a time of respite, and it's a great way of having fellowship, and Yahusha actually took part in it himself, for instance. Yeah, right, and I'm just saying it's something to look into a little bit. That's all. I'm not saying that go back to the law and all this. The law didn't die. The law wasn't abolished. Yeshua even said himself, don't even think for a minute I came to abolish the law. I came to fulfill it, right? So, and there are other parts of the law that we have to all understand that were not written at all or inspired by Yah. And I think a lot of people don't understand that. Loads of parts of the old Jewish law are completely ridiculous.
Well,
And
anyway,
yeah. And I'm not saying no one, people can't be saved by the name Jesus. I would say by that name. Okay, I'm not saying that.
yeah,
I never would.
yeah, not the place. So,
I know.
I mean, meanwhile, you have a false representative that was sitting here listening to the whole thing. You know that Danny Faulkner just sits here and records people and gets sound clips and then uses it against them. He's the alleged Christian
Where is he?
astrophysicist. He's gone now. He got everything that he wanted. He got flat earthers arguing about Jesus. So now he can use that in his upcoming book because he's a disgusting person that thinks that he can use people's words against them and out of context or whatever else. So it's just a bunch of.
I'll be honest as well. I thought the live streams were both like deafened, and I was sat like my TV is legit like a 42-inch television, and it's like all the way across the room, and it looked to me that like they were both deaf. So I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have had that conversation.
All right. Well, from this point forward, if you want to continue the subject, please do
Yeah. No, I
what you
know.
know you're supposed to and go to
I
a
know
different
that.
room. You too, Trinity. I know you probably feel like you didn't
No, people did
get to get your
interrupt him
last
too.
word in, Trinity, but it needs to be over. So resolve it elsewhere if you feel unresolved.
Yeah, Trinity, bro. If you want to DM me, if you want to have like the last word, or like you want to get your last word in, I will come down and speak to you down there. Like I don't mind that. Like, bro, I love you. Yeah, no, I said that multiple times.
Glad to see you back, though, Crack.
Yeah, good to have you back, Crack. You were missed.
Yeah. No, yeah, I sort of Mm-hmm. I imagine. Yeah, yeah. Jesus obviously is God, right?
Yeah, Crack.
You know,
It's a DM. It's a DM, bro. You're talking out loud. This isn't a private voice
no,
chat. This is not a private voice
I
chat.
know, I know.
This
I
is the
wasn't. But
DC.
you didn't need to say
Or,
that. You didn't. That's what I'm saying. You didn't need to say that. I was just saying that out loud. And yeah. But yeah, I get you, bro. Sorry. I'm sorry though.
all right, Adam. Who's Adam? Adam Price. Who are you? How long you been here?
Good morning to
What's
everyone, by
up,
the way.
guys? It's yeah. Good morning, man. Uh, yeah, it's early, and the family is sleeping, and I'm here a lot. I'm flat Earth, but yeah, I just come and listen sometimes. How are you guys?
Yeah. Also very early where I'm at. That's why I was talking low.
I'm good. I mean, for me, it's not American time, so it's already midday.
You still in
But,
Italy, Clay?
huh?
You still on holiday?
Yeah,
Nice.
just sitting in the sun and drinking some water. Yeah, man, I have made such
Is it
great
really hot
observations.
where you are?
Yeah, it's very hot. That's why, like in the midday, like around 12 to 15 p.m. or 12 to 3 p.m. you need to be out of the sun, otherwise it's too strong. It really burns your flesh, so to say. But man, I have made such great observations here. It's unbelievable. Like no matter how high I go onto a hill or something, literally like it's mind blowing how the horizon, because especially because you can see very far here because you don't have a lot of distortion of the air and so forth, that the horizon is literally the same height, like the horizon of the sea is at the same height of your eyes. Like this really, I don't know, it's crazy every time. It's especially crazy when you think about people do not know this, because normally when you're not into this topic you don't just realize it, you know what I mean? People just sit there in a restaurant, for example, and they look on the sea and they don't really think about that the horizon is on their eye, on the same height of their eyes, right? Which is impossible on a downward curving ball, right? It's just crazy. Nothing else to say about that, actually. And actually also wonderful.
Glovers, like, oh no, the horizon is just under eye level, and then they give you like uh, a grid, and you're like, look at the perspective. Can you perspective? And I'm like, all I can think is like, can you tilt the freaking camera up or down?
Yeah. No, the thing is that the globe, it doesn't exist. It's just such a stupid fairy tale, especially when you're in reality. Like many people, globies, they sit in front of their PC and debate something that they can literally debunk by just using their own eyes. And they should just go at the sea somewhere where there's also a hill and just climb up that hill and look at the sea, hopefully with a good view, with no limit or by clouds or whatnot, and you can see literally always the horizon is on eye level. Like I'm literally not lying. Regardless of how high you get here, you can look down at the sea and it's just right in front of your eyes. It's like it almost looks like it's if it's going upwards. You know what I mean? But it's just perspective. It's insane. it's really like never gets boring to look at, because that's just we know that we are on the right side. We are talking about the truth of reality here on this Discord every day, and but there's still people who just don't want to accept what they're seeing, and that just mind boggles me. All these days, sometimes I just think about how is that even possible, that there are some people that's so anti-stationary flat earth, anti everything regarding reality, that I just don't understand. I really don't. Especially the ones who have looked into so many things and still just don't want to just dismiss everything and come up with stupid excuses to justify the spinning ball theory. I don't understand these people, sorry. But just the deception in itself, like people who will never question themselves, this, either if they're on the ball or not, just how we have been indoctrinated to believe that is just fun. Like, it's hilarious. I've seen the most funny thing is actually when you go onto the shoreline at in the evening, and you look at like some painters selling paintings, and every time they draw the sea, you have this perfectly straight horizontal line. And I'm always like saying to yesterday to a painter, I said plana, like, because it's just the same way as you see in reality. There is no curved line to draw, even for the painter. He will always use that perfect horizontal line when he's drawing. I mean, I think when I remember when I was in a drawing class or something, we also used this type of technique when it comes to perspective of the horizon, right? You have like this straight line, and then you have lines going onto the vanishing point, and from there on you draw everything else. If you guys understand what I mean, like literally using the same thing as we have in reality. Sorry if I talk too much for you guys. It's still morning, but it's just, I don't know.
No, I understand what you're saying. The globe dies at the basics. Level doesn't bend, and gas fills space if you don't have a container.
Exactly.
If you don't give them past the basics, you just see all these formulas they throw at you. The numbers they throw at you is just band-aids. I call them hats on hats, because of Rick and Morty, which got it before from Community, and it's a comedy trope, but yeah, it just means to cover lies. That's all. Globe is lies.
Exactly.
If you don't let them lie, then they lose.
It's just not reality.
We win.
Yeah, we won already just because of what we're living on. Like there's nothing that points to what they believe in. Everything points to what we say. So it's just ridiculous to stick on that fantasy ball that's supposed to be spinning and wobbling and revolving around other planets and whatnot, speeding in ridiculous speeds and slowing down, and it's all ridiculous. And then you have people like Gospel. Then you have people like Gospel already said, like Danny, for example, comes here, self-proclaimed Christian, writing books about this fairy tale, and also putting people out of context to sell his lies and contributing to the adversary's work. And that's even the top of insanity, especially when he is familiar with what we are saying, right? And he can look at reality himself. So he has no excuse, at the end of the day.
It's really hard to stay clear of the devil.
Yeah, right. But yeah, it's just what it is, It's just the time we live in. People have forgotten about so many things that are important.
People are remembering.
Yeah.
If it's Revelations, like I think it might be, things are gonna get revealed.
Exactly. Yes.
Oh shit! I didn't mean to be talking like that. My bad. My bad. By the way.
What did you
But
say?
I mean, things being revealed is what.
No,
I'm not
cool,
trying to get all biblical with it and stuff, but I mean,
Okay.
if it's that time, then I mean, things being, shown to people, that and deceptions being unveiled and all that good stuff. That's probably what's happening.
Well, Gospel Bro, are you there?
Yeah.
Right.
Just to clarify, Adam,
Yeah.
you made a conditional statement, so there's nothing wrong with that.
So, obviously we had,
Cool. Thank you.
what was it? Bohemian Grove. Okay. Then we had CERN cranking out the highest. Well, with
Oh,
the biggest so-called
they're back at it, bro.
collision. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know. And then I'm going through the steps. Then we have the Georgia Guidestone. Yeah. And again, like yeah.
What are they trying to do? I missed
Right,
the.
so this is interesting about Georgia Guidestone. It's because I was just trying to find an image really quickly, and it was like loading, and now it won't load for me. But anyway, so the Georgia Guidestone, I'm pretty convinced.
Yeah.
Did the orientation and all that. I looked at the way it was. I don't know how it was blown up or whatever. Unless it was like an
Right.
anti-tank mine, because like the problem is with me, I know a lot about the way explosives work, and obviously like. Again, you would expect.
Don't say that on internet communications, my friend. They're watching.
I'm a weaponologist. Like
You're a weaponologist.
yeah, so it's okay.
That is fucking mental.
Try not to interrupt.
Sorry, I forgot. You're not allowed to swear. My bad. My bad. That is my fault
No,
completely.
you're just
I apologize for
interrupting
that.
and being obnoxious stuff. Just
Sorry?
chill out over there.
It's just the interruption.
Okay. My bad. Go on.
Yeah, it's cool, bro. Don't worry. But yeah, so effectively, what I'm saying is that what I saw at the guy says, I don't know if it was an explosion under the sense of just like, but then what's available in America and in Georgia, there are the potential that someone may have made a shape charge, Monroe effect type thing. I don't know, right? With an inverted copper cone. Who knows? They may have had that. I don't know, but they may have had a shape charge. But if you look at it, the bigger pieces of the rubble itself, they come effectively from the farthest away from the explosion. So it's actually you would expect usually that the bigger pieces would be from the bottom, right? So the bottom would be there. The shockwave would hit it. It would make a singular split that would then start to create lots of other splits going higher up, right? It sort of doesn't look like that, and so maybe it was like an anti-tank mine. I don't know. That's sort of irrelevant anyway. All that's relevant to me is the way in which they broke, and I'm pretty sure it was the Babylonian language slab. I couldn't. It was hard to get the orientation that got broke. Has anyone looked at it from above though, and noticed on the far side corner, farthest away from any damage? Yeah. On the corner of the top slab, the cornerstone, right? The cornerstone of that stone, yeah, has broken off. Miraculously broken off, yeah, almost it seems like. Obviously, it was from the shockwave. Don't get me wrong, I know what it's from, but it's in a place where there's no damage, and it's fallen off like an arrow. And guess what slab it's landed on top of? The Paleo Hebrew slab. And I was like, whoa. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, whoa, that's pretty cool. Like, and then why would they like level them afterwards as well, right? Like,
so what was the
like the reason I said that's cool, the
in this situation?
You remember who the cornerstone is, right? Yeah, like because the cornerstone that's Yahusha, right? Jesus, right? He's the cornerstone.
Yeshua.
Of the faith. Yeah.
Right.
So and then for it to be on the paleo, and that's a warning, remember, to people almost. But
Right.
well, it's a satanic thing, isn't it? It's 500 to be depopulation agenda and everything like that.
You're worried about the wrath of God.
He is the 1 second.
I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying it like this thing. I don't necessarily believe was done by God, and I don't think it's something we should be cheering about. I think it's more like they're like wiping the board. They're saying, right, that's what the rules were. Okay, now we're going to do them because they cleared the rest of the stones. Only one of them went down. But I'm just saying that if that cornerstone did land on that one, and I tried my hardest to look and work out what the orientation was, I'm pretty sure it landed on that one, on the Hebrew, which would be the oldest language associated to the Bible. So I'm just saying, right? The cornerstone. I just don't know what that means. I just thought it was cool.
He is the cornerstone that the builders have rejected.
What's this got to do with flat Earth, though?
Yeah, good question.
Well, no, you're right. Yeah, you're right. But
no, I'm just trying to see what the where the logic was going here. What was the line of argument?
Oh, it has a little bit to do with flat Earth, with like the Georgia Guidestones and everything like that, really, as well. Because obviously,
it had by the way, it had a nice hole in it where you could look at Polaris.
Exactly, and what it really is as well is on the solstice, right? You're able to look at it and see the sun as if it looks like it's in the middle of the phallic symbol,
as if
right?
It's orbiting the Earth, right?
It's just another tool.
Your mic is, or your connection is.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
So, let's ask some serious questions.
No, but you got to know what that means when I said that. What do you mean?
Oh no, of course I do.
Oh yeah, I was going to say. What about your profile picture, bro?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Let's ask some serious questions.
Okay.
Why are things out here falling?
Why? What? Say that again?
We can't have gravity on flat Earth. So why are things out here falling?
That's a really stupid thing to say.
Bro, you do realize what gravity was invented for, don't you? It was to explain why things had a directionality of down all the way across the face of the spherical ball. So, flat Earth, do we need a thing that gives us a vector of down on a thing that only has vectors of down? I remember.
What do you mean? Why is it only got down vectors? We
gravity.
Can throw things
listen, wait there. Listen, what came first? Listen, what came first? The idea of gravity, or the theory of gravity, or the conceptualization of us living on the globe? What came first?
Globe. First was globe. Galileo, right? Or even before that, the Greeks.
Right. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't think the globe.
And then Newton in the 1600s, I believe, or was it 1600s Newton? Wasn't it?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
You're all right. The point is that's all right. The point is that gravity then becomes what? It becomes the very thing to explain why things are going down, right? All the way across the face of a spherical ball, because otherwise things would fall in all directions. So the question you ask sort of answers itself. Why down? Well, okay. Why do helium balloons go up?
Yeah, buoyancy. So what do we say about that?
Well, what we say about that is that the helium balloon is less dense than the medium that it surrounds it. Right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What changes its vector, for instance? I can change any vector, actually, believe it or not. I can give you an example of this in an experiment that can be conducted.
Right.
As well, so I can give you a vector of a 45-degree angle as well using the medium, right? I could fill up a balloon with air, and I could actually use heat, and then I could use a form of cooling on one side, which could represent the dynamic air system that we have. And in doing so, I would create a pressure area of high pressured air through heating. So we have Gay-Lussac's gas laws that denote this. Charles's law that would denote unexcited gas molecules, okay, in another area, right?
Right.
So if I was to drop a ping pong ball in
Through
an
this,
area,
it wouldn't drop down. It would drop to the side due to the pressure vector.
It would drop down, yeah, and then what would happen is it wants to. It basically its path of least resistance, right?
Of course.
It would drop down, and then it would start to change its vector slightly off to the side until its velocity started to be more than that of the resistance on the side of it. Much like when you kick a football up and the wind takes it, yeah. So I can explain with just relative density why things go up, why things go down, right? Why are you stuck to the Earth? Why are you stuck to the Earth? Why are you stuck to the Earth? Also, I can give relative density with that. Well,
yes. Yeah, so what is the reason for higher relative density closer to the Earth's surface as opposed to further away? What's the reason for the pressure gradient to be in this direction opposed to the other direction? Is the logical question that follows.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You really messed that up there, bro. I'm telling you. Let's logically finish what we were doing first. So, again, a simple way of also saying, I'm not claiming that I know what causes relative density either, right?
Exactly. So, that's the point we need to get to. We need to get to the... all right, sorry.
What does it matter? What does it matter? Yeah, he's a Brit, and he's talking to me, and I'm a Brit.
He's Welsh, and we've been spoiled with how Flatty is just not obnoxious ever. I've never heard Flatty be obnoxious. So we've been spoiled with the non-obnoxiousness of Flatty, and yet, whatever. Maybe he isn't Welsh. Maybe he's LARPing as Welsh. Whatever.
Apologies for that. I'm Jewish, actually. But I do, was born and raised in Wales.
Yeah,
okay. He is Welsh. I'm from the UK, so he sounds like he's from like Pembrokeshire almost. Anyway,
Swansea.
Well,
Pembrokeshire's nice though.
Yeah.
No wonder.
But yeah, so basically, again, with relative density, again, it could be circular reason, but at the same time, there are just certain natural laws. Again, right? It's like north, right? North can only be, we only know where south is in relation to north. Okay, we only know where up is in relation to down, etc., etc. That's simple.
Everything's relative. Yes, yeah, I can understand where you're coming.
Those things. So, but no, because at the same time, there are cardinal directions, right? But from there, it's that, right? But I'm just saying that at this point, what are you compared to the Earth, right? So you think of the Earth, you could just say that's again a density tower, right? But going on to the gradient of the Earth, right? What you stated there, that no, because why would that affect it? What you would say, whoa, say what you were trying to say again? Because
that we had the discussion about obviously things rising and falling due to relative density, which makes sense to me within the obviously flat Earth model that we're subscribed to.
No such thing as a flat Earth model.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know.
Sorry, what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Right, basically, we're trying to get away from exactly what the heliocentric model is, right? They compiled a bunch of malarkey. That malarkey itself doesn't hold water, right? Not whatsoever. All we're claiming here
wouldn't hold water, would it?
Huh?
It wouldn't hold water in terms of the oceans. Quite literally, doesn't hold water, does it?
Exactly, brother. So I'm saying, right? It doesn't hold water. The whole thing is ridiculous. Okay, at best. And even from their own narrative, where they have to over-explain, and I can tell you some of those things, even if you're being facetious or whatever, and you think what I'm saying is stupid at the moment, we can go to that later. But let's deal with this right now. So, again, where was we?
We were talking about relative density closer to the Earth's surface as opposed to further away. So the density gradient of the air. I don't know.
But that's got nothing to do with it's got nothing to do with the distance to the surface of Earth. All objects essentially want to fall to rest, right? Meaning the equilibrium, right? The equilibrium state. Yeah,
Mhm.
so that essentially means if you drop something that is heavier than the air that's around it, it is simple that it's going to slice through that air and it's going to land on the floor because the floor underneath it, right, is a barrier. It's a barrier.
Mm.
It can't go any further, obviously, because the floor beneath it is probably more dense. If it was, let's say the floor was made of an eggshell, and I dropped the
Right.
100-pound weight, what's going to happen? It's going to carry on going, obviously, right? You know.
Right.
But like it isn't, is it? You know, it's mud, so it compresses into the mud. The amount of inertia that it has and force it has makes an imprint. But then, if you talk about the gradient of the Earth, right? Well, what we have with that is very simple. Right, the first part here you'd have to answer is like, give me a gradient on a globe. How does that work, bro?
Well, I mean, I guess what the model that like we're ascribed to by like education and such
Yeah,
and
Wrong.
such institutions. So institutions, they're not, not to be no
Wrong.
appeal to authority here.
wait, they're Northern Rebellion. Don't interrupt him.
They
Let's
would
this over.
say what they would purport. They would say that gravity acts towards center of mass. That's what the globe modelists would say.
Yeah. Okay, wait. Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
that's what they'd say.
no, it isn't.
Wrong.
Not anymore. Okay.
No? Oh.
Yeah, because you're talking about mass attracts mass, and obviously mass attracts mass was completely superseded by Einsteinian warping and bending of space time. And time dilation. You understand
Mhm.
relativity,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
so relativity superseded mass attracts mass. The reason they had to get away from mass attracts mass is because no one has ever seen an example of two masses just attracting toward one another, other than in the example of the Earth apparently rising up to meet objects in the air as they fall down. But I'm sorry, but none of us are like on a ball that's ricketing around like a ping pong ball, are we? No.
I mean, I haven't seen the Earth rise to a ping pong ball. Do you know what I mean?
But that would be mass attractive mass, wouldn't it?
Exactly.
Otherwise, it's just one mass falling through a medium that's denser than to the other mass, which is just obvious, right? Okay. So again, the point comes again. That's why they had to get rid of. And Einsteinian warping event of space time. That's rubbish again too. You're giving attributes and physical attributes basically to like let's say concepts, time, and all of that stuff.
But now even the Einsteinian model has been superseded by the bosonic model.
Yeah.
So the quantum physics fairy tale has superseded Einsteinian, and they've abandoned even all the Einstein stuff as antiquated. So it's all a big game at this point of just who can make up the most elaborate fairy tale.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Or just ask him for his scientific evidence of gravity, please. Experiment.
We don't necessarily need to do that with this guy at the moment because he's being receptive. And I don't know if he's making any positive claims. He's telling us what they are saying and what their positive claims are. Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to say something real quick. They changed their models and theories like a normal person changes their underwear.
Yeah,
it's pretty obvious that it's just very fraudulent. Everything about the heliocentric model.
It's clear Staph Infection is talking about mass attracting mass, which was superseded in 1915. So he's not even parroting the right pseudoscience.
Yeah,
right.
Of course, I mean that's just right. Underwear. I'm sure they didn't go that far, with the education in secondary school.
I would go that far. I would go even further.
No. What he's saying, Northern Rebellion. What he's saying is that in England, and I'm from England, they don't teach. Listen, they don't teach us anything even about Einsteinian relativity. Yeah. They literally just teach mass attracts mass. I know the education Ofsted system that he's from. I was educated in it. Only until higher education.
I know zero globers know their models, so it comes to the territory. So he doesn't know his model, so he's going to parrot mass attracting mass which he has no experiment for, which is out of date since 1915.
But brother, I understand what you're saying right now. He came in a little bit obnoxious, right? It
Yeah.
never seemed that way anyway. But I think he's just got a little bit of a brash English tone, and he's interrupting a little bit. He's excited, but he does sound a little bit interested in the topic, and he sounds like he's taking it on board. I would say at this moment, maybe let's try and leave ego out of it so that we can get the best result in terms of what the goal would be here right now. Yeah, in terms of like, I'm not going to judge him for his lack of education on something that, quite frankly, it's hard to even be
that's why we're
educated
here,
on.
you know. That's why we're here, you know.
Yeah.
No,
So
I appreciate your patience for sure. That's all I can say.
but it's my approach might be different to yours, and that's all. And I know it's like I'm taking over a little bit here, but it's not that. I just haven't spoke about this in a long time, so it's great to get someone that's receptive, you know. So I'll want to run with that. And
Good.
yeah,
I'll be gone. Anyways, I was just.
All right, you just wanted to get those moments in, like, nah, I know,
Look
bro.
at a couple of jabs in.
It's because it's the globe, man, bro. We're not upset with you. It's the globe. We're just like, no, wrong again, because it's like, no, it's always wrong. And all right, but yeah, so we were talking about the idea of basically having a gas pressure gradient, right? Yeah. So with the gas pressure gradient, right? And like you said already, you could never find a scientific experiment that, let's say, would be peer reviewed, even, okay, that would prove mass attracting mass. The only one that you'd ever sort of come across would be one called the Cavendish experiment, right? And the Cavendish experiment is not in the framework of even. It doesn't even come close to what the scientific method is. So it's not really a scientific experiment. It's a load of rubbish again. It's like Eratosthenes,
It's
right?
the one with the balls, right?
Yeah, balls and a torsion bar and all of that, right? You know, so, but they didn't exclude for electrostatics, which is literally admitted to be like something like 10 to the, is it 29th or 39th power more aggressive than the weak pseudo force of gravity, as their own words. And I mean, I say pseudo force as described by them, because it hasn't been described as a force for a long time. So they didn't exclude for electrostatics. Remember, they didn't put two masses one above the other, one below the other. They put them on a torsion bar that's precariously perched, and if there is an electrostatic current in that room, and everything is permeable with electrostatics, right, and everything is inherently electrostatic in nature, and they can't exclude for it. People can say you can exclude for it, for instance, with by putting water on something, right? But that's not inherently true, because we have an electromagnetic field, right? And the issue with doing that is that all you do is all you actually do is, for instance, I'll give you, let's say, a balloon, right? A balloon, you get electrically statically charged. Yeah, you stick it to your hair sticks up. Apparently, you can negate that, right? You can negate it by maybe getting it wet. All that happens is that the electrostatic charge basically ends up absorbing into the water, right?
Right, yeah.
Up to the point of where it's effective. So now there's a layer between you and it, so it doesn't have that effect. But the object itself inside is still inherently electrostatic, right?
Yeah, it should be balanced by
Yeah. So and what charges it? Do you know what I mean? It's a balloon. It's got gases. Those things are bumping around, making vibrations at the same time as the field of the Earth itself moving. There's lots that goes into this, as far as I'm concerned, anyway. Right? I don't know too much about it, but that's what I do know. That's what I can tell you. And then at the same time, and just to show you how weak of a force gravity is, go get a balloon, rub it on your chest. Okay, a balloon that's full of normal air that would usually fall straight to the ground. If gravity is causing that, my friend, yeah, go and get a balloon, stick it to your chest, bro, yeah, and then get literally like a tablet that's like 20 milligrams in weight, and put it on the top of that balloon, and it will displace it from your chest. It will break that electrostatic charge on your chest with about 20 milligrams of weight. 20 milligrams, not like 20 grams, like 20 milligrams. And that was apparently, and listen, the same people that told you gravity existed will say electrostatics, yeah, not even electromagnetism, electrostatics is 10 to the 28th or 10 to the 38th power stronger than this weak pseudo force of gravity. So if that's the truth, then I could claim electrostatics.
That's not going to work, is it?
You see what I'm trying to say? Like, this doesn't make sense, does it? Right? So, again, let's go back to the gradient. How can you have a gas pressure gradient in a system that exists next to space? It's a vacuum.
Has to be the argument would be that there would have to be an opposing force. Because the pressure gradient obviously pushes outwards on its container. Outwards on its container is the definition of pressure, right? If we have a gas pressure gradient, right? So some form of container or opposing force would be required in that case.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, that's an explosionologist, or what's it? Sorry.
No, weaponologist.
Weaponologist. You know about pressure and containers. You want your container to fail at a perfect moment, don't you? I think that's the
or the perfect end.
Or the perfect
end.
And yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, the point would be this, right? So, what would be the claim of that force that does that? Because obviously they claim that Earth is both an open and closed system, because they don't have a visible barrier, right? Right. Again, so brilliant. Okay, so it's gravity. Gravity does it, but there's a problem there, and you already know that.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem's worse because gravity is strongest where?
Closest to the center of mass, they would say, right? Of the
You got it. Yeah, you got it. And again, also, this gravity would have to be what you would call a force that I believe would have to be hydrostatic. It would have to be equilibrious across the whole face of that spherical ball. Meaning, not on the face of the spherical ball, on the outer layer of that upper layer of the atmosphere. It would have to be, it would have to be basically, it would have to be. Is it hydrostatically equilibrious? I don't think it's hydrostatic. I forget the term. Right?
Electrostatic, maybe.
No, it's not electrostatic. It's just.
What do you mean?
It needs to be electric. It needs to
just be uniform.
Equilibrious. It needs to be uniform all the time, right? There can't be something else that affects it, right? It needs to be a uniform effect, right? Again, because obviously there are going to be differentials in pressure because there could be cooling in different places at different times, which mean gases switch out from higher low pressure underneath that barrier, right? Again, but then there are even worse things. Then there are worse things that get involved again, which is the fact that there is, let's say the moon, for instance, in relation, well, up until like 2-3 years ago when they moved the moon into the inside of the Earth's atmosphere, they had to do that because otherwise the moon would have been like an orbit, an entropy-aided machine, because it's gravitational, even though it's only like, 1/4 of the Earth's gravitational force, in proximity to the upper layer of the atmosphere, it would be potentially like, I did the math before, but it's a lot stronger than the Earth's pull on the upper layer of the atmosphere. So it's an entropy-aided machine as it goes around, right? And now they've moved it outside of it. But again, the other vector, that is still a vector, so that the gases would start to correlate and coalesce toward that, right? Which would create a pressure system problem again as well. And then you have the issue as well that gases are produced at the ground level, right? They literally are produced at the ground level. So that's another problem. How is it that the gas is produced at ground level, right? They get all the way up there, right? And then somehow up there, where gravity is weaker, that it keeps it in there. It keeps it in there. while you've got a 10 to the 17 negative torque vacuum on the opposite side of this so-called gravitational field that keeps in said gas that at the same time isn't equilibrious in its ability to do this because of the moving parts and because of the fact we have entropy in a dynamic system of inputs of heat via the sun orbiting around also, or us orbiting around it, right? Or us turning, should I say? That would create pockets of high pressure. So you have a gas pressure gradient that would have switching out, up and down, left and right, all the different. It's impossible to get a pressure rating pushing against the wall of the container. And then again, for me to read that pressure with a barometer, it needs to hit the walls of a container and then double back because gases have no inherent inward vector. Right?
Yeah.
That's a problem too. We have 14.7 psi right now here. So I know we at least have some form of containment, right?
Well, there must be, otherwise.
Yeah, and I think that's where the dome model comes from, in my opinion, like the idea of a dome. I don't claim like a dome. I believe in the firmament. Personally, I'll tell you what I believe. I believe in the firmament. I can't prove you the firmament, but I can allude to the idea of it because the doubling back.
What's the firmament? Sorry, what is the model? I'm not familiar with it.
The firmament would be you're familiar with the depictions, not models, of the flat Earth, right? Where there would be a dome over the top of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's described in the Bible. The firmament has been described as the literal canopy of the stars itself, right? By many different, civilizations and ancient civilizations alike. So in that point, again, the reason why I would say the canopy, and if it comes down to us on the Earth, the 14.7 psi here where we are, we're going to have higher pressure, lower, because gases are introduced here, right? Also, we have a dynamic system. We do have relative density again. We've now can have relative density because we've got a container, yeah. And at the same time, we can have the idea of it pushing off the walls of a container, doubling back at a higher pressure, almost like in a ring, like a cross, all the way up, going up. Because the walls of the container, yeah, on the ground level, are to the left, right, back, forward on that flat plane, right? So they can double back from that wall of that container, yeah, and come back on itself to have an inward vector as well. Because, you could end up saying, well, how come it's lower pressure higher up? Well, maybe the doubling back didn't happen higher up there then, because it was cold and Charles's law made it less exciting and they didn't go up there. Because we got a gradient, because we now have a container. Right?
Yeah.
And then we've got the problem with the whole thing with curvature, bro. There just isn't any. Right?
Curvature?
Yeah, there isn't any.
The what, sorry?
There isn't any curvature.
Oh, right.
You see too far. Way too far.
Yeah.
Does anyone else want to have a word with him?
Yeah. Not even seeing too far, but the physical, if that's the right term, the logic which will apply onto a spinning ball or a curving ball which curves 360 degrees away from you downwards, right? You're always at the top. Everything else around you will bend away, right? Which is just the specification, the properties of the ball. While I'm here right now at the coast of Italy, and regardless of how high I will go, and here are very high mountains right in front of the sea, I will see the horizontal line of the sea in the distance at the same height of my eyes, as if the sea is rising up, which it doesn't. It's just perspective, because the Earth is measurably flat, and it is flat. and it can only occur on a plane on flat water that it rises up to your eye level. Same with the Felix Baumgartner jump, where you can see where you still see from the inside camera, you still see the same horizon height as when he was on the ground. The horizon will always go upwards to that position, and it can't happen on a ball that supposedly curves downwards 360 degrees around you. It's impossible, especially with
So,
the size that they tell us it to be.
So I'm curious, like, what about volcanoes?
What about them?
Yeah, what about them?
So
It's very
we
beautiful.
have to have, yeah, no,
Beautiful,
they're
man.
nice, but
Yeah, great. They're great.
there'd have to be some layer beneath the Earth's crust
Okay,
or
okay, wait there.
surface,
Whoa, wait there,
right,
wait there.
with melted.
Who's ever? Wait there. You need to slow down. You need to slow down.
Right.
That like so. Okay, what about volcanoes? It needs to be no. We can't talk about what needs to be. What we know right now is that volcanoes exist. Okay.
Mm.
What we also know is that the deepest we've ever dug is what? Isn't it something like 6.8 miles?
Yeah, I saw that, some Russian mine or something.
Super borehole. Okay. And the do you know who come up with the idea of the Earth's crust and the layers and everything like that? It wasn't a seismologist. It was Isaac Newton. He hypothesized the three main layers of the Earth: the Earth's crust, the mantle, the core. Okay. Yeah. Bear in mind, that's the guy that was trying to convert mercury into gold by eating it in his own body and died. But yeah, we won't go into that. The 90 million words that Newton wrote about alchemy have never been published anywhere for some weird reason. Remember, that's the guy that claimed that if I drop a shoe toward the ground, the Earth came up to meet it. Okay, he was a nutter. It's simple.
Yeah, he was nuts. He died a virgin.
He was nuts. Well, that's great if he was he ever married.
No, he just died a virgin.
Well, then I praise be
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, praise to God. Then, isn't it?
Just mentioning it. Like personally, I wouldn't want to die a virgin.
Well, he didn't get married, so I don't want to die a virgin either.
But you're waiting for marriage, are you?
I am married.
Oh, anyway, shit! I didn't even. Sorry, my bad.
Anyway, so
just because you sound quite young,
Right. So let's continue.
We're talking about where does the melted rock come from?
Oh, the melted rock.
Fate.
Yeah.
Fate.
Yeah. So I know. So again, bro. Yeah. No. I don't think he's trying to feed me bait there, bro. I don't know. I don't think he's trying to feed me bait.
Is someone texting you on personal messaging you?
No, I heard him say it. I'm saying.
Oh, right.
They said don't take the bait because you went into personal questions, right? And we're talking about the subject.
I would just say, like, at what point does this conversation ever turn to sexuality? We're
talking about,
bro.
Oh yeah, that was irrelevant. Sorry, that wasn't relevant at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. That's my point. Yeah.
Right. So at the same time, we're talking about volcanoes and everything like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You first need to understand that it wasn't seismologists that hypothesized the three main layers to the Earth originally. It was Newton. Okay, he didn't really have any expertise to make these sort of calls or estimations or any of that. He really didn't. And at the other end of it, right? Seismology, I think, what was it like? From then on, they really sort of it picked up in like the 1900s or something. It was was it 1903? I can't remember. They started to build upon Newton's idea, okay? And these seismologists started to fill in the rest of their layers as if they existed. They had no proof of any of these layers whatsoever, bear in mind. Yeah? They started to fill them in. And then, the Earth's crust. the mantle, right? And so on and so forth, right? All the way to like how deep the very tectonic plates are, like 18 miles deep at one point, and at this point, da, 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 da. Very, very advanced and very specific claims, are they not?
Oh, no, they are.
They are, aren't they? Right, yeah. Exactly how deep, yeah, the molten core of the Earth is. Also, the thing that helps with magnetation, Earth's magnetation, which, by the way, is way past the temperature point of the Curie point, which is when metal becomes no longer magnetizable.
I know about this.
Yeah, so, like, again, another weird thing, right? Again, also, what we have now is this. The seismologists, Sasha, you're hot micing, bro.
Yeah, I was just about to say something.
It's throwing me right off.
All right,
Maybe
here.
just mute him. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, so again, the seismologists that were in love with Newton's work because they never really saw his alchemy work, basically. I don't know. I think he was someone like Hitler, type thing, where there's a load of propaganda, whatever. Like, now you must like him, and people did because he was used for something, right? And we can go into that later, like the why shit. That stuff. Yeah, irregardless. Point is same seismologists with better equipment that were in the actual field that he wasn't in, the guy Newton, then went on to basically talk about all the other layers. They made many specific claims about how deep it was, all this extra nonsense. The deepest we dug is the superquarter deep borehole, right? 6.8 miles, bro. That's nothing. That's not even like a quarter of what they say the thickness of like the crust is, yeah? And do you know what? They made quite a few predictions of what they would find as it went down. They said they would find basalt salt at a certain depth. They said that they would find no germ-like life at a certain depth. They also stated that it would get denser as it got deeper, and that the rock would get harder. Well, everything happened the wrong way around. They didn't find the basalt salt. They found bacteria down there living. Then they ended up in a substance that was like honey, and that's why they couldn't get any deeper. Because it ended up actually being that the rocks were getting less dense to the point it turned into a runny liquid. Just at this deepness down. Right?
Yeah.
And for some reasons, people seem to think that volcanoes in the heliocentric model or even claim that magma comes from the core.
There apparently is a newer.
Are they saying that now? Oh, okay.
Deeper hole. The Al Shaheen oil field.
When was this?
40,000 feet plus. Do they get 270,000 barrels of oil a day?
Yeah.
Out of this hole. It's a lot. That's a lot of oil, by the way.
That's not a drilled hole, is it? Then that's
yeah.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yep. So this Al Shaheen. So the Kola Super Deep was 35,768 feet. Also 10,902 meters. This one is 12,289 meters at 40,318 feet.
All right. So, in depth, what are we talking about? A differential?
That is like close to 8 miles. Not quite 8 miles, which is what I've been hearing is around 8 miles.
Right. So we've jumped up 1.2 miles. Okay. But the point is again, that's not even anywhere near the depth of any of the layers that they said. And the seismologists couldn't even get any of the predictions right, going down to 6.8 miles. So I'm going to trust these guys all the way down to what? The core? Am I really meant to believe? No, I'm going to trust that. And these guys are new school compared to the people that hypothesized the layers. They've got better equipment even. They've got more seismographs dotted all around the Earth. And all that it is as well is they actually reify the model by using P waves, S waves, and refraction, right? Because they basically state, like, you know, when an earthquake goes off, different seismographs take a reading of how much it was, you know, vibrated and oscillated or whatever, right? And the oscillation of these vibrations that go through the earth, right? They simply take their path, okay? And I would say and then they have their exit points, these oscillations, and they read the amount, and then they basically jot out on a graph that's then emulated into a ball. Because remember, they're assuming they're on a ball. So yeah, this one's in Africa on this part of the ball, this one's on this part, and then they draw the lines where they would go up. P waves, S waves, and refraction is the system they use. So it creates like a plasma ball effect, right? That sort of map. But the issue is what if I just say, let's pretend the data and I emulate it onto a flat map? Guess what it looks like? It looks like lightning upside down, right? Like tree roots.
Lightning upside down?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I see what you mean. See what I mean? Like tree roots. Tree roots. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Like these waves and P waves, S waves, and refraction. The problem is they just emulated it onto a reified. It's a reification fallacy because they're reifying the shape of a body, again, the globe, that they have yet to actually fundamentally prove because of the lack of curvature. Not only just because of the lack of curvature, right, but because there has genuinely never been a true measurement of curvature. And not only that, the claims about how they procured the radius and the circumference in general are so shaky. We can go into that in a minute. But what do you actually think about that? What do you think about that at first? Like, so far, what are you noticing as a theme?
Well, I'll tell you about the gravitational. It's not gravitational. Sorry, earthquakes. We'll say, like, it's the thing is, they say that they get these measurements from the obviously P waves, S waves, and the refractive index due to the density of the mantle at different points. However, all of the information that I know about it is just stuff that, you know, I've been told, not anything that obviously I've observed, because I don't have equipment like that. So I mean, it's not really a good claim for the Earth model, you know.
It's not a good claim for anyone, is it? Other than the seismologists that come up with it, sort of base it upon the idea of a guy that was.
I've never even met a seismologist.
No, I haven't either. You know what I mean? But yeah, like the seismologists that we're talking about anyway, they predicted stuff down to, you know, just under 7 miles, and they got all of that wrong. And we don't know they got any other stuff right anyway. And so what if there's stuff underneath our ground? There's gonna be.
Yeah. Then
you know what I mean?
The thing is, though,
don't say anything about shape.
No, but also this is where it was getting me, right? Because obviously we have the pressure gradient going towards the Earth's surface from the air above the Earth. However, from the magma, or the stuff that comes out volcanoes, it wants to go upwards, you know?
Right, so I don't think you quite... The pressure gradient coming what? Downwards?
You know, in the air you've got more pressure lower down.
Yeah. Why wouldn't it be?
So yeah, exactly. But then the magma is behaving as though there's pressure from the down going up, you know? Because it's going upwards. So
yeah, which also
disproves a different force, you know?
Well, because gravity should be pulling on that and stopping that from happening. Yeah, that's that. But again, it doesn't disprove gravity. It just shows that gravity doesn't really have an effect on anything ever. Seagulls, you know, balloons, whatever it is, right? Anything that has pressure behind it, bullets, whatever. Gravity doesn't seem to have an effect on it. It's that simple. It's always been that way, right? You know.
Yeah.
So there's a highly pressurized.
Becomes what is causing that pressure or that force, not necessarily pressure at all, you know.
Well, they like to try and say to you tectonic plates, right? But again, where's the evidence for these tectonic plates? And again, they're a reification of the globe again. At first, they were called continental plates, weren't they? Continental plates, weren't they not?
I don't know. I wasn't around that long ago.
Well, they were, yeah. So we call them continental plates, and I don't know. At first, I feel like it was probably a way of maybe, I don't know, how do I put it? I feel like they just drew in the fault lines in which the highest magnitude of these earthquakes existed at. So it's like these are the fault lines here of where it's supposed to happen. That's probably, and then they seem to correlate to like where you know, all of the land masses are as well, and then on that, and just outside of the land masses onto the waters of those land masses, right? But it doesn't prove anything, does it? Like, it doesn't help the heliocentric model whatsoever. Really, it doesn't.
No.
Like, to go into, let's say, for instance, right, have you ever been to Dover?
I can see it from my house, actually, but I've never been.
Right, okay. Go to Dover and you can look at Calais.
You can see Somerset from your house. Dover's on the other side, facing France.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, that peninsula, anyway.
Yeah.
Cornwall, I guess, right? Cornwall? I don't know.
No, you can see me, bro, if you're in Wales. Actually, wait, no. If you're
I'm in South Wales. South.
You're in South Wales.
All the way south.
You can see
You can see me. Yeah, you can see Ilfracombe, so you can see me, right? Yeah, I'm down the road from Ilfracombe. So, like, one day, what we should do, because I can literally see all the way across. I've got a 5-watt laser, bro. Yeah, and I've shone that all the way out to Wales at night. And like, I don't know. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question about pressure gradients, guy? The new guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you have in mind when you're speaking about gradient in a globe model?
We were talking about, balloons and stuff, because obviously for buoyancy.
Yeah, but because they're saying up high it's less pressure and there is a pressure gas pressure gradients. How you have that in your mind? You. Because I have that in my mind. I can explain you what I have in my mind.
I would love that if you could explain that.
They are speaking. Okay, maybe there are some gas pressure gradients, but that gas pressure gradients are in atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
And now that atmosphere, it's something what it's moving 66,000 miles per hour. They are saying.
Okay.
Because we are orbiting sun. How gases is moving 66,000 miles per hour together, sticked?
Yep.
Okay.
That's my gas pressure gradient and whatever, because I don't know. Or when people speaking about vacuum is next to us, it looks that vacuum is next to us. That means after the Earth, it's vacuum, But that's not my vision of vacuum of the space. My vision of vacuum is space. We are not even dot comparing to universe, and now we are moving through that, like that dot together with that gases moving 66,000 miles per hour through that vacuum. We are inside of that, and that it's enormous. It's not next to us. It's all around, everywhere.
Yeah, I'd be torn apart.
And we are moving through that medium, 66 miles, and plus we are rotating around axial rotation we are doing. And gases are all the time together with us. Air and everything, and water and blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets even worse as well. Do you know that like the heliocentric model, like the thing, right? I don't know if I'm like tripping and I read this, but like Matthew Learns didn't even know about this. So like they say we're orbiting around the sun, remember, guys, yeah? But, like, the sun itself is apparently orbiting around a non-existent center of mass that exists between it and Jupiter. Because they have a
Berry
nearly...
Center?
Huh?
It's called the Berry Center. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Matthew Learns didn't even know that existed. And I was like, are you serious? Like,
Oh, wow.
I was like, how are we orbiting the sun if there's a invisible center of mass, i.e. one that doesn't exist because of a so-called equilibrious state between these two masses of their size, they create this point between them that's a center of mass, which is completely convoluted at best, obviously, yeah. But yeah, he hadn't even heard of it, and I was like, okay, like, you know, and I was like, all right, goodbye then, like, and he like left, and he's like, oh, if I'm gonna get kicked, I'm leaving. I'm like, well, no, Matthew, don't leave, man, don't leave. You're brilliant for us. Like, I don't want you to leave. You know, you're the best flat earther there is. But he's not a flat earther, but you know, he makes silly arguments for the globe time and time again, and then concedes time and time again, and like he's doing a good job there for the flat earth. So, right. What was it that Sasha, you were last on? You were talking about gas, right? Gas pressure and everything.
Yeah, I wanted to know what is
And
in
then
his
emotion.
mind. Like, yeah, when people speaking about that, you know, even gas pressure gradient, that means that some layer, or for example, ionosphere, you know,
yeah,
that's something behind the atmosphere. That means that there is some layer. And if we have ionosphere, stratosphere, that is all layers of the spheres around the atmosphere.
Yep. Remember, gases have no inherent shape, right? You know that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, they just, you know, atmosphere.
Because
it's just a reification again, yeah.
Listen, this paradox, the stratosphere. That means that all that stratosphere, it's also mass to orbit around the sun in the same position like Earth is. Spherical, you know, it doesn't move, that stratosphere, like a left or right, you know.
Exactly. As well, like, think about it like this: if you were on a globe, right? Like, I do like this analogy, like, you know, it's not that like the sun. People would say, "I see the sun," you know, it goes behind the curve, and it's like, no, you did a backflip away from it. Actually, technically, just technically, if you think about the Earth's orbit, right, and the directionality in which that's happening, you know. But I like. Can I tell you a little story? Just like, because I like to do this. It's a little fun one. Because you seem pretty receptive. You've heard pretty much most of the points. We could go into the mathematics even on why you see too far. That's why I asked you, have you ever seen Calais from Dover? Right?
Yeah. No, I've never been to.
Please go down to Dover and go and look at France.
Next Boardmasters.
Literally, next Boardmasters do it, bro. All right. So go down there and look at France. And I kid you not as well. I've laid down and looked at France, like on my belly, nearly in the water, like looking at France, looking at their coastline.
You can see the sand, can you?
Listen to this, yeah. I've actually looked across and seen chimneys, okay, in France with smoke bellowing out of them. Looked to my right, okay, and seen part of Wales, okay. Do you understand? Like, so, like, I'm in a certain position on the coast, yeah. It's quite high. It's quite high up. And remember, the height though is not enough for the distance of these two places, okay? 8 inches per mile squared. They're not within it. Neither of them are. Right? Just take my word on that right now. I can't be able to go for the calculations. But again, if the answer was refraction, which again you can't really say refraction because you're saying terra firma's moving and if terra firma's moving first, you might need the radius value to sort of understand all of that. But, we'll ignore that bit for a minute. Someone's got to give me the refractive model for where, on this day, I'm having from two different locations, almost like in the same field of view, almost, right? Because it's like, your eyes, in your peripheral, and your left and to your right. Almost in my same field of view, I'm seeing two places that I shouldn't be able to see that are meant to be over a sagittale, a leading edge of a sphere, over that curve. But I can see them clearly, not distorted or anything like that. And it wouldn't even matter if they were distorted, to be quite honest with you, because it's like, when do we ever get a geometric line that stops our vision? Like, you see the horizon. That horizon just means the sky appears to meet the ground. Simple, right? Yeah, that's the actual definition. But you be honest with yourself right now. You live in England. So you've been to the beach many, many a time, bro. When have you ever seen a horizon that is exactly the same distance away every single time, or not even that? When it is ever, because you've at least you've been at sea level, so let's say you're 1 foot off the ground, the horizon should be no further than 1.22 miles away. But if you're like 6 feet tall, it shouldn't be any further than 3.8 miles away. Are you telling me you've never seen a horizon further than 3.8 miles away? So I'm telling you can see Cali from Dover, laying on your belly.
Yeah.
What's that like? How many miles?
I don't know. Definitely over 60. I think it's about 60.
No.
The channel's about maybe more even.
I don't even think it's that. I think it's actually a little bit less than that,
Oh, really?
Yeah. Seriously. Wait,
Mumbles to Ilfracombe is about 14 miles. So we could just do that observation from Mumbles.
Yeah. Do it to me. Like, literally, bro, I'll go out with my laser and I'll blind you.
Now, but it's been lovely. I'll be back later. Alright, goodbye.
Alright. I hope you enjoyed it.
Alright.
Thank you for a productive conversation.
Nerd Math coming in the chat. Alright, so you're talking about the deep holes, so I got on a rabbit trail here about the different oil things that are, and then they were talking about the world's longest one.
Yeah,
so
cool.
I found the world's longest one is 8.38 miles, and it's in Russia. And they were giving the data. They said that there was a really big number. I'm trying to find that number. 17.1 trillion cubic feet of oil in reserves. So I did the math, and that is 18 and a half years worth of gasoline for the entire world.
Mm-hmm.
And that is 305 days worth of diesel, which makes me scratch my head a little bit and go,
what?
Oh man, when I looked at the ratios for diesel versus gasoline,
why would you ever use diesel?
Basically, like it's
what?
So diesel is more energy dense, so that's why. But I'm curious what the ratio of energy is versus gasoline, because the production ratio is, I put in the chat there. So the production ratio from crude oil to diesel is 0.285.
Yep.
And the production ratio for gasoline from crude oil is 0.47. That's the percent. So 47% of crude oil turns into gasoline, 28% turns into diesel, and the rest is used for other stuff or waste or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering what here. I mean, that probably won't be a hard search. Diesel energy ratio.
Energy ratio, yeah.
Compared to gasoline. It would be kind of weird if it actually was a net loss.
Yeah, if it sounds anything, yeah, basically what it comes down to is.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a net loss.
Yeah, it is.
Because I'm looking right here, it says 833 kilograms per meter cubed versus 740. So the ratio is 13%.
Wow.
Whereas the production ratio is not quite double. 47 to 28. I just shifted. What is that, like 1.7 or something? I don't know. 47, 619 divided by 28571. 1.66. So yeah, almost 1.7, but 1.66.
A number.
1 point. So in it's. I mean, you need. But the thing is, you get diesel. Diesel is a byproduct, regardless. So you need to use it, but you should use diesel. And but the point here is diesel consumption worldwide is more than 10 times higher than gasoline.
Exactly, it doesn't need to be used as much as it's being used. Like,
gasoline
I
should
get
be
it's a
more
byproduct,
popular.
but like, yeah, exactly. Gasoline, 100%. It should be advised, in fact, that no, you know, and diesel engines should be reserved for certain forms of vehicles that, you know, operate better with that form of fuel. You know, it's that simple.
Interesting for sure. So there needs to be a lot more tractor trailers running gasoline. Is the point? If they were actually being, unless there's a missing component, but I don't know what the component would be if this is just base crude oil ratios. So I have a friend that this is what he does. Like he's in the world of crude oil extraction, because I'm in North Dakota, oil land. So I'm gonna have to have this conversation with him and see what he says, because that's a weird thing a little bit. But anyway, think about this Russian oil hole. Like, you got Russia, you know, they've had some financial difficulties, but they're sitting on 8 trillion gallons of gasoline and 4 trillion gallons of diesel.
And how much is, again, remember, how much fuel was that again for the world? How many?
That's 18 and a half years worth of gasoline for the entire world.
How much is that for Russia?
Oh, I mean, it'd be thousands of years, right?
So basically, Russia could, like, Russia, you don't want to mess with them.
They could close their borders, and as far as gasoline goes, forever.
Yeah.
But this is just one. This is just one. This is not their only.
Listen, there is so much oil anyway. Like, the idea of it being a fossil fuel, they've admitted they lied about it, right? But they had to do that to put a finite price on it, so that once we end up going to any other form of energy, people are used to paying out the arse for it. You know, that's what it was all about. Sorry to say arse, but, you know, like, it's that simple. It really is. Because people won't remember. They've had people on this for so long, no one's going to remember, are they? Like, oh, yeah, you know. Well, yeah, that's just normal. Well, it's not normal if it's renewable. But that seems renewable, if you ask me. It's just nitrates dying off. They say it comes from everything that would you know, melt into the earth and go down. Like, we don't know what it's even from. These wells are refilling back up. Gospel. Ones that are like nearly that size as well. They get all the oil out and they fill back up a few years later.
Yeah. Well, the form of the oil
is different.
Is kind of interesting how it exists in a non-liquid state. Have you seen what it looks like?
Yeah.
I'll post a picture in the chat. It kind of blew my mind.
Anyway, because it is pretty weird.
Yeah. My buddy was educating me on this stuff. Here's a good picture. Copy image. This is an example of what oil looks like in its raw form. It literally is sitting there in it.
Oh,
yeah.
Gospel, you're the perfect guy. Hold on. Sorry, guy, I didn't mean to interrupt. Dude,
No,
this is what I'm up against with friends. I'm going to post this text that one of my so-called intelligent friends just sent me this morning as it fucking woke me up.
Sure.
I sent him some information, but you got to read this shit, dude. This is what we're up against. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, post it, man. Because it's like
You see that
it's
picture though,
hard
Brett?
out here. Yep.
No, it's so weird.
Well,
Like,
it's sedimentary almost, isn't it?
yeah, that's what it would appear to be. The part that kind of makes me scratch my head is the discovery of its usefulness. Like, oh look, there's black stuff in a rock, but like discovering its usefulness and as just it just confuses me.
Well,
Are
to
you
me, I've
DMing
always
or
thought-
where are you putting it, Fraud?
to me, I've always seen it, I'll be honest, as legitimately. Like, I always known that it potentially could have just come from a rock, and then these rocks get crushed, and then the oil gets squeezed out of it, much like the oil out of a tree gets squeezed out, you know?
Yeah.
Like cherry wood oil or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then we've got proof of it there anyway, so it's not even a theory anymore in my head. Like, it hasn't been the fossil fuels. I don't like it.
Dude, it won't let me send. It says fail to send message. Hold for option.
You want to just DM it, or you want to talk about it, or
let me try that. Let me try and DM it to you, see if that'll work.
you could just quote him, and it just, or do you send like?
I think he wanted you to see like how he wrote it down and everything, like in its full entirety of how dumb it is.
Yeah, I got you.
So Gospel, they extract this oil from that rock.
Yeah. Here, there's some more. Copy link. I'll post this here. This is the kind of stuff.
Soldier. Sorry.
And that's what yeah, I don't know. It's just a little baffling.
That almost looks though, almost like as well, like you know the what is it? The stuff that they take from whales that they use in fragrance. It's like got a really musky smell to it. It's highly expensive. I forget the name. It almost reminds me of that, and you can tell that is like a higher energy material as well, and it really reminds me of that.
Okay. I just sent it to both of you guys. Read that shit, dude. And this is supposed to be one of my smart friends. This is how much they don't understand anything, dude. This is fucking crazy.
You want me to read it out loud? Not the name, but the.
I don't care. Yeah, you read however you want to read it, dude.
Yeah. So here's what he says. Here's what he says for the sake of the audience. 9.41, I'm supposing miles, 9.41 miles line of sight proved nothing because he is using a telephoto lens with super zoom power. If the Earth was flat, the water level would be the same level. Even at the lowest level of elevation, the water level is higher for the further object, which suggests it is sitting at a different level. If 9.41 is what it is suggesting should be the end of the sight, that only states it is the beginning of the curve's highest point, not where things should disappear. What he should have done was watch a ship sailing away and see that if it gets 25 to 30 miles with no change in line of sight. And I saw this video when it first came out. It was trash then and trash now. Whatever that video is, I'm not sure, but his
okay.
25 to 30 miles away is
dude. It's
talking about a geometric horizon. He's talking about a geometric horizon. He's claiming geometric horizon. You just text him back and say, even the globers, like all of them, not even claiming a geometric horizon anymore because they know it's dead, right? They're admitting it's an optical horizon. Any of them that are smart, because they know it's an argument they're going to lose, It's hard to derive geometry from a ever-moving object based on the atmospheric conditions of the day. A line that just keeps on moving backwards and forwards. You know.
But he says at the 9.41 like it's higher. The water level is higher. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
He doesn't know how he doesn't know how the ball works. He doesn't even know his own model, unfortunately.
Exactly. No idea.
Because thinking that there would be mountains of water in front of you, that's just hilarious. I'm sorry for your friend. He's pretty smart. Not smart.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
If people listen, people are grasping, they're clinging, and they don't have anything to cling to, so they wind up saying stupid stuff. But it's not necessarily their fault. Their fault. They should be blamed not for the silly things they say, but for the
ignorance.
They should be blamed for holding on to something that they don't have proof for, that they're just trusting. I don't know. They shouldn't be blamed for the silly things they say. That's expected based on what we know to be true. But they should be blamed for not being critical thinkers, for not looking into it themselves and just taking people's word for it. That's what they should be blamed for. He shared this thing here, the growth of world population and history of technology. It was a really interesting comparison of these different technological advances. And his argument is that crude oil has been everything. That crude oil has influenced the world population and development more than any other thing ever. But that's the suggestion.
Okay.
You technically could point at the Industrial Revolution.
For me, I'm like, what about the Bible? Sorry.
Well, you got to think about it. That's a source of energy for most industries. It's also the source of materials for almost everything. For example, plastics and synthetic compounds.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I completely forgot about plastics. That has to be part of the ratio of crude oil production, too.
Oh, yeah, it does.
But think about...
Oh, and by the way, the reason why diesel is used, is... So gasoline requires an open chamber for vaporization and ignition. Whereas diesel can be ignited under compression. So if you're carrying a heavy load and what's actually turning the load is the chambers being manipulated, then you could see how you get much more efficiency from diesel when you're pulling tons upon tons.
That's why
the ability for the gas to push the piston and to ignite when the piston is in a low volume mode.
Oh, so you're saying it's not even really practical for tractor trailers, heavy duty tractor trailers.
Yeah, I think if they use gasoline, unless they come up with a new engine technology.
Okay.
Yeah. Like the gasoline would probably be a loss if you used it for tractor trailers and heavy equipment.
They would burn so much fuel, it would be ridiculous. That's what I mean. That's what diesel should really just be used for heavy goods vehicles.
Okay, so back to the ratio.
Mad on it.
So back to the energy ratio. It's actually slightly fallacious to use this energy ratio as the determining factor for the difference between diesel and gasoline, because fundamentally, there's not just an energy differential, there's a power differential because of how they function. Is that an accurate way to say that?
Right.
All right, cool. Yeah, that chart of the technology stuff, that's a good point. Just crude oil and how it got used for all these different things. I mean...
I'm saving that.
Wow. So...
this rocks looks like wood.
What's that?
those rocks looks like wood.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit more like. To be honest, it looks like sediment.
So
yeah.
It could be resin from this.
Yeah.
Old
It
trees.
also reminds.
Oh crap! Oh crap! The giant trees from the past. Oh, fossil fuels after all.
It reminds me a bit of coal also.
Yeah, I mean, they find that this is where they find coal. They find coal with oil.
Okay.
And by the way, I had recently learned as well, because I'm learning some of this stuff from this guy, and apparently the holes that they dig, at least the ones out here in North Dakota, are up to 2 miles in depth.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea they dug that deep, but
yeah.
Each of these oil wells are like you
ever watched Black Gold?
Around 2 miles. Which here's why this is confusing to me. Here, I'll post another little image. Here's what's confusing to me. Does this mean that, and I know this is a stupid and silly question, but Jed Clampett, I think Jed, the main character, right? Anyway, well, he shot the ground and oil came up, right? Is this a real thing that could happen, or was it just for a TV show and somebody completely made it up 100%?
Right, wait there. So are you talking about the actual Black Gold TV show, like
the Beverly Hillbillies,
or documentary?
The Beverly Hillbillies.
The Beverly Hillbillies. What is that?
No. He was looking for something, and for
no. I was talking about the genuine like documentary that shows real world oil drilling, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the silly TV show Beverly Hillbillies.
You can't shoot into the ground and detect any form of oil in there. Unless you have a gun that has enough inertia. Okay, even if you had a gun, right? The Bismarck wouldn't have been able to shoot down to oil unless it had the right. Maybe if it had APDFS rounds, maybe. Like if it had armor piercing, thin stabilized rounds, with a sabot, so it was actually much smaller, and they were using like double the amount of grains, for instance, of gunpowder. I don't know, maybe, and they were shooting at a mountain of some sort, but usually oil is drilled not from mountains anyway. It's like drilled on more flat areas and stuff like that, so like, yeah, I don't know. Did he have a rail gun?
No, he had his rifle.
I'm playing.
Do you ever watch some videos from Mud Fossil University? He does some speculation, but he did collect one sample of something that was red in these rocks, and he sent to laboratories, and the result was human blood. Isn't that interesting?
It was what blood?
The result of this red substance in the rock was the result human blood.
Okay. Are you talking about stellium right now?
No, I was talking about that guy from Mud Fossil University in the YouTube channel.
Well, stellium.
I don't know. Is that the same guy? The name?
No, Stellium 7 is one of the guys that comes. He's on our server, and he comes here from time to time to proselytize the ancient trees and the mountains that used to be animals. All the mountains used to be animals and stuff, and he's done the science and
the science. Seriously, this guy is really legit, right? He's done some science where, like, honestly, like I didn't think I could ever believe stuff like that, but like he proved to me
I still
he
don't.
had a heart a stone. I mean, I'm being facetious.
I mean, he's extremely thorough, though. He's extremely thorough. It is convincing.
But no.
What is the name?
No, Stellium 7. He comes around from time to time.
Sorry, but I laughed at him. Like,
is that like those? Is that like the trees cut in half? Is that what you're talking? Like those mountains?
No,
like,
he's got these. He's got these mountains and stuff that he's done research at. And he's got tons of videos. You can look at his YouTube channel. I think Stellium 7 is the name of his YouTube channel too. And I mean, he's really done a lot of whatever.
He thinks he finds organs and everything, bro.
Oh yeah, eyes,
like
optic nerves. He's identified all these different locations in mountains, and he's fully convinced.
Yeah, guys, watch this. So what's that called? What's the name for it? You'll know.
You're not talking about pareidolia.
Pareidolia, where we see like images in things, right?
Yeah. This is like a higher level of pareidolia.
Yeah, this is a higher level of pareidolia. I know that, but I'm just saying this one's just quite funny, right? The other day,
hold on, crap. Hey, Gospel, send me the link to here. So I'm gonna try and get him in here eventually.
Oh, Fraud! It's super easy. Discord.gg/flat Earth. I'll say it again. Discord.gg/flat Earth. That's it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, super easy.
If not fraud, I'll DM it to you. I don't know. That's a server invite link.
Yeah, you can always do links and stuff. I'm just saying that's our vanity link that makes it super easy to invite people, and yeah.
The vanity link is better.
Well, it's just easier.
Well, it's just easier, yeah, that's what I mean. It's not different every time.
So I said, there's a lot of speculation. So, but some things it's interesting,
Yes, if they found human blood on top of a tree stump or on top of rocks, then it's probably because a human was killed there. I mean, wouldn't that be the conclusion that a logical person would come to? Either killed there or spilled blood there, but it didn't come from the tree or the rock. It came from a person. Because
have you ever seen the videos where you have like huge rocks on hills where that look like bones, where you had like blood vessels going through, and you find this extremely iron, this iron powder, red stuff.
We were just talking about that.
And the toe, I saw that.
So you think Thor got killed on that rock that looks like a bone?
Not necessarily.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I suppose you can always come up with more than one explanation for why a thing is a thing.
Oh, damn right. These ones are kind of fun. Your files are too powerful. Get nitro. Go away. I've got nitro. What are you on about?
Yeah, I got Discord was bothering me. They're like, "You've got 1 day left to get a free month of nitro." I'm like, I don't care about all that. I'll live like a poor man with my non-nitro Discordy.
Oh, what? Nah, man, that ain't on.
Discord trying to be on one.
No, I just have it renewed. You know what I mean? I use it to up the bit rate of the quality of the call.
I see.
On the server, on one server as well.
Sure.
I only did it to the second level, but I just keep it on there because it's cheaper, and I boost this one.
Yeah.
Even though I don't really need it, but I reckon this is less likely to get deleted because it brings in quite a lot of money, considering how many votes it's got. Considering it doesn't need that many, you know what I mean? How many it's got? It makes this place safer. I know it does. I read about it.
I mean, just think about this though. I'm still stuck on this silliness. Russia has the same GDP as the state of Texas. So if they were to merely sell their gasoline from this one well, but of course, how long is it going to take them to extract 1.7 trillion cubic feet of crude oil? How long is that going to take? That would take a really long time. But they have trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars just sitting there. I mean, but they're not the only ones. Everybody has this. So, how artificial is that? I mean, how weird is that? Imagine that being in your backyard. What would you do? I mean, I live in North Dakota, so maybe I could dig 2 miles down and do it myself too. But that's the thing. I don't know. I can't. I can't take a 2 mile hole and stuff. Like, it takes an operation. That takes all sorts of stuff. But anyway, it's just weird. It's a weird thing to think about. Like having a need, having the means to fill the need, but also not necessarily the means to fill the need. I don't know. Something about that's just either ironic or contrived.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm getting tired.
Will you stay up all night?
Yeah. I only literally got home not yesterday, the day before, and I come home to some real, quite frankly, bullshit.
Yeah.
A war zone as well, literally, like in a way. Like I've sorted it all out now. Like I've come in and done my Melchizedeki and thing, and that's it. You know what I mean? Done now. Everything's quashed. But well, not quashed, but yeah, the beef's been quashed.
Good.
But yeah, it's been hard. It's been hard. Like all of my godchildren moved away from where I live yesterday. All 6 of them. So that was not difficult. And the prayer group that I'm in and stuff, yeah, that was gone into a room, and I'm staying up all the time anyway. I wanted to be there, obviously, but I mean, you know what I mean, bro.
Yeah.
It's hard to sleep sometimes.
7.
I'm finding it hard to adjust. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah.
Gasoline per day. To answer that question, the facility that is in conjunction with this oil well is able to produce 6 billion gallons of gasoline per day. So if they were to...
Sorry, you're going to have to say that again.
The facility in Russia that is in cooperation with this Kavo Sakhalin well or whatever, the Sakhalin 1 well that has the 1.7 trillion, blah, blah, blah. They have a processing facility that can process 800 million cubic feet, which works out to 6 billion gallons. Well, they said of gas. Yeah, it says 800 million cubic feet of gas, not oil. So 6 billion gallons is what 800 million cubic feet is. So if they sold it only for $1, that's 6 billion a day. But Russia's GDP isn't even. I'm gonna look at their GDP again. I think it's like. I thought it was really low GDP. Thought it was almost embarrassingly low. Russia's GDP. Is that 1.5 billion? It just doesn't even make any sense. Hold on. GDP averaged. It's in the billions. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
GDP 2021. 1. Oh, maybe it's up to 1.7 trillion. That starts to work out more. Yeah. 1.7 trillion. So it's starting to make sense. But this is just one processing plant. You just need more of them.
Do that. I'm gonna have to drop out. I need to get a little bit of sleep. So
I got you.
Yeah, a bit of sleep.
Yeah, get sleep. But that would be $2 trillion just from this one oil plant.
Wow.
But their GDP is 1.7. So I don't know. Some things like this just don't add up. I know that's gross and not but that's what GDP gross whatever. I'll stop. I'm not an economist.
No, it's dude, it's fine. Honestly, you should stop. But if it was just me and you talking, I would I'd be in for this conversation for quite a few hours, probably. Like, I'm the wrong person to do things like that with because, like, I don't know how does your wife react to you when you do stuff like that?
I don't always talk about super technical, nerdy things with her.
Well,
Sometimes I do, but
yeah, no, I know, but I'm saying, like, like when you just take it way too far, like it's like you don't even need to know this. Like, it's not gonna ever. You're never gonna use it. It's not gonna be applicable to anything.
Oh
like, yeah. I do it all the time. I think that's why she loves me so much.
There you go. Get some sleep.
I'm gonna. Mm-hmm.
NC72. Please say hello. NC72. You have been beckoned. Show yourself. What was that, Flatty?
I said show yourself to NC72.
Oh, no, right. NC72 can open their mic and they can say hello. I understand that they're only able to talk in the lobby. If they would like to actually get a role so that they can communicate in the live stream voice text, all they have to do is say a few words and.
They said sorry, no mic in the lobby.
No. Well, here. Where's the thing? No, they just dipped out. But
everyone has a mic. I don't know anyone that wouldn't have a mic.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
One of my good local friends, he doesn't even have a cell phone. They have a family computer that is probably somewhere between 12 years, probably around 12 years old. It's just got, keyboard and mouse. It could be older. Maybe it is like 15 years old. It works. It's a functional PC, still able to do what's needed. But that's all. That's all they got. And he doesn't have a cell phone. His wife has a cell phone. He came back for just a moment and then he left. I just have one question for the guy. Just have one question. Mr. DF. We don't need. Wait, I guess USPS can use that. Never mind. Yeah.
Yeah, gospel. Like, remember, I was in the oil field, so like sometimes we go down like 10,000 feet. We'll be there all fucking day sending that shit down the hole.
Yeah, I believe it. So you were part of the drilling.
Extraction.
Oh,
yeah, but it's literally almost the same thing because you're sending pipe down the hole. So when they drill, there's just on we connect basically the pump. So when they're drilling, someone connects the drill, right? So that's what our company was for. We were only there to connect the pump and the cable. So we would meet up with the rig guys, get on the platform, and then as there's, they would send down one pipe. Well, first, if we'd connect the pump, the first thing that took like 2 hours. And then we send that pipe down first. And once that goes all the way down, we'll go down to a certain length. We connect another one and so on and so on and so on.
Sure. Well, here's my question in regards to the pump. The pump is at the surface of the ground, right? That's what they call them pumpers. That's what's doing the
pump. Well, suction. Put it this way, because like you gotta have the part that's gonna suck it out, right? So basically, they called it the pump. So anyway, we would send it down, and I guess the vacuum is at the top, or what I'm saying.
But that's what is there any mechanical device at the bottom of the hole? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, that was the pump, the extraction tip, nozzle, whatever you want to call it, right? So that would be at the bottom.
So it's not just a straw. There's a physical device that's pushing the oil up.
Yeah. Because all right, so once we connected the pump, we have to connect the cable to. So it's literally like if you ever seen like the old school vacuum cleaners, right? How they had the head, the I guess the arm you call it, and then it's connected to the hose. Now it's all one piece, but next to the head would be the plug. Some in the old ones, the plug would be right at the head. That's what we would connect that head and the plug to that arm, right? But that arm technically, for us, it's only like what 4 feet, 3 feet. But for that particular well, it's 10,000 feet. So the arm is 10,000 feet. And then the vacuum part, which would be separate. You remember the old school vacuums, they had the vacuum was separated by the hose to the arm to the head. So that's what it is. So we connected the arm and everything else was on the land. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so get this. A couple of weeks ago, actually maybe even 2 months ago at this point, that Danny Faulkner guy was in here and we were having this conversation. And he was arguing or making the statement, and other people will make the same statement, that Superman or whatever with a 40-foot, this is 40 feet, could never suck water out of a well with a 40-foot straw because of vacuum pressure isn't strong enough to pull water. So he said this is why pumps are at the bottom of wells and not at the top of wells, because it needs to push it, not pull it.
Well, not for oil, because first of all, in diameter, the hole is only like 10 inches around, 10 maybe 20 inches around. So I mean, like it's what the hell is going to be at the bottom of that to pull out oil? You know what I'm saying? It's like
so that's what we're talking about 10,000 feet, and you're telling me that there's nothing at the bottom pushing the oil up.
No, because I guess like there's like something in the pump. There's all kinds of motors in it, dude. The thing weighs like five, maybe like between 2,000 to 4,000 pounds, something like that. Just that pump, and it's a length of like I want to say 15 to 20 feet, something like that. That's how long it is, and it's fucking.
Is that the thing that's at the bottom of the well,
right.
Or is it?
It's attached to the pipe. So what's happening is those motors in there are spinning stuff up. So it's not so much a vacuum, I guess.
Okay, so it is a pump at the bottom of the well, then.
It's technically yes. Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. So I guess that's it. Yeah, that's a pump. It's the pump. Yeah.
Okay,
You're right.
Okay,
but because like I said, we sent the pump down. So that's the exactly what it is. You're right. So that's what it's going on.
So my other curiosity is all these pipes in the ground all over North Dakota that I had never seen before in my entire life until I moved here that have the flame. Is that off-gassing from extracting the oil?
Yeah. Not what happened in Iraq, but we have the flare, we call it the flare, right? So the flare is the off-gassing. So all of the not all of it though, because some of it can't come up through the well, but most of it is coming off from the flare, and that's just always burning.
Yeah, it just sits there and burns and burns and burns, and I'm like,
so it's basically ventilation. It's ventilation for the hole. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they keep it lit because if it wasn't,
it'll kill you. Yeah.
It's stuck in the ground. That's just really, it's weird. There's some weird stuff.
Yeah, because so we're not allowed to go where it's stupid. Like you can't have any electronic devices near the pump. Everything you have is rated and blah blah blah. Like battery, it's full of shit though. Because like, dude, I mean, like, if you're gonna blow up, you know, shit we've done that could cause something to blow up on that damn well. Nothing's allowed to spark, but it's always shit. It's really not as bad as they make it out, but they just, for safety reasons, they have to do that. You know?
Yeah. I watched a what's that cowboy? John Wayne. I watched a John Wayne movie called Hellfighters, and it showed them putting out these big fires that would happen at oil sites, and they're like almost impossible to put out. They had to use like explosives and stuff.
Yeah, they have to blow away the oxygen. That's what they did in Iraq.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it's
That was very ingenious, though. That what they did, they would walk. They would drive up to it with what would they drive up to? They remotely drive something. It's like a vehicle to it.
Oh, yep.
Floated right at the head of the well, and then knock off the oxygen to the fire, and that was pretty cool.
Yeah, the movie was kind of boring. Not really a great John Wayne flick, but the topic, or the plot or whatever, and what they showed was neat.
You got to see the one where this is how you know those other countries, they don't care, because like Russia, dude, they had one that was massive, that was burning, like massive, bro. They had to, I think they had to nuke it. They had to put something in the ground and nuke it to put it out, bro. It was so fucked up, dude. I'm like, man, you guys, they don't care about their people at all. Man. They'll do anything. They don't care, dude.
Oh, I've heard similar things. Like, they're one of the deadliest basic trainings, as far as I understand it. Not for bravery, but for just doing stupid things.
Yeah, they want you sadistic in their military. They want you like that because they eventually plan to come at us. So they need the most craziest people.
Basically, that's what I've heard. All right, we've got stress-free. Say hello, stress-free.
I'll be back. I gotta have worship. I'll be back.
All right. Stress-free has disappeared. Too bad.
Oh, that was actually my buddy. He just texted me, why did I leave? That's the one. Gospel.
So you're talking about the one that said the thing?
He might be sensitive. He might be so sad. Hold on.
Oh, he's not here right this second, though. Stress-free? You're talking about the stress-free thing?
Yeah, that's him. That is him. Shit, I should have realized that. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold
on. Sounds to me like he might get a bit stressed if he comes back.
Oh yeah, I've got a radio show to listen to. I'll be back.
Good day and happy Friday, boys.
Is something wrong?
Gospel, you there? Hey, Gospel Bear. What are you doing, Gospel?
People leave voicemails asking us to call them back, and then when I try to call them back, inevitably there's always something wrong. Their voicemail inbox is full, or their phone is turned off, or some nonsense. I just
you mean
calling
for work?
on voicemails is the bane of my existence. Yeah, for work.
Yeah, that's gonna be annoying. I think we're gonna get through to my friend though. The fact that he keeps engaging, and I just find because they're just so, what's the word? So smug in their so-called understanding, and what he posted shows how little he has, and he's an intelligent guy. It's just so fascinating. You think you know things, but you don't. It's because you taught something,
Yeah, it has a lot to do with just what you're trusting in.
I mean, he's into the conspiracy stuff. He's already somewhat there, but he just taking that extra step. This is how I bring it to people. Like, listen, what do you have to lose, right? What do you have to lose? If we're right, okay, that's fine. But if let's say if you're wrong in what you believe, do you understand how much you have to lose? I mean, because if we're wrong, let's say all this flight we're wrong. Okay, so we go back to believing in space, Star Trek, and everything. Okay, great. It's nice to know that that's possible, right? But if we're right, look how much time you guys have wasted learning what's going on in the world.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so much to lose if they don't at least try to understand what's going on. Give it some true effort.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost a life and death struggle, because I mean, it leads you back to the Bible, first thing. Then you start looking into it. You start looking up the passages in the Bible. So it could literally turn some people back to Christianity, which is beautiful. This is what I find, because what Satan's been doing now, I don't want to get too biblical. Hey, come here. Is he's been trying to destroy the faith in the Word, so people don't even look at it. They think it's magic now. They think it's just some other book like Harry Potter or something, and that's what's been going on. So that's working really well. Most people, it's just another book. So I mean, he's winning in that aspect. So if people don't give this flat earth thing, that's what I'm saying. It's so perfect because it's bringing a lot of people back to searching the Word. So I'm happy about that.
People need to, in general, learn the process of testing things and scrutinizing things, and not just taking somebody's word for it. And
gospel, they think they're doing that. See, that's how my friend is. He believes he's already doing that. That he's a critical thinker. And I'm like, all right. So why does it stop when you get to this? All of a sudden, now this is the barrier you won't go beyond.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's like, come on. There should be no barriers. You should be grounded in your foundation. You should have firm roots in the ground to know you can't be shaken. To be able to have great discernment. But see, all of this stuff, wisdom, discernment comes from, what source that comes from. So if you don't have any foundation, you're just going to fly by with any theory that comes along. It's like, that agrees with what my mind thinks, so I'll go with that. And that's what I've learned. You can't go with what we believe, because we're always going the wrong direction. You know, there has to be a source of information that's true, that's factual, that will uplift you instead of just carrying you everywhere. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's good to know that there's still some people out there who are searching. You know.
Yeah, and there definitely are. There continues to be.
Shit, I hadn't heard from Crackville in a while. What the hell's he been at?
Oh yeah, he's been going through some stuff. You know, I would call it
drama in the UK.
I would call it Attacks of the Enemy would be a good general summary. But he's all right now.
This was a good wet year, though. I will say that we get a lot of rain this year.
Yeah, a ton, bro. My basement isn't just
again.
It's been wet since after the blizzard, basically. It's been wet down there, but now it's even worse.
Water? Is there actual?
No, there's standing water, bro. There's standing water,
dude. Do you have a sump pump?
I have a sump pump. I need like 4 and a sledgehammer. Like I have needs I cannot fulfill.
What do you need a sledgehammer for?
How am I going to break the concrete? Well, you're talking about just set the sump pumps on the concrete in the. Most of the time, it's been less than a quarter of an inch standing water.
Oh, I see. So that's what you want to get to the floor. Okay.
Yeah, I want to do like. I mean, because I could clear out the water in one of the areas where right now it's about an inch and a half maybe. You know, what's that? You like muted out. Probably got a call.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you cut off all of a sudden.
Oh, no, I was saying, let me know a day you got free, and I'll come up there and help you break up that floor, and we can try and drop it a little lower.
You've got tools for that?
I can get some.
Oh,
we can just rent one of those concrete, the electric concrete crackers, and from Home Depot or something, and break it up.
Yeah, you know, I'll stay in touch.
Yeah, because I got Home Depot here, unless you got one up there, dude. I mean, just rent one and drive down there.
Williston and Minot are the only places with big stores like that.
Yeah, dude, it's like $12 an hour. Not even, probably like $10 an hour. So I can rent one, and sump pumps aren't expensive either. So get a good size one, dude. We break up the floor and stick it in there, or we need to like look up what's the best possible plan for something like that. Besides, you know, if you can't repair the work, how to best control it without it getting worse.
Yeah, the basically keeping the water away from the house is the big thing. So like, you know, I'm in the process of trying to get the roof, get metal on the roof, and then I've got to situate the gutter, like probably clean the gutters, and then
Dude,
probably.
I got all kinds of time, bro. So if you need help, bro, just let me know, bro.
Yeah,
like
man.
whenever, man.
I will.
Because that crap's no fun doing it by yourself. Trust me. I've used to live on a farm and everything, dude. You get stuck out there. And there's no one around, and you're doing all that work by yourself. I had to put up cow fences. Oh, dude, it was.
Yeah.
It's nice being in nature, but dude.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm about to do some work on redoing the back porch. That's within my scope. But some of these other things, like my basement is just, you know, it's a 100-year-old house, and it's just, I feel like I need an engineer to come up here.
Yeah, and take a look and give you the best options. You know, you probably do get a consultation or something like that.
Yeah. There's a USDA program for rural housing, which I definitely qualify as USDA rural where I live. No big surprise there, but there's a program that I'm looking to get to utilize for renovation, and the problem is finding contractors that will come up here and give me quotes. Like I contacted a dude from Minot, for instance, that does concrete, but like no reply. I contacted the North Dakota Concrete Association, no reply. It's like nobody answers, like voicemails. Nobody. You have to beat the door down on companies and businesses around here. It's like they're bathing in money and can't even I can't be bothered to make more money.
Well, no, they don't want the small contracts, dude. That's what it is. Because that's how these construction companies. Ask Meme. No, you should talk to Meme. That's who you should talk to. And I know you guys had a fault, whatever.
No. Meme's great. He's 1,000,000 miles away though. He's southeast.
Well, I mean, at least he can advise you. You know what I'm saying? From there.
Well, true.
He can tell you who to call, who to contact, or he might. You know what I'm saying? Because he does all that stuff. So. Yeah. Try him on that information. But yeah, when it comes to contract, dude, these guys they don't want these big contracts. So when you got something small like that, they don't care.
That's true.
They don't care.
But I've even contacted like residential builders and stuff. It's just the distance. They're like 2 hours away. Why would I want to do that? I mean, that's pretty much their attitude, it seems.
Right, because then where the guy's gonna eat, all that stuff is. They factor in all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's just like.
Mm-hmm. Sure, I will make you guys a smorgasbord.
Because depending on how long they work, they gotta travel. They're gonna charge a lot because if you got travel time involved too, and
they charge their hour. Yeah, as far as in my experience so far, the people that I've hired, the electrician and the plumber and stuff, they charge their hourly rate for their travel.
Exactly, but see,
so if it's 85, 135,
it's going to be a flat rate because you live far. See, and that's going to be more than 1 day. See, those guys probably there, maybe not more than a day. If your work's going to take at least a week, that's a whole different type of pay scale.
Yeah, I mean some.
Must have got a phone call.
Yeehaw.
What, you got a phone call?
Yeah. Things have been slowing down a little bit. But I think we've hit the bottom. Already bouncing back. It's weird to watch the patterns of the ebb and flow on how people are purchasing things online and all of that.
I have a question.
Okay.
Something that I haven't found an answer to. Someone is saying, explain to me why the constellation Southern Cross can only be seen in Australia and New Zealand.
Explain to me why you can see outside of your window the things that you can see, whatever those things are, but I can't see them.
Maybe because they are too far away from me and maybe
there
close
you go.
to you.
Yeah, there you go. You see what you see from where you're at. If you're assuming that you would be able to see everything at all times, then the problem that you're having there, not you, but whoever's saying this, is they have assumptions. People over and over and over again have these assumptions of what they think things ought to be, but it's because they're building something in their imagination and then attacking the thing that's in their imagination rather than just making observations and determining what is from what they observe. Oh, well, I see this from here and I see this from here, without making some type of overarching assumption.
You know, I had the last few days, I think I had so many debates on Instagram and stuff because people don't know what's behind the flat earth, and I didn't lose one debate till now. Maybe I can't answer every question, but
yeah, why expect that of yourself?
I just come in the server and someone debunks this argument. And what would you answer to him to this argument? Like,
well, I would say, I would test his knowledge. I would say, do you know what direction, cardinally speaking, what direction the stars go? I know he's not talking about star rotation, but I would just ask that because it's associated, right? And if he knew what he was talking about, he'd say, well, stars go from the east to the west. I'd be like, well, good job. Okay. And then I would ask him a similar question as what I just asked you. Why can you see what you can see out your window, but I can't see what you see from my window? And he'd be like, it's a stupid question. I'd be like, no, you see what you see from where you're at. Yeah, but if the Earth, and this is what they're doing in their mind, then they go, yeah, but if the Earth were flat, I should be able to see everything all at the same time. Oh, why do you believe that? Well, because if it were flat, you'd be able to see everything all at the same time. Why do you believe that? Is that what we see? Well, no, of course it's not what we see. That's why we know it's a globe. Oh, actually, you're drawing conclusions from your assumptions. Okay, we see what we see, and we need to look at the ground and the surface of Earth to determine whether or not it's flat, not the sky. And it's as simple as that. You don't look at the sky to find out if the ground is what it is. You look at the ground to find out what the ground is. So it's a stupid question in the first place, and it's common. Hundreds, thousands of people have asked that question in here, thousands and thousands of times. It's tedious for those of us that have had this conversation so many times, but the fact of the matter is, using the sky to prove the ground is moronic. They think it's clever. It's the opposite.
And another thanks for the information, because I didn't know this. So another argument that he said is we can fly around the Earth from two sides. Flight routes over the poles are also regularly used.
No, that's not a truth, though. Tell them to show you. Tell them to show you the flight paths near Antarctica or over Antarctica, particularly. And
Wait,
and
look,
what?
I have heard something that if you know this, you can have like a program when you can track the flights, and
yeah.
after the you never see flights over Antarctica.
Yeah, but first you have to believe that those programs are telling you the truth. So you're once again you're appealing to authority, right? So now you're why would anybody give you the flight patterns? That's crazy. Think about that. Any terrorist could look at that shit and blow one of these motherfuckers up. I mean, think about it. Is that really what you're seeing? How are you going to prove that? You know, you can't.
Exactly.
Yeah. But if you take it at face value and pretend that it's all accurate information, even at that, they're not crossing across Antarctica. That doesn't ever happen. And to suggest that it does is just disingenuous, ignorant, or purposefully lying.
Yes. Yeah, thanks for the information, guys.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm just going to answer this.
Yeah, but that's a crazy one. People say, "Well, you can watch the flight patterns." Now, is that current time? Is that what's going on right now? Or is that what is it showing you what they would fly, or are they actually flying that right now? You know, it's just so crazy. The stuff people will believe.
Well, yeah, and what happens is confirmation, right? They see the flight pattern in the app. They're like, "Oh, look, there's a plane," and therefore I know that the app is telling me the truth.
It's just,
and it may be telling the truth from time to time. It may be telling the truth all the time. It's just, it would be really hard to prove conclusively that it's telling the truth all of the time.
I don't know, how are you going to do that? I mean,
yeah,
you'd have to have so many resources, so much money in order to prove that that's what's going on.
Yeah.
So the average layman, it's just, I don't know. Well, that kid's a kid still. At least he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah, man. Say is doing hard work for a young guy. He's really getting a kick out of debating people and stuff.
You just need to keep him on the earth, though. That's the thing, dude. Keep the conversation about the earth. Don't let it get off track.
Yes.
You know? The stars in the sky and stuff is just a distraction. They think it's clever. They think it's proving something. The problem is it isn't, because it's based. Their understanding of the sky is based on a bunch of assumptions in the first place. So you're not really having a fair conversation. You're not having a fair conversation because their beliefs are based on, or their understanding of the sky is based on all sorts of assumptions. So it's really not a fair, objective conversation at all.
Yes, and I have no 6-week holiday, and I'm the first week that I got a flat earther, I had a debate against someone with he had extremely good knowledge, and he countered every one of my arguments with an example. I know I had weak arguments back then, for example, like the Felix Baumgartner jump and stuff, and why do the constellations never change? You know, that's they are weak arguments, and he countered every single one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And
with that
after
one,
that,
the first thing you should have said was, "Why are they using a fisheye lens?" I mean, that would have been your first. That should have been your first rebuttal for that Felix Baumgartner.
yeah, but I didn't. I was like just a starter at this flat Earth stuff, and
well, you shouldn't have been debating. You know?
Yeah, it's like
you gotta choose your battles carefully, dude. Don't get yourself don't become an embarrassment. That's what you don't want to do.
No, that was actually a really long time ago, and after that, I said I'm gonna get more and more knowledge about flat Earth, and that's what I have got. And after I have like 5 weeks left, and I'm gonna debate this guy again, but with stronger arguments and with my like new knowledge. And if I'm gonna lose this debate, if he's gonna counter every argument with with a logical example, then I think I'm gonna quit but I don't think that's gonna happen because nobody can counter some argument without using theories or calculations.
Well, listen, if you stay on the Earth, you won't have a problem.
Yeah. Measurable, objective. Talking too much about these things that you can't confirm scientifically, like the stars and stuff, is just a distraction that's going to result in well, no, you're not going to be successful talking about
that's
speculation.
So you're still young, so you want to have these things, you want to do that. That's fine, but with your knowledge now, ground yourself on learning the facts about the Earth. That's where you start your debates at, and leave them there. You know, you learn about the other stuff on your own free time. That's great, but if you're gonna debate people, keep them grounded, man, and figuratively and literally. I mean, because you get off into space, you can make up anything you want, dude. That's all they're doing. If you look, because I pay attention to this stuff all the time. They're just making up stuff every day. Every day there's something new that they found out there. Okay, so they just keep throwing stuff out anywhere they want, man. So you stay on the Earth, bro. That's how you win the argument. Because what they're gonna do is they're gonna try and bring it back to space every time. They won't concede the fight. They'll just divert and go into something else. You know what I'm saying? That's how they do it, man. And then they get angry and then they leave.
Yeah.
Don't fall for their tricks, man. That's what they do, dude. They're the tricksters.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry, I was like gone for 1 second because my mom called me.
It's all good, man.
Yeah, no worries, man. We understand. If you don't have a mom, you get a wife, so it's the same thing.
Sometimes.
When they call you, you better get to moving, or else you're gonna feel that wrath.
That's pretty true. There are ways to learn the patterns and preempt most of that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. You have to first learn, you know. All right,
Yeah.
This guy is talking shit, man. He's saying if you wait.
Yeah, they'll say anything, get under your skin. Remember that.
And he's saying if you descend closer and closer to the water surface on a large lake, for example, Lake Constance, at some point you will no longer be able to see the shore.
Of course. The closer you get to the ground, the less you're going to be able to see.
Yeah,
I'm standing at 5'7". If I get myself on the ground, I can't see what I was seeing at 5'7" from a certain distance. You know what I'm saying? So like, You need to understand the Earth, man. That's what I'm trying. You're off into space with these guys. Get out of there, dude.
Well, he's talking about lakes, but say that's true. Short distance observations. Also, things disappear from the bottom up in short distances, way too short for curvature to be the cause. That's actually a really important thing. So when they start giving you examples like that, what they don't understand is they're handing you the evidence against their own model. Yeah.
Okay.
So I tell people that short distance observations nullify curvature. Long distance observations falsify curvature. So in short distance observations, where we see things getting, disappearing from the bottom up, but it's a distance that mathematically curvature could never be the explanation for it, because mathematically there is no curvature or not enough, right? But what we're seeing is obscured by more than what any curvature could possibly be doing. Well, that's short distances nullifying curvature. And then, of course, all the stuff about the long distance. Short distance is just as important, is my point.
Okay. But
basically what that boils down to is there are other factors that cause things to obscure specifically from the bottom up as they go off into the distance. And is that how light works? I don't know. Is that how angular resolution works? Yes, absolutely. That's a factor of it. It's called the diffraction limit. You look into the Rayleigh criterion and stuff like that, and all that stuff plays a role in why we see what we see from where we are. And long story short is we see what we see from where we're at, and curvature doesn't fill in. Curvature is not needed in order to explain why we see what we see. You don't need to add anything at all. Not that
exactly. Well, someone just texted me on Instagram, I would like to have a debate against you.
Yeah.
To be honest, man, I'm having 24.
See, kid, this is what you're not doing. You need to control the debates. All right, if you're going to debate me, this is what we're going to talk about. And this subject only.
Yes.
Yeah. So check this out.
Okay.
Check this out. Feel free to invite them to the server, and you can go down to Livestream 2 and have a moderated debate.
Okay. So you would say better not have this debate against this guy. I don't think I want to, because I'm having debates in the last few days pretty much all the time, and I'm kind of tired. Because you know what? People are texting me to debate. They ask questions like, why does the sun go down? Bro, the stupid question. That's like the stupidest questions. I could demonstrate you that the sun doesn't go down just with a penny, with a coin, and a table. I think you know this experiment, with the table.
Yeah, it's a demonstration, not an experiment, but yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
You got it.
These are like the people that are texting me.
Yeah. We are very familiar. We deal with them every day, or almost every day.
Yes, I kind of sometimes they very often in lobby. There are like some kids joining the server or something. They make fun of everything, and this dinosaur meme and stuff.
Sure.
0 IQ.
They think that they're being funny.
They don't even know what a gyroscope is in the end of the day.
Joke's on them. They'll be bitterly upset when they find out that all their joking and memeing was all for nothing. Bitterly upset.
Oh, this guy's texting me. Okay, let's see what argument he's gonna bring. Probably a weak one. He's saying, can you answer me a question? An important question, he's saying.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Okay, he's 15, 1 year older than me. Okay. Julius.
But bring him here, bud.
He's saying, how can you recognize if a source is valid or invalid, like a source for information, you know?
You test it. It's oh my gosh, people. How are these questions?
Wait, he's continuing. I'm gonna tell you when he's finished.
You could invite him here if you want.
I'm not on. It's not on Discord right now.
But I understand. Just give him the link. Discord.gg/Flat Earth.
Wait 1 second.
Like if you actually think that you have anything to stand on with your argument, then come here. It's the
okay, wait 1 second. Let me translate this so I can read it to you.
I'm just letting you know. Tell him it's the biggest place on the internet for this conversation.
He say, when I look on the internet, is the Earth a sphere? He says, they say yes, but if you ignore that, then why do you take other sources from the same providers if that is a lie?
Wow. All right, bud.
That's a kind of strange question.
No, it's just really stupid. It's not thought out at all. Like, he doesn't understand how search results work. He doesn't. I don't know. That's. When you do a web search, it sends you a result. That result has a source and a citation. So when it'll be Wikipedia or it'll be something, but whatever it is, it's not the internet. The internet is not a whole thing. It's a
Can you text me, can you text this like in live stream voice text, and then I'm gonna translate it, because it's a little bit hard for me to understand when there are some hard words.
It's pretty much as simple as that.
Okay.
I'm really antsy to get work done. Such a slow day.
Wait.
Facts also shared. Tell him that all the information, you can see it for yourself. But yeah, that's good. Good answer, Facts. How do you hang a stringer on the corner? On the corner of two headers. How do you do this? It's a question I have. Streamer.
He's saying no. So the internet is a. Wait, just 1 second.
Inside. Oh yeah, I guess you could do that too.
Wait, look what he's saying now. It's kind of strange, actually. Wait 1 second. But it is a lot of media and reporters who bring different contributions. How does that work? This is what he's saying now.
It sounds like you're talking to somebody that's not really all there.
I think he's kind of stupid.
Yeah. It sounds really low IQ stuff.
This guy is so strange. He's talking like someone stupid that is trying to talk like someone smart.
Yeah, happens all the time.
Oh, Clay Underseal is back. Wait, what was the so-called radius of the Earth, which they claim? 3959, okay.
Yeah, miles.
Bro, this guy is so annoying. What do you want me to repeat? Facts.
There it is. I found it. That's exactly what I want to do. This is like the first person, but I'm not going to have 4 treads. I don't know what you should repeat, man.
Because facts are saying this, but I just saw this message. So.
That's the tread pattern that I'm wanting to do. Like, yeah. See, that looks. I think that looks better than the 45-degree cut. It's just. Are you there, Morvis? Do you see what I'm talking about? I know you're a crafty guy. You know how to use tools and stuff. Right? Doesn't that look good? I feel like that looks good.
Hang on, man. I'm adjusting my lathe.
Your previous question that your friend asked. No, it's not my friend. It's some stranger that texted me for a debate.
It doesn't matter who it is. He was just trying to give you.
Yeah, but I don't know what question he means.
He's talking about the internet. He's talking about the internet question that you were talking about, where the dude was talking about how do you trust one source on the internet but not another. He was treating the internet as a single entity. So anyway, Facts wrote something that you could tell him, that you take what
he's talking about gravity now.
Are you listening?
Yes. Sorry, I just for cutting you.
Yeah. Anyway, Facts was just trying to give you another helpful explanation that we test the sources, that's you scrutinize the source, and you shouldn't treat the internet as a single thing. That's retarded.
He's talking about gravity now. Oh, wait, look what he's saying now. I'm gonna, because
I like that. Oh. Yeah,
that's called a herringbone.
Herringbone, thank you. I was calling it feathered, but herringbone, yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Look, he's saying now, a sphere with a massive center of a mass attracts every object on all its surfaces with the same force.
Yeah, just say prove it. Yeah, anyway, just you could again invite him here if he has any guts to have a conversation with people instead of being a keyboard warrior.
He's saying you can't disagree with every science to ever exist.
There is no science to back that statement, though. That's the problem. It's also really tedious for folks like us to be trying to, to have a conversation, telephone game style.
After this message, prove it, he's saying now, it proves that you are not floating somewhere in an empty void without solid matter. What?
Alrighty then.
What can I say now? I mean,
say join the conversation on Discord.
Okay.
Give him discord.gg/flat earth. Oh. Yeah, what? I wonder what those are called.
Okay, I'm sending him the link now. Hopefully he's going to come inside. If not, then he knows that he's going to get debunked.
How do you? This is what I want to know. How do you do that angle?
Wait, he's saying how was the Earth created?
Oh my gosh. Maybe not. Maybe don't invite him.
He's saying better not. I think only someone dumb would ask someone something like this. Actually. He's saying no. He's talking about this Discord now. He's saying if you only talk to people who think the same as you do, you never question anything.
Wow. Just say hypocrite.
What?
Hypocrite.
Can you text this?
Yeah, what language? German?
Yes, but can you just type this in the chat so I can translate it, because it's faster to understand.
Yeah.
Oh, facts, I'm going to ask him this now, what you said.
Heikler.
Wait 1 second. I have to do something now. I have to ask him something.
Heikler. I can't pronounce that right. Aye.
No, I know what you mean.
How can you say it for me? Is it Heukler?
Heuchler. Yes, exactly.
Heuchler. Okay. Thank you.
Facts. He's saying I can just let a pen fall. This is how I demonstrate it.
All right. Yeah. Tell him to put two pins next to each other and ask if they move. If he's going to go with the pin, the retarded pin thing, then be consistent. These people are so tedious.
Exactly. He's okay. I think after all people that I have debated a couple of days, he's probably the dumbest. No, the dumbest was this guy yesterday who asked me why does the sun go down and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He says, why would they attract themselves? What he says, why would they?
Oh my gosh! Because you just said you believe in gravity, you retard.
Okay. Oh, yes, I'm gonna ask him this now. Facts.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
He's so... You know, he saw some arguments in the internet, and he never looked if they already got, like, debunked.
Yeah. For sure.
He's saying, what does this what does the two pens have to do with the topic? What? Man.
Yeah.
I think he's killing my brain cells. Could this be possible?
No, it is not possible. But yes, people can be annoying and so stupid that it feels very pointless to talk to them.
In fact, he's saying when you drop a pen in this liquid mercury, then it sinks to the ground.
Yeah, and
anvils to the anvil.
Yeah, exactly. Anvils float in liquid mercury, so.
Because he's saying because
it's not only floating; it is actually impossible to get under the mercury.
Wait, look, because he says it falls down to the ground because its density and therefore its weight is higher.
How old is this kid?
15.
You said you gave him the invite?
Yes, but he don't want to come in. But what could I answer to this? When he said because it's density.
Look in the chat. Someone just helped you.
Okay. Facts is helping me right now pretty good. Right, I'm going to show them this picture now because he's being so annoying right now. I have to. He's thinking he's the smartest person to ever exist, man. Yeah, I showed him the video, but okay. I'm asking him why does the emboss anvil not think? Yes, but he doesn't want to come in the talk. He says, "Yeah, it's I don't know." He just said, "I don't want to come in." Probably because he knows he's he would not win a debate against someone who has more knowledge than him.
I don't think it's so much about winning a debate or anything like that. It's more like he seemed to be unaware about most things in reality. Like he hasn't gone through all the information, so it's just that. But when you're texting people, you never get the time to show them visuals, for example, or actually really talk to them, because you have to do it within like 50 words every time you send a message.
But look, he's saying because the guy in the video put a block in the mercury liquid.
Hey, who are you talking about, Seiya?
If you knew, like, if you just came in, I'm having a debate against someone who believes in gravity, and I show him this video with the anvil, which is not sinking in the, how was it called? Mercury liquid?
Yeah, liquid mercury.
And he's saying because someone put a block in this mercury liquid, or because mercury liquid is more dense.
Okay.
But what about gravity?
Gravity disappears and comes back and comes back and disappears all the time. Gravity's picky, so.
Yeah, he kind of wrecked himself with that statement, I would say.
Yeah, and listen, if he's saying stuff that's like, oh, well, that's fake because there's just a block under the thing and it's a fake video. Well, then do it yourself, bud, or we don't talk, or we just move on. Anyway,
we literally just prove it that density
wants to show up.
Just send him in here, man. We can't have a debate with you as middleman. We can't do it.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
But look, he doesn't want to come in.
Well then,
just tell him it's a very civil place. No one is really getting shot.
Tell him if he wants to learn something, he can come here. I don't want to. There's no debate. Earth measures flat. It's like
I feel like a lot of let's just call them rookies could be intimidated if they meet something like QE or Nathan Oakley debates on they would be discouraged from coming in to a place like this, even though this is the most civil place you can find.
We won't be like
no
Quantum
matter what side you are.
Or Nathan Oakley.
Exactly.
Or Arwen or anybody.
Yeah, I'm just saying that people could be intimidated because of some stuff like that, but if they actually knew the tone in here, like,
Yeah, we'll be nice enough, man. We're not gonna, we just want to help people learn.
But he's talking so much shit.
It's also when you're in text, it's easy for people to just gallop into the next topic instead of staying on one topic and actually realize what he said was wrong.
Yeah, say it. I'm gonna bow out of telling you kind of suggestions here, but just get him in here if he wants a real debate. Don't let him change the subject. Earth measures flat. That's all the advice that I have.
Yep. Good advice.
But he doesn't.
Okay, good stuff. Good grief.
Oh, he went offline. He blocked me.
Don't sweat it, bro.
Oh, he blocked you? That means he won the debate.
That means he won. Yes. Always remember, the best way to win is not to play. That's actually true. I mean, most of the time, the winning move is not playing in the first place.
So I won because he didn't want. I had so much messages that he didn't read, and probably he couldn't counter it, and then he blocked me.
Yeah.
That's not how a debate works. You have to react to every argument.
That's why text is the worst debate style there is. Like, it's really just waste of time. The only success I really have gotten while going on text on, for example, Facebook or whatever, is actually just keeping it to the 3 points. They are what are they called? The introduction here from this Discord. Like if you just stick with those 3 subjects, and every time a global wants to go past that, but what about the sun? What about the moon? Blah blah blah. No, let's go back to point 1 because we're not done here. You know, like you know what I mean. Like if I show to you something that doesn't add up or falsify the Earth curvature claim, like I mean, then they should not be allowed to jump into what about the moon, what about the sun, you know? They have to realize what they're saying.
That's what globe earthers do. They go away from the topic. You're talking about something else. You're talking about something else, and they say, "Yeah, but what's about with the moon?" You know.
I mean, it happens both ways because sometimes the other guy is just allowing it, and then he is going out on a tangent that is so far away from what you were talking about before. You know, like just practice the 3 points that there is on this Discord, and really just stick with that. I feel like that's the best way to either get people in here for a serious discussion, or actually get something out of a discussion in text. You know.
Yes, but it's because it's kind of hard because some globe earthers still are not going to get it.
And that's how it is. Then you just have to go. You know, just continue. Like fuck that. It's just like a salesman, for example. Not that we are selling anything, but like, do you think every single house that he's going to, he's getting a sale? You know. You just have to think about it like that. Like, it doesn't matter if you win this one or you can talk with this one. There will always be a next one you can talk to, you know?
Yes.
Some people are just, for example, hostile about the subject. You cannot discuss with those. There's people who is like ignorant but open-minded enough to listen. That's a good conversation you can take there. Like, there is a lot of nuances, you know?
Yeah, but however, thanks for the guys that helped me to win this debate.
I don't think there was a winner or loser there. I think, yeah.
I mean, Glad Flope, Tim, how was Facts, and Gospel Bearer. Thanks for the help. And
of course.
If someone helped me too.
Met them.
Is there a picture or a video where the sun is under the globe? Because I think there isn't a video about this.
What are you talking about?
You know, in every video or picture of the globe, the sun is never under the globe.
What globe?
Yeah, what?
I mean,
yeah, what globe?
I mean, on the faked videos, I mean.
But
you're saying all the composites have a natural up and down look in it, or what? Like Earth down, sun up, or what?
Yeah, there's no such thing as up or down in the globe model anyway, so it's kind of an irrelevant thing to say.
Okay.
In space, there is no up or down according to their model.
Because it's unlimited, they say.
Well, just everything is all directions. There's not like a universal up or down. according to the heliocentric model.
No, because it's infinity, they say, as they claim.
In all directions, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Future. I don't recognize his screen name. But I have a feeling I already know who you are. Who are you, Future? Did you change your screen name? Did I? What happened?
I have a question. Did Flat Earth find an answer to earthquakes? Because every time someone tells me about earthquakes, it's pretty hard to counter them in a debate or something.
Half of the questions you're asking have answers down in the rooms below, if not the vast majority of them.
Okay.
I'll be more specific in a minute. I'm answering another question. Yeah, basically what Vax said, though. Yeah, precisely. But we would never be able to pick up waves from. Nope. A lot of the things that people think are arguments are houses of cards. Just things built upon assumptions. One assumption on top of another, and so on.
Am I not hearing someone, or are you talking to someone which is not in the live stream?
I was talking to you.
Because you said something with waves and.
Oh yeah, I'm reading the live stream voice text. You know, the text room that you're supposed to pay attention to when you're in the. Anyway, yes, you're being talked to and given information in the voice text. How's life go, show?
Always good.
Good.
Hey, how are those Georgia Guidestones, huh?
Yeah, what do you think mainstream media is going to do with that situation? You think they're going to ignore it? You think that they're going to chase down the suspect and have a fall man? Do you think that make a big deal out of it? Ignore it? What do you think?
I think it's a lot less of a story than those in this community might make of it, because we're well familiar with it. I'm sure there's other people who are pretty familiar, maybe somewhat familiar with it. But I think I was talking with some people about why there wasn't like more security and more footage and more, time spent investigating it. But you gotta understand, this is kind of a lesser crime in the perspective of crime as crimes go. So
sure.
I don't think they, spent too little time investigating it, and I'm not sure that you'll hear much at all in the mainstream news about it.
All right, so quick question for you: Have you looked at the footage?
I've heard the description. I've heard the description, and so I'm confident that I know exactly what it looks like.
Yeah. So there was a thing that I found kind of peculiar. If you watch, I was talking about this yesterday. I'll put the link in the chat and the images that I'm referring to. I wouldn't mind hearing your perspective on this. There are no less than 4 frames during the window of time of 4:03 and 33 seconds, where the date appears to change to 7/8 instead of 7/6. I am using the word appears. The issue is the camera itself disengages and the footage cuts to a new camera view. So here, I'll just go ahead and post what I'm talking about.
Did you see this footage first? Is this something you've collected recently, or is this something that is this the same footage that existed that day?
Same footage, yeah. I mean, and every other post. So this is just from Fox, or not Fox, 11 Alive. But if you click on Fox 5 Atlanta or WYFF News, like they're all using the exact same footage. So it's not like one doctored video. Well, I mean, unless the source material is doctored,
which it could very well be.
Very well could be. But I was just curious what you thought about that. Do you think it just appears to be an 8, but it's not actually an 8? So if you click on the video and watch it, you'll see all 4 frames or 5. They show, except for one frame, it seems to switch all of a sudden. The initial blast where the smoke very quickly goes up in the area where the numbers are in the upper right corner, that very first frame still looks like a 6. But then it very much appears in the frame itself to shift. And what I don't know. It just seems weird. It seems weird. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's just a
couple off pixels.
Yeah, it could just be, yeah.
Kosho, are you here?
Yeah, I was just watching the footage. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, but I personally, the fact that it occurs when when there's it occurs whenever there's the availability for that kind of thing to be confused. So I would write it off as no editing or anything like that.
And just what about this coincidence or not? Or sorry, is it contrived or is it just a coincidence that the explosion occurs at exactly a 33 second?
I heard somebody else express that as well. And no offense, because I don't think it's funny right now, but I thought it was pretty funny when I heard this person say that. Only because at first I thought they meant that it happened at like 3:33 or something, and then 33 seconds. But 33 seconds is
arbitrary.
Yeah, it could happen. It's going to happen every minute.
It will. That's true. It would happen every. So there's a 1/60th chance that it would. So less than 2%, but greater than 1% chance that it would happen on the 33 second. Yeah.
Well, just like Flat Earth, he's going to write it off as some stupid conspiracy, and that's that. Wipe his hands of it and go on.
Oh no, I figured he'd take a crack at it. I was interested to hear.
I understand. Not all of it was blown up. Some of it is left.
No, they destroyed it. They bulldozed the rest of it.
Yeah, and they're going to pulverize it and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. They already pulverized it. I'm sure it's already being recycled concrete.
There's some kind of hatch that's there, though?
Yeah, the time capsule that people
are
curious about, yeah.
Guys, what do you think about in the video, why is there a blue flash and then the street lamp that's behind them, the stones is like glowing up extremely as if there's electromagnetic discharge or charge, whatever, happening in the air?
I don't know what that is, but the only thing I take from this, I'll let you guys after I say this real quick. The only thing I take from it is that there's a reason we only see less than 10 seconds of footage, and that's it. You got multiple angles of cameras filming 24 hours a day, and you mean to tell me the only thing we get to see is just some rocks blowing up? You're fucking kidding me. So, there. That's my stance.
Yeah, again, I don't believe it's an explosion, because otherwise I would want to see the camera footage of them planting any bombs. And on the other hand, you know how difficult it is to plant something and let it explode remotely without being caught doing so. And I personally
that's
think
what I'm saying. Like you'd have to turn all the cameras off, right, and then set the shit up, and then turn the cameras back on, so that you didn't see who set it up or how. Literally, all we get is like this is what we get. Okay, so like someone commits a murder, right, with a gun, and it's being filmed the whole time. Okay. But instead of us getting all of the filming, all of everything, all we get is the one camera that was zoomed in to the barrel of the gun and the part of the person that got shot. That's it. We can barely make out what kind of gun. We have no idea who's holding it. All we can see is the bullet hitting the person. That's it.
Yeah, I personally think it's either a lightning strike or second Project Bluebeam.
No, come on. Don't start going down that road, because that makes us sound crazy.
No, it doesn't sound crazy.
Yes, it does.
Look at the video. You see it. Look at the video. You see. It
doesn't matter. You can think whatever you want. Did you just say lightning strike, bro? Come on.
Look at the video.
There's no lightning, bro.
Yeah, listen.
Look at the video.
I know, Clay understands. Listen, Clay. I gotta let you know.
Yeah.
Especially Americans, they're just gonna pick it apart and say, "Oh, you fucking think it's aliens and derpa schmerpa herpa." Like these people will do anything to pick flat earthers apart instead of pick our arguments apart. Does that make sense?
They can pick me apart because I watched the video, and the video shows a blue flash and the light in the background lighting up extremely bright.
What does that mean? What is that empirical evidence of?
That means either it was a lightning strike, or some other electromagnetic weapon that I don't know of. From that stuff don't look like an explosion, my man. Look at the real.
Who cares? Listen, were you there?
No, but I see the video.
Who cares? You don't know what that means. A blue flash. You really think that that's going to tell you how it happened and what it was?
Yes.
Okay, well then that's where you fall down, and anybody you talk to about this is going to say that's completely unfalsifiable.
I think they want us to believe the narrative that someone planted a bomb and wanted to be destroyed after all these years, and I don't believe that narrative.
Who cares?
I want to know why do you think that?
Yeah, go ahead, Clay. Go ahead, guys.
No, I mean I'm honestly curious because the explanation you said about the lightning and the directed energy weapon, this is actually the argument I've heard from everyone else as well. As far as their theories go.
So
I was curious when they expressed this, because from my perspective, to me it seems a person with a motivation would be somebody who has the same sentiments about these stones as a lot of you do. So somebody who thinks of these stones as kind of an evil instruction or something like that. Same thing with the graffiti that was on there before. It's like people are very unhappy with what the message is. I think it's that kind of person who did it. But I'm curious why you think, somebody set it up to make it look like that.
Wait, Kosho, you think that they're going to throw conspiracy theorists under the bus now with this one? Is that what you think?
I personally think that it was a conspiracy theorist.
How the fuck do you think that?
Because I'm trying to think of who would have the motivation to do this, and
okay, but here's what we're doing, guys. We're doing Why Would They Lie? It's pointless.
I can highly recommend looking at videos of lightning strikes hitting a road or anything else made out of concrete, and then look at the video again. Okay, just look at other videos where lightning strikes destroys a whole street and does a huge hole into the street.
And then what? And then you decide on something, and then what do you do?
Then you can see that it's not an explosion, but any dynamite or whatever you can use.
How do you know that?
Because you could look at other.
It's a rhetorical question, man. You can't know it. You can't. That's the thing. Like anybody saying, "Oh, it's got to be this or it's got to be that."
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't have to be anything. There's no. It could be nothing.
I know you're kind of the guy that dismisses everything because you can't even trust camera footage and whatnot. Blah blah. I know
that's true. Yeah, I'm not going to dismiss it. I'm going to say, what are you going to do if you think you find the truth? What are you going to do with that?
I can highly recommend watching some other videos.
Then what? You're not listening, Clay. You're not listening. It's a simple question. After all of that, then what?
Then you know it's not what the narrative tells you. That's all.
So what? Then what?
Nothing.
There you go.
Wow.
It's just interesting that light. It's just interesting that a lightning strike might have destroyed something.
How is it interesting? How is it interesting? What do you conclude from that?
Oh my god, a lightning strike! I still can't believe he's even suggested that.
Yeah, I've seen other people suggest it too. Then what? What's the conclusion? What do you derive from that information, if that's the case?
I don't know. Maybe a miracle that something like this gets destroyed. Okay. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about miracles. Most people don't believe in them.
I know.
Vast majority, I would argue, really don't actually believe in them. And when you provide evidence of miracles, does that change people's mind? When that evidence is very questionable?
No, people need to change their own minds.
Yeah. So, like the toaster, this is like seeing the face of Mary, or the face of Jesus in the toast and selling it on eBay for hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is what that's like. Oh, it's a miracle. It's like,
not really.
The fact of the matter is, the historical miracles that we have history of are far more plausible and valid based on how they were how they were recorded and all the information behind them than this sort of thing where somebody basically says, I see light, therefore. There's no eyewitnesses except for the person that was there, allegedly. The person that was driving away in the car, the person that was running around the property where they have the footage of this person running around, allegedly. That would be a potential eyewitness. But apart from that, it's all just speculation and silliness. And gosh,
right.
what a waste of time.
Let me just say this. I'm glad that they are destroyed. That's all. I'm glad that this...
Yeah, I think it's a nothing burger.
Yeah, I think I'm just glad that this disgusting monument by Freemasons are destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah, destroy the evidence. Destroy the evidence. That's always a great method.
What would be the conclusion of the evidence? That it was a lightning strike, and that's the reason why...
That's not what I'm saying. The fact that it's gone isn't necessarily a good thing. They were meaningless. They were powerless. They were just a message. The message came from a messenger. The messenger may or may not have power, but the message itself is powerless. Doesn't that make sense?
It is powerless, yes.
The stones themselves are worthless, powerless, of no power.
Yes.
So it's more about who's behind the message than the message itself. It's like, oh, we're gonna ban the phrase New World Order. Yay, problem solved. Yay, we banned the phrase New World Order. Yay, victory. No. So it's not about the message. This is such a nothing burger of an event, and yet another distraction.
Isn't everything at the end of the day a distraction?
No, sometimes justice is carried out. Sometimes people are brought to justice that need to be brought to justice, and those are, I would argue, are victories. The people that need to be brought to justice, that are brought to justice, I would consider those small victories.
But
absolutely,
since you and me know the outcome of everything at the end of...
Yeah, then you don't need to take solace in nonsense things. You can take solace in your faith.
Yeah, you're right. I know.
Okay.
But I just want, to underline, then maybe we can also say nothing really matters that much that is happening, regardless of what, even being in here and talking to other people.
Everybody values different ways of spending their time and things to take interest in. Right. I'm making the argument that this by far is not a thing of conspiratorial significance.
All right, I can agree on that.
The person that put this together might not even be living at this point. Maybe, it wasn't that long ago, right? But they might not. If they were, let's say, 60 years old, then they're dead. If they were 40, they may still be alive. How old was the person that constructed that? And that's So anyway, I think it's a big nothing burger. Yeah. Okay. So would you agree then, Kosho, based on that statement, that also it would be an extreme act of vandalism to destroy all of the different monuments and statues over the past several years?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Glad we can agree on that.
I mean, yeah, it is. It means vandalism.
Yeah. It's pretty objective.
I think that's why the investigation didn't last very long, is because I was saying this to the other people I was talking to about it, but technically, if somebody, puts fireworks in a mailbox, blows up a mailbox, it's a much more serious crime than this.
Yeah, because it's protected under federal law. Yeah, just by default, the mailbox is it would be a felony. You could go to federal prison for playing a little silly prank like that.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's just vandalism, basically. But but I said the charge would be more serious. And I think
Correct.
that when there's a very light charge, they're not going to spend a lot of time investigating it.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say that there are other instances of grave effect and collateral damage that they also spent next to no time investigating? In particular, the Vegas shooting would be a clear example that I can think of.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure how robust that investigation was, but yeah, I mean, certainly there's examples where you would think that there would be a bigger investigation. But the truth is, I think people always assume that the police and the government are going to investigate just about anything, but
sure,
that's not true at all.
There needs to be a motivation.
It's nothing.
Yeah. But for instance, trespassing, disturbing the peace, trespassing, and what other kinds of charges? So think of the event that happened a year and a half ago. That there's people that are still being investigated. Not everybody. There are people that were in that building that were investigated by the FBI and released, and they've been no longer bothered by the FBI. I know one of those people personally. He's a news guy. He does the news on independent news on YouTube. But there's other people that are still being terrorized. For disorderly conduct, trespassing, and what other actual crimes can they be reasonably accused of? Loitering?
Well, no, but you remember that Chicago 7 back in the 60s, that trial?
I don't know that one.
Yeah. They made a movie about it recently as well, but there was a giant riot, political. There was a few political protests and gatherings. I think it was right after the election, or maybe right before. Either way, and actually, it ended up turning into 2 pretty violent riots, and they blamed it on 7 people specifically, because they were kind of leaders of different political group, or like a political, not that they were politicians, but they were activists or whatever.
Yeah.
And actually, it came out that half the people in the riots were actually police and FBI agents. but regardless, the way that they framed the trial was, inciting a riot. And that kind of thing. So inciting a riot, insurrection, that's one of the words that comes up with this January 6th thing. Anything that you can...
inciting a riot, I forgot of that as a charge. Is insurrection a word that you can be prosecuted with? Is that a legal term?
I believe so.
Oh, maybe it is.
I think they were supposed. I think something like that would be put against the leader, or I think they were talking about putting that.
Yeah, here it is.
They're giving that to Trump.
Wow. 18 U.S. Code 2383, rebellion or insurrection. Whoever incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto. Wow. Gives aid or comfort thereto shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or both, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. And this is from 1948, June 25th, 1948.
Wow.
There it is.
So yeah, I don't know how they, what anybody plans to do, but that's something they usually like to use as a weapon against, whoever they want to pin this whole thing on. But gather a group of them together and then, charge them with something like that.
Yeah, don't comfort people. Apparently, I wonder what is the legal criteria for comforting?
Probably some sort of something that you can blame them for or accuse them of what do you call that? Like being an accessory or whatever.
Like, if I were to go to one of the guys that did this thing and I were to like, oh, you're guilty. You could go to prison for 10 years now. You said, oh.
That's a good question though too, because like if somebody got injured, for instance, and you were just there kind of helping injured people, and you happen to help one of the people who charged it.
I mean, the law can sometimes be awkward, and that's why we need good judges.
This law, is against the First and Second Amendment, so it's unconstitutional.
That's not entirely true, though.
The authority of the United States or the laws. Well, yeah, because what you're referring to how the Second Amendment is designed to
protect the First. And if you are not able to help those morally, like in moral support of a insurrection, if that is able to be penalized, then you cannot protect it with your Second Amendment, because that would be partaking in
isn't this why people suggest that the Constitution is obsolete?
Yeah, probably, but those are the guys that are afraid of it being used in practice.
No, I think in this context, if somebody's being accused of, being an enemy of the state, rebelling against the state, being an enemy of the state, which is kind of what insurrection is a claim of, or they're accusing them of, basically, and you're somebody who's engaging in aiding or in any kind of way supporting them in that act. You know what I mean? Like, I guess it's kind of a gray area thing, but
were the 3% were those?
What do you mean?
Doing an insurrection?
3%. What do you mean?
You got your 3%ers in the U.S.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Say what? I don't get it.
I think the independence struggle started with 3% of armed militia.
Okay.
Those 3% started an insurrection against the British.
Sure, yeah. But you understand also that same thing with the Civil War. From either side of the conflict, the other side is the enemy, and also is the the one that you would give these criminal charges to, like insurrection, rebellion, whatever. Whereas if you win the conflict, then it's justified, and if you don't win the conflict, then you're going to be, claim to be insurrecting and rebelling and all this type of stuff, treasonous. So
it is who wins in the end that makes up the definition of what happened.
Sure.
So, the Constitution clearly states that you have the right to do that in the First and Second Amendment.
But you can see why they would place you or view you as an enemy, an enemy of the state, just as the people that you're aiding.
Yeah, correct. But the politicians should not be in bed with the judges. That's why you have a Supreme Court. And only the Supreme Court should deal with these matters, because they are outside of the political system. Any local court, any federal court, is in bed.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see them, because what they just did with Roe v. Wade. Actually, I read their opinion when they were arguing, like the Supreme Court's, opinion or whatever, and it actually made a lot of sense, because all they were doing was claiming that there wasn't really justifiable protection in the Constitution from that, so they don't feel like it's fair. They don't feel like it's in their jurisdiction to give it up that protection. So yeah, you might see something like that if someone got charged for aiding an insurrecting person or something like that. They could probably argue that, and the Supreme Court might find it unconstitutional. I wonder if anyone's been charged with something like that since the 40s.
They don't have to be charged because they are labeled terrorists and can be held without court proceedings, without bail, without anything. Thanks to Mr. Bush.
Well, that's not true.
If they can write down at the arrest possible terrorist, then everything goes out of the window for that person. Just a black hole. And that's not just in the US, by the way. That happens in the whole world.
Actually, I believe that has to happen outside of the US for us, because when we do behave that way, even to American citizens, but not inside the US.
Oh, I've seen footage of people being dragged away in cars in the US, and people that, did not return or were not registered as arrested. It happens in the US, and probably get airlifted to Guantanamo or somewhere else. The moment that the US got the Patriot Act pushed through, you basically wiped out your, protection.
And so, what are you guys? What are your, I guess, like what are some assumptions that you guys think about the Georgia Guidestone thing? Like, as far as who is the actual culprit, because something that
of the demolition or
the explosion.
The explosion. Well, it doesn't matter who did it. It's a media stunt. Because now every conspiracy theorist is talking about it. It's just a media stunt.
If it was a media stunt, then that kind of infers or implies that it's it was intentionally done by somebody who can influence the media, right? Or has more.
Yeah, but it's for both sides. A lot of conspiracy theorists take this as a win. So, it doesn't matter who did it in the end. They are gone. People are not being able to see the monument that people erected with idiot guidelines, because now it's gone. People cannot see the stupidity of that monument anymore. And people cannot see that that monument actually was a flat earth proof, because it had a kind of solar clock in it, which showed that the sun moves around the earth and not vice versa.
And it had that viewing hole for
yes.
the excuse. That was the motivation I kept hearing when I was talking to other people about it. Was they were basically just saying that was the motivation, was because it was such a good evidence. That you could have the Polaris there for 40 years and it still be there all day, all night. That's why they had to destroy it.
People want to destroy because they want to destroy things, because it's sensational. People do not want to see, like, let's say the people who put it there could have done it themselves just to gain more publicity, and maybe it's a signal to, let's say, the elites, the people in the in crowd, for, oh hey, this is the sign, we're gonna kick this off right now. Or it could be the conspiracy theorists, or a conspiracy theorist who did it because he was upset about the message that it had.
Guys, it's a smoke show. It's a fucking smoke show. Yeah. Smoke and mirrors. Come on.
And the media just runs with it, and no one is listening to what's happening in the world with Putin. It's trying to escalate the war, or the West trying to escalate the war.
That's all a fucking smoke show too. Stop caring about it.
No, the point is, every other subject within the conspiracy world is now referring to the Guidestones.
That's fine. Whatever.
Then what's the real what's everybody not focusing on that they should be?
Their lives, dude. Their own fucking lives. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous that we are even giving this time. Seriously, we're smarter and better than that, dude. We don't have to fucking feed this dragon.
Law that's going through in California to stop all the trucks, that's something you should focus on.
Okay, sure, yeah, but let's focus on something we can control. Can you control anything other than the things in your life that you have purview over? Yes or no?
More love for each another.
That's fine. Do that. Love one another. But Guidestones have nothing to do with that at all.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to see those Guidestones.
Well, go and look up what they said.
No, I know that. I wanted to go there to see for myself.
Well, it's good that you don't go there, because they did some blood magic there, and they probably did some crazy fucking rituals that you don't want to be anywhere near.
No, if you are afraid of blood magic, that's on you.
I'm not afraid of it, bro. But their intention when they did that was to depopulate at the very least, okay? Not cool.
Yeah, that's the same why they bring out internet.
What?
Internet is just the same.
Sure.
Don't think the tool that you use now is a tool of good.
Everything's good and bad. Everything.
Actually, I kind of liked the Georgia Guidestones. I just
Jesus Christ, why are you giving it attention?
Yeah, I figured it would be one of the things that would outlive everything else. It's like Mount Rushmore.
Well, it's exactly, that's how they get you. Oh, it's surprising they blew up one of their own effigies. Oh no, what does it mean? It's got to mean something. Derpa derpa smurpa herpa ferpa.
I don't think it means anything.
There you go. It doesn't mean anything.
Somebody did it because they wanted, just like the people who graffitied it and stuff like that.
No, don't come to a conclusion though, especially on a live stream. We don't know who did it. We don't know why. That is literally the end of the story.
I guess. I mean, like I said, I feel like it's a safe assumption that it was just like the people who were graffitiing it.
A safe assumption. Is that why you still believe in the globe? Because it's just a safe assumption?
Yeah, it's
wow. Yeah, never mind then. I've said my piece, and you've obviated yourself as a fucking retard.
No, a retard comes to any conclusion, but a conclusion that seems the most likely is not retarded. If it seems more.
But if it seems most likely to somebody with cognitive deficiencies such as yours, then it is kind of retarded.
Hey,
sure, but then how could I be blamed for coming to that conclusion? If I came to that conclusion,
see what's happening? We're already going down the rabbit hole. Stop talking about this. That's the last I'll say. Stop talking about it. Otherwise, you're just giving the beast attention, and you know it. So stop it.
There is no fucking beast, man.
You know what I mean? You're giving this attention. They want that from you. They don't want you to fucking focus on even that the Earth measures flat. They want you to say, "Gosh, who blew up the Guidestones and what's the implications?" and derp a smurp. You're wasting time talking about it.
Did you listen to what I said about the Guidestones? That they were a proof for flat Earth?
No, they weren't. They have nothing to do with flat Earth. Yes, they were. Oh, okay, but now they're destroyed, so there's no even reason to talk about it. Now someone will be like, "Oh, well, you don't know that's exactly what it said. You could just be doctoring that information. It's over, guys. Just stop talking about it." Ugh.
I gotta.
Hello.
I gotta admit, what. I mean, even that's not really that much of a serious thing, or necessary to think about. But I think sometimes we tend to forget how what kind of let's say smart people they have regarding influencing our minds. I mean, the whole devices that we use these days, all this flooding of information that goes into our consciousness, so to say, in our mind, is so huge, so enormous, that they can literally, like, if you're a person that is not aware of much things that you're being fed to, either through whatever information that device it might be or source, you can really be programmed in whatever way or shape, form. I mean, it could even program fake woke people, I mean, that's actually, I think that's what they do, They also they create whatever kind of person they want. I mean, as long as we are so highly addicted to this stream of constant information, we can never be sure of that anything that we actually get is, 100% good for, evolving in our thinking as a person. Not saying evolving in a term of evolution or what other crap, but I think sometimes the best thing we can actually do is just enjoy the things we see, nature, clinking out of all this internet stuff and so forth, and maybe just relax, and I mean, at the end of the day, what does it matter? I mean, I gotta admit, it's also my problem sometimes. I think if we think too much about these people, even acknowledge them as being something elite or extremely smart, superior, or they can control the next whatnot, I think we actually do what they want us to do, right? Like, I think as a metaphor, what Glad Flope said, like feeding the beast, so to say, even though it actually never had any power.
If you want to stop feeding the beast, then vote with your money. Buy consciously. Do not buy stupid things. Do not get your, TV or your streaming service or whatever. Buy something that is useful, something that can, broaden your mind and help someone else, rather than consume and buy the trinkets that they want you to buy. Buy honest food. Don't buy cheap. Buy honest food from honest sellers. And then you have to pay more. So what? But that's the issue. People want more for less.
Right.
And then they fall into that trap.
We want more, and spend less time and energy and effort and so forth. Because, we have been I mean, not trained, but we train ourselves to be that way, through the society that we have been born into, right? That everything needs to be fast information, fast food, fast, quick, and easy happiness and whatnot. Even though if we think about a good apple tree, for example, everything that wants to bear good fruit, it needs a lot of time and effort.
Yeah, it's kind of like the globe. A lot of people will support the globe, like Osho, and the many others out there. But the moment they would say, okay, you know what? I'm going to dedicate this year, just by doing long distance observations, comparing every observation I do in different weather, in different time, and compare it to the globe model geometry, then he can come to a conclusion. But as long as he buys into, or the Globers buy into NASA and TV and the easy assumption, the low effort knowledge or fantasy, and I mean low effort because you don't do anything, then you end up with cheap shit, conflicting stories. It doesn't work out. That's why they are, already busy with throwing out Einstein, because it doesn't work out with, a lot of calculations and observations they do now. And it's a constant stream of cheap things because they use it from the assumption, not a measured value, but an assumption value. It's the cheap way. I don't have to do it again. I don't have to reinvent the wheel. They are lazy in their heads, and they will be lazy in their minds and their bodies because, the internet is a great tool. Everything comes to me. No, you have to go outside. You have to do things. If you want to help someone, you cannot help someone drowning while sitting behind your computer. No, you actually have to be there in the water with someone to prevent them from drowning.
Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, I think, for me personally, it always comes down to that Bible verse I like, vanity or vanity, everything is vanity. Everything that man does at the end of the day, putting it into the face of death at a certain point, everything we collect or do or create is indeed vanity in the face of death. So for me, it just makes a lot of sense when it says do not collect any treasures here on earth, but up in heaven, right? Where no one can steal it. Or where it can't be destroyed by moths and whatnot. As sad as it might sound, but on the other hand, it's actually nice because then okay, I'm just gonna completely surrender my life and just let him do everything,
Yeah,
and then it actually, and out of this, the paradox is then it gets purpose for some reason.
But on the other hand, I collect books because they got information.
Right.
A lot of those books are no longer in print, have been scrubbed from libraries, and are unavailable to people. If I collect them, and when I die, they go to my family, that information is still preserved, and people have a choice to read it or not. They have a choice to destroy it or not.
Right.
But for now, I have that, I treasure that, because the material, but the information. that's in there that can help someone else or myself when I need to.
Right. Excuse me. Sorry, dude. Are you from? Is that dude from Holland? Are you from Holland? You sound like. Have you heard of the Orlinda book?
The what?
The Orlinda book found in Holland.
Yeah.
It's a great book. I'd highly recommend it.
Yeah, it's about Doggerland.
Yeah, have you heard of it? You know the Frisian people then? Frisian.
Yeah, I would count myself as a Frisian.
Right, so do you think you hail from the Scythian tribe then? Or is that something... Do you know what the Scythian tribe is?
I wouldn't go into that. I am just a mixture of a lot of things. I was born in West Friesland, so...
What do you look like?
Check my profile picture.
Is that what you look like?
Yeah, that's me.
You look like a legend, dude. How tall are you? How tall are you?
5'7".
5'7"? Oh my god. And what happened? These people I'm thinking of are like 6'5". They were small. In fact, I think Dutch is the tallest people, aren't they?
Yeah, but I got a lot of Asian blood in me.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. And this other guy, you German? Clay Under the Seal.
Yeah.
Have you looked into the Goths? The Goths were legendary people.
What?
Goths.
Goths?
Yes. Before we knew it was Germany.
What? Can you maybe describe what that is? Maybe I've heard of that, but not the specific. I have problems with remembering names and stuff.
Well, I'd highly recommend a channel on, YouTube, I suppose. ThemTube.
What it's about?
I'd highly recommend anybody go to somebody called Asher Logos. Asher Logos. He's brilliant. And he goes through all the Orlinda book, and he does a brilliant narration, and it's like put to pictures, and it's absolutely fantastic. And you really learn.
Can you send them to me, maybe? Because I'm on my phone, and I have some.
I'd watch it on Odyssey because I don't know if I'm allowed to actually send people.
Yeah, if
to
you can
Odyssey
personally send me something about that. But describe me first. What is it about? What
it's fantastic. It's fantastic. What do you look like anyway? Have you got blue eyes? Have you got blonde hair? Because for a while I was obsessed with blue eyes and blonde hair.
I have blue eyes, and when I was a kid I had very bright blonde hair. Now it's more like a brownish blonde. In the sun it still looks blonde, but it's not that extremely blonde. It's just like brown blonde, if that makes sense, like golden bronze, something like that. You know?
Yeah, you've got to watch this dude, man, because he makes you realise that Hollywood has told us this story about who the Goths were, and it's not like that at all. They were legendary. They were fucking ass whoopers. And nobody could beat them in battle. Nobody. Only another army that had mercenaries who were also Goths even stood a chance against them. But of course, Hollywood portrays them as this. Raggedy
Could they resist a lot of pain?
Well, I imagine it were all about honor. Just as the Orlinda book points out, it were all about honor.
Because
the exact opposite of Rome.
For some reason, I never broke a thing in my life, but I had so many accidents where should I have broken something on my body, and I also have a huge pain resistance.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know anything about that, but I'm just going to post this thing. Hopefully, this will. I'm a bit of a technophobe, so hopefully this will work.
Andy, I posted something in Livestream Voice Text channel. Is that the channel you pointed to?
That's where I've just posted. Anyway, it's a link to Odyssey, and it says, "Look Asher Logos" in the title. It's fantastic. Just look at the stuff about the Goths, especially if you're German. any Germans I meet, I'm like, you've got to look into Goths because they were legends. And, most Germans don't know anything about that stuff, and I certainly didn't. But again, I mean, you've got to take it with a pinch of salt, but what I like about it is what we know about them was written by their enemies, which says an awful lot to me because, well, we know how it is now. History is a bunch. It's just a story agreed upon. It's just a bunch of lies. So the fact that their enemies talked about these people in such a way that they're all about honor, and it's like, it makes you sort of your hair stand up on back of your neck, like just what we've divulged into from what these people were, because they went everywhere. The Goths, they went to New Zealand, they went to India, they went to South Africa, obviously. They literally went to every continent. They went to Scotland, because the tartan that they use in Scotland, you've seen with tartan, the material from the kilts and shit like that, that's derived from the Goths. So, yeah, you got to watch this dude, man. He's really done his homework. I think he thinks the world's a ball. Don't hold that against him. But yeah, I'm going to leave him a comment years ago, well, probably about 2019 or something, saying, "You've missed the biggest lie of all." But whatever. He's done his own work in this arena, going back to the Greeks and the Romans and all that, and it's so fascinating, and gives you because I don't know if anybody's interested.
The thing is, there's so much that has happened on this plane already.
Yeah.
In the past, that it's actually impossible for us who are born into this. It's almost like as if you're born onto a piece of puzzle. Okay, especially in this deceptive time that we live in today, where everything has been manipulated, especially even the shape of the very thing you're living on. So you're like a guy that has been born into that one little puzzle around thousands of other historical events and puzzles, and you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want, but you will never be able to completely get a full picture, collecting all the little pieces of puzzles to really see for yourself what all the things there have been that happened on this plane. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't even think that these groups that we call elite or superior or royal or whatnot, that they know everything. You know what I mean? Like,
they know a lot more than us, though, don't they?
Yes, maybe, yeah. But
the thing is, I didn't take some sacred oath to a brotherhood, so I can come here and say whatever the fuck I want. Well, kind of, almost.
Right.
You cannot say that word. You cannot say that word.
There's a lot of things I can't say thanks to YouTube, but yeah, I can say pretty much anything and not have to look over my shoulder because I didn't sign any sacred oath like these people did. So,
right.
And as I say, it's a privilege to come here and speak and just.
All right.
I mean, in some ways, I have to come here just to, talk to other people who can't, because I'm preaching to choir with most things here.
Let's get to what's really important, guys. We're talking about tough situations, right? So I'm being goofy. I apologize preemptively, but so I have a mixed beans mix: pinto, black beans, white, navy, and kidney. Something along those lines. It's like 5 different beans. Definitely pinto. Definitely kidney. Definitely black beans. And there's a white bean in there, like a small white bean. I can't remember its name. Is it navy? Maybe navy. Whatever the case.
Soaking beans. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. So 72 hours. I've never done it this long before, but there was this old lady on YouTube. She was like, "Yeah, you got to do this. Check it out. The water will bubble. It will get foamy. It will get bubbly foamy. If you have a mud room or some kind of extra room or basement or somewhere in your house that you can kind of stink up or has good ventilation or something, that's probably best. But like on day 3, it's really getting wild. But the fact of the matter is, over and over again, I'd do a 2-day soak or a 36-hour soak, and lo and behold, you cook it for 8 hours, you cook it for 12 hours, and still, you still got some hardness in the beans. And I did a 72-hour soak, and I did a 24-hour. I did 12 hours on high and 12 hours on low in a crock pot. That's what I did as far as the cooking goes. And they're perfect. They're perfect. I'm just excited, and seeing as how the whole world's going to go up in flames, I figured I'd give you some of this wisdom for when we're all eating beans and rice for survival. So you're welcome.
Thanks for that. Meanwhile, Earth's radius is falsified. Everybody.
And another thing I can highly recommend for everyone, especially when you have some free land around you and just woods in general and so forth. Get a book about weeds, like free growing weeds. Like I don't know if that's the correct English term, but there's a lot of plants that herbs. There's a lot of plants just widely growing that we don't know of that you can actually eat. So we don't need to starve. Even winter you can still find things that you should just eat. But we never have really learned anything about that. That everything is there that provides us food, at least for staying alive. No, not saying that you can gain a lot of weight from eating these greens, but it will keep you going.
Well, anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there for everybody. A little goofy, but yeah. Some vegetables are prolific too. Go ahead, Modest.
It's good to share food tips, because food is the essential thing that keeps you thinking straight.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, the spaghetti squash, you can just let one go, like 6 months, 9 months, maybe even a year. Just set it aside in your basement or something, and then cut it open. You'll see a ton of, like, hundreds, maybe 200 or 300, 400 sprouts, and you could literally grow. Well, you don't need to even plant all that much, because each plant proliferates. Like, you could just plant one sprout and it'll give you a bunch of spaghetti squash. But from one spaghetti squash you could get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, if not even thousands, of spaghetti squash just from one. And so there's a lot of foods like that it's really really amazing. I took one onion, store-bought onion, organic onion, and planted it to let it sprout, and then planted it, let it go to seed, and I got almost 200 seeds off of this one onion. I'm just like, I mean, imagine that you spend $1.70 or so, $1 to $2, and there you have technically $150 to $200. Right. If you think about it that way, and I don't have the time, I don't have the space, I don't. Well, try to try to find a way.
And also, if you practiced it, like small scale, you can go full guerrilla gardening if you don't have the space yourself.
Yeah, guerrilla garden. See, that's some stuff right there that's really cool. The guy 123 Home Free on YouTube, he does guerrilla grazing with his sheep. Dude's living the sweet life as a homeless guy. You gotta check him out sometime.
I'm just going to recommend what I recommended the other day, which is sauerkraut. That's what everybody should be eating, sauerkraut. Fermented foods in general, you should be eating.
Oh yeah, fermented foods are very good. Oh, sorry for interrupting.
It's said that the Germans lived on, the ones that were sent to the gulags lived on nothing but sauerkraut, and that is testament, because we weren't designed to live on one thing. I mean, eggs would probably be my choice because they contain a bit of everything. Avocado is a sort of that way too, but sauerkraut is what I always recommend to everybody, because I think that with wheat is pretty bad for everybody, our modern wheat. And I think back in day, so let's just say 70s or 80s, we used to have milk, real milk, and cheese, and that bacteria ate the wheat. And now it's all pasteurized, so that we don't get that good, microbiome. So you need that fermented cabbage.
When I remember the basement of my grandma, for example, every time I visit her, and I was in the basement sometimes, she had like 3 huge shelves with everything from her garden being put into glasses, and you could eat that stuff like up to 3-4 years or whatnot, and that's what Germans actually did back in the days where you had no refrigerator or something.
It's before freezers and stuff like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Makes
and that stuff is actually very healthy, like fermented vegetables and so forth. It actually preserves a lot of essential things, if not making certain type of foods like sauerkraut, for example, even better than eating the raw kraut.
Yeah, so that's what I'll always recommend. That's made with salt rather than, vinegar, which is how you pickle a thing. So I forget sometimes because I just start talking and I realise some people aren't on that level yet, and you have to go backwards a long way to sort of start from the beginning. And it annoys me a little bit because I forget, and then I think, oh no, they don't know what I'm talking about.
and
sorry, everybody.
Speaking of scientific method and all that kind of lingo, vinegar is the effect, not the cause.
Well, I'll leave all that scientific nerd shit to you guys. I mean, QE seems to have got that down. So I'm more interested in why we do the things we do. I like the psychology behind it, but the nerdy shit, the maths in particular, that's my weak point. I understand that it's a language.
Yeah, I'm just saying that vinegar is what is the result of a ferment, not the cause.
Oh, I got it. It's very good. Very good. I can appreciate it from afar, but I can't really join in and say, what's the cause and effect? Because I've just lost the, But I appreciate it. I like the fact that QE gave me a foundation to say, science is the investigation into the physical and natural world in order to discover a cause and an effect. That's enough for me. The psychology. I like psychology. I've always been interested in it. So I studied Jung. I studied Bernays. I studied the Buddha, the very first psychologist. I like to know why we do the things we do. So I can join in on that part of conversation.
I just find it interesting that that there are certain things that our ancestors might have done 100 years back that are actually pretty smart, and not a bad thing to do. For example, food preservation, but so many other little neat things that that I come along that I haven't heard of or forgot that my grandma used to do and so forth that actually are good to know, especially when we might have a problem with energy or whatnot. I mean, I'm not saying that that's not artificial, but I guess there's just some old things which is a good thing to to go back to as a technique for whatever reason it might be, to just know how it works, right? I mean, some people these days don't even know how to plant a seed and harvest food. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I'd be one of them.
Oh, okay.
I'm botany as well. Is another weakness of mine, and I'm very lazy. I have an idea, like celestial navigation. I have a good idea of how it works, but if I was ever in that situation, I'd be completely fucked. Perfect.
Yeah.
I understand I need 2 straight lines and some circles are equal altitude. Beyond that, I'm like, what do I do? No, I'd be screwed. But I have an basic idea.
That's where I also, by the way, like where communion comes in as human beings, because if you look at small villages still as of today in certain countries, you just have this balance of the farmer doing the farming stuff and he has a lot of knowledge about that. Then there's the guy who has maybe a lot of knowledge with building or being very technical, can help other people in the village. Then there's maybe the woman that, or the man, but mostly woman, that maybe can create great clothing, and so forth. This balance of, and I'm not saying that someone could do all the things. Maybe you can learn all of that, but I think this great balance of knowledge is really something that you don't see often anymore, actually more like in remote villages or countries that are not yet having the infrastructure of the what is the right term, let's say, of our society. I don't think that anyone in here in the voice in the chat is living in a remote village where you still have that kind of balance that I'm talking about.
Another recommendation is CBD oil. Big time. CBD oil. A wonderful thing. It'll help you sleep. It'll get you relaxed. It won't get you stoned in any way, so you don't have to worry about that, unless it's got the high THC content, obviously. But CBD oil, I only seem to come in here and just recommend things. And that's fine. But CBD oil is a great thing, and I think that's probably I don't know. There's all that stuff about cannabis being banned all those years ago. I don't know. There's certain things where I think, I don't know. It just seems to me that, that was banned for a good reason, and certain other things, because it's so essential for us. So hemp oil is good as well. But if you can get the full spectrum, that's why I'm jealous of you Americans. Any Americans listening now, you can get the full spectrum CBD, the good stuff, and you will feel better, I assure you.
The thing is, I think there's so much in nature, especially when you look into the wild flowers that you can eat and so forth. There's so many things that are beneficial that we're, just because we have not looked into it, not really aware of, but that we can actually go back to every time as we like. That's actually what I'm going to do the rest of this year. I'm really gonna focus my knowledge, focus on gaining much more knowledge about just the forests around here. Not here. I mean, this is a whole different flora, but in Germany. And just
whereabouts do you live in Germany then? Because I love Germany. It's on my bucket. I ain't got many things I want to do, but one of my things I've always wanted to do is like eat bratwurst in Bavaria, or you know what I mean, stuff like that. Just silly things. That it's like, well, that's nothing, but it's very achievable. Is my point. It's not difficult, is it? Sauerkraut and sausages.
I would highly recommend the best bratwurst. No, the best sausage I ever ate in my life was actually in Bavaria, in a Brauhaus, in the Münchner Brauhaus, the original Brauhaus.
Awesome.
And you get like it's a white sausage with like there's a mustard, the sweet sour mustard, and it's like it melt like it's pork and it melted in my mouth and so forth. I'm not eating. I don't eat flesh anymore, but when I used to, that stuff.
That's probably because you refer to it as flesh.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? I'm not, I don't condemn anyone who eats meat. I think meat is a great thing.
I admire that. That's great. I mean, I was a pescatarian, I guess, for a few years, and
yeah, I'm a pescatarian.
Yeah, I don't eat much red meat, to be honest, but I do. I don't know. I go with wind on that one a little bit, like where wind blows. Sometimes I can go months and months, and let's put it this way: I'm always impressed and I'm always happy when I've got a meal without any meat. If there's no meat, really enjoy it. I go, wow, that's like a bonus. So, I get it. I appreciate. I admire that. And vegans, holy shit! How these people?
No, I can't. I tried.
That's nuts.
Yeah, no, I tried doing vegan for like a few days, but it just the only thing that was on my mind all day was food. What would I eat at the end of the day? And it just annoyed me so much, and I can't get over the nice Italian things like Parmesan cheese and mozzarella and pizza with cheese and whatnot. Cheese especially. So no, there's just these things that are too nice.
I got a question.
Also,
what's the? Oh no, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. Go on. I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask a question. What's the difference between eating meat and eating plants?
A step.
What's that?
I said a step.
A step?
Yeah, a step. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, so you go from eating plants to eating the thing that eats plants. Did you know that plants eat dead animals? Did you know that?
Yeah, I guess so.
So what's wrong with eating animals?
I'll tell you what's wrong with it. If you eat meat every meal and you eat a lot, and bloody hell, I've seen them portions you have in America. They are fucking ridiculous. Get the portion size down.
That's an opinion. Anyway, keep going.
No, that's a fact.
No, that's your opinion. Keep going.
Let's not go into the vegan.
Wait one second.
I just want to know the difference between eating meat and eating anything else.
I'm not going to get on the moral side of it. I'm just telling you, if you eat meat, if you eat meat every meal, and a lot of it, it will putrefy in your tubes and it will block them up. I assure you of that.
Okay, so why hasn't that happened to me yet?
Because you're probably very young, my
40 years old, and I've eaten a shitload of meat, and I only have gut problems when I don't take care of my gut otherwise.
We eat lots of vegetables with it.
Yeah, I eat lots of vegetables too. Fruits, vegetables, meats, anything.
The vegetables push the meat through. So keep doing that.
It's called fiber.
Sure. But what's the difference? What's the real difference between eating meat and eating the things that eat the meat when the meat dies?
Oh, listen, I'm not going to fucking start with moral stuff with you.
It's not morals. I'm asking what the difference is.
No, I'm telling you, I eat plenty of meat, so I'm...
I know, I can tell. So, but listen. Listen, I want to know the difference.
Yeah, the difference is Gospel already said, it's just one more step, You just eat the thing that ate the plants. You know what I mean?
So there is no difference then.
Well, here's an interesting thing from a logical. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
It's an interesting thing that logic, I think, can answer some of these questions. So, like, what do mushrooms do, for instance? What do? They have little mycelium that stretch out all over the place, and they supposedly transport nutrients from one place to the next, and mycelium networks supposedly...
We are more like mushrooms than anything else, apparently. That's a really good thing to bring up.
I'm not making that argument.
No, but I'm just saying we're more like mushrooms than plants. That's
Anyway.
Wow.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is that there's this interesting thing about the function of a mushroom and what it can do that we might not necessarily be. So let me give you an example. If you just eat dirt, it usually doesn't work out very well for you in the long term. But it just so happens that the things that are in dirt happen to be in other places in different quantities and proportions that are good, that otherwise eating dirt wouldn't be the solution. You can't just skip the step. It needs to be in its proper place. So
don't go knocking dirt.
He's saying there's tons of vitamins and minerals in dirt, but you need the right ratio for your body to be able to assimilate it.
Yeah, that's my point. So it just so happens that there are really efficient processors. Okay, using that term in a broad sense, not like a technological sense, but like in a literal, they process. Like there's different creatures. I'm including plant life as a type of creature because it's root creation, whatever. There's different things that process other things that apparently make things better than in their source or origin.
Exactly. So that's a great statement.
It's a matter of logic, is all I'm trying to say.
Right. But the interesting thing is in nature. If you look at our processing facility in our body, which is the digestive system and the length of it, if you compare the length of your digestive system as a human being, which is a very complex digestive system, right? It takes a lot of time for the body to take in everything that it needs from the food that you're digesting. If you compare it to carnal animals, that eat flesh on a daily basis, they have very, very short digestive systems that are actually capable of even eating rotten meat, actually things that would kill us essentially if you eat enough of it. Because of that short digestive system, some animals can even eat their own poop and so forth. Like
dogs eat cat poop. Okay, listen. My question still remains: what is the difference? Why do people choose not to eat meat and think that it makes any difference? Why do they do that?
For me personally, I had always had some my digestive system felt a little bit overloaded when I ate meat, and when I stopped doing that, it just felt a little bit lighter, and that's the only reason I do it. I don't really care about this whole drama about killing things.
No, exactly. This is what I was going to say. I was just going to say,
it happens anyway. There will always be people who want meat and so forth, so I don't really care about the tons of animals and the water and blah, blah, blah. It's just about me at the end of the day, like everyone else, It's always about us, but certain things
on this surface level, we're all different, aren't we? I mean, on the surface level. And some people seem to thrive without meat, and good luck to them. That's what I say.
You know what? I think Gospel nailed it. I don't think there's any difference other than what Gospel said. There's different ratios of nutrients that we all need in different things, but there's really no other difference.
No, I was listening to this vegan having this ridiculous debate the other day on Made by Jim Bob's channel.
All right, guys. All right. This shit I don't like, all right? This is the same shit with Globers and Flat Earthers. You guys fucking attack vegans and vegetarians thinking you're somehow no more than
it's not an attack, bro.
I just said I admire them.
No attack.
Listen to what you just said. Listen to what you just said. Why do they think meat is not?
Yeah, I'm asking a question based on the fact that there's no difference.
Do your research on it, bro. Do your research on it. There
what do you mean, do your research? That doesn't help.
Do your research on it. I'm a vegan,
that's just words. Yeah, that's why you're emotional.
You're researching on. That's all I'm saying. In the subject,
plenty of research.
Don't attack it.
And what makes you think I haven't?
I know you haven't, because if you did, you wouldn't be talking so stupid. I'm serious.
No.
It's ridiculous.
See, I already did the research. That's why I'm asking the question, bro.
Oh, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You don't. I'm a vegan.
I'm a vegan. That doesn't mean that it's the correct decision. It just means that it's something you're doing. It doesn't mean it's the correct decision. Oh, I'm a vegan.
We shouldn't be talking about this at all, because we should talk about the good things of food. We should talk about the good things of food and not the things that divide the different eaters.
I just want to know what's the difference.
Let people eat what they think is good for them and what tastes good to them.
That was my point.
There is no reason into dietary
chill out, man. Let me get some words in here.
And worse.
Damn. One is better for you, one is not. So just look it up and find out why. That's all you got to do. Stop attacking. I'm tired of people attacking vegans and vegetarians. It's annoying.
Take it personally, would you? I'm just asking a question what the difference is.
You literally came in on me saying...
Always on this Discord that this problem arises. Every fucking time. It's just annoying.
Yeah, dude, I just said people are vegans and thrive.
Just real quick point. The point is that first of all, Modest Monkey is a mod. Pun in the first part of his screen name. I think that's on purpose. Maybe it's pretty punny in my opinion. But his point was to he made it very clearly. I'm just reiterating his point. He made a very good point. It shouldn't be a topic in the first place. Okay, we veered off the road a bit, right? But for the sake of propriety, guys, Modest Monkey's point was a good point.
Definitely.
Like, this is called internet etiquette, and when you know that there's contentious topics, you try to use strategy and
a little bit of tact,
and all, and so just what Modest Monkey said. I'm just yay for what Modest Monkey said. It was spot on. I agree.
Yeah, we shouldn't make each I think it's important that the same way as, let's say as me as a pescatarian respect someone who likes a lot of meat or likes meat in general or whatnot, should not bash each other about it. It's really not.
I'm not bashing anybody. I still haven't gotten the fucking answer. All I want to know is what's the difference.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying in general. Not
the best answer I got was look it up. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
That's ridiculous. Really? So what do we tell Globers?
So let's not get emotional. That's all I'm gonna say. Not getting too much emotional.
I can send you all the information. You're gonna look at it? I doubt it, because you're gonna act like a Glober in this situation. You fucking people are all the same sometimes, man. It's ridiculous. Talking about you have an open mind. You're right. You close it to other things.
Everyone is the way they are. Trust me, I had a lot of discussion about this topic. There's much you can present to people about this, but it's really up to them to actually accept.
It's the same thing with the Glober, dude. It's the same.
Yeah, I mean, I just find it weird, coincidentally, that if you look at the structure of a human being and its digestive system, and you compare it to other only vegetable eating animals, for example, that they all have a very long digestive system that takes a long time to eat stuff, and also you compare their mouth and their teeth and so forth, and then you're
missing
and even that comparison doesn't work. That comparison doesn't work because you don't have multiple stomachs.
Let me talk. You're missing the
You don't have multiple stomachs. You only have one.
You're cutting out, Fraud. Your mic is cutting out.
He's not paying attention. They're eating the grass straight from the ground. They have to grind it. So that's why they have 4 stomachs. We're not supposed to eat grass, dude. There are certain things we're supposed to eat. Okay? This is why people don't understand the Bible. No, I don't believe in the Bible, but it tells you what to eat and what not to eat. Why you could and why you couldn't. Okay? If you don't want to agree with that, then do your own thing. But don't bash something you don't know about.
I'm not bashing anyone. I'm not bashing anyone. I want vegetarians, vegans, meat eaters, whatever eaters. I want them all to enjoy their food. And I want a discussion about taste or, tips about how to enhance your enjoyment of food. I don't want to infight about I have this diet, I have that diet, and why is this better, why is that better? I don't give a shit. I want people to have a normal conversation about what they think is good for them, and you don't have to worry about what is good for another, because food is a personal choice. Keep it that way. And keep your food politics out of it. That's, if I would go food politics, I would slam all of you out of the ring. I've worked 10 years in the food industry. I know shit about food that most of you don't even understand, because it's more chemical than you would ever imagine.
Yeah, so thing is, it's just such a complex topic in a certain way. What is just important is that the same as with Flat Earth, we should put emotions out of it, and just that. I mean, even if we talk to someone who has a complete separate diet, whatnot. I'm not saying it should be a banned conversation where you cannot objectively talk about why this diet and that is better, but we should not put our emotions into it. If someone who eats meat is happy with eating meat, then he can eat meat. If someone else doesn't want to have anything with animals, then he doesn't want to have anything with animals. If someone wants to eat just vegetables and fish and so forth,
Segue. Witsit. 10 to the 35 meters? What is that? That's like trillions and trillions and trillions of miles, right?
It says negative 35.
No, that's just... Oh, what? That's beyond atomic.
What?
Yeah, basically all the quote is saying it doesn't work on the quantum scale.
If he's really serious about 10 to the negative 35, that's referring to a size infinitely smaller than atoms.
Yeah, it's just quantum. It's the quantum comment.
Yo, dude, Witsit, I just want to say hello.
Stupid.
I watched the tour, man. I loved it. I absolutely love that tour, dude. And you've got balls like fucking watermelons. Every time I watched it, I thought, is this the one where he gets attacked? Yeah, he usually was. So, dude, awesome. And well done for getting arrested for freedom of speech in front of the founding fathers, no less, with so-called Americans cheering in the background. I mean, that's fucking ridiculous.
Thank you, bro.
But amazing, dude. Amazing.
Yeah, these people, I don't understand that in America. I tested that in Germany, but in America, people tend to freak out about cameras a lot for some reason. I watch these auditing stuff and so forth, and also on Witsit stream. Why are these people so annoyed about you filming and also maybe spreading information? What is the deal with it? I mean, I just don't get it. I mean, you could have been talking about the blue sky or whatnot. People wouldn't care, but for some reason, just because you talked about this controversial topic, they didn't want to hear that at all. Like, I think that I can't remember correctly, but there was like this one guy in the background, right? That was it multiple people? Anyways, it was just a weird and odd situation of people just applauding for someone for his rights to be violated, and especially in a country like you guys have, where people are proud of being of having free speech and so forth. So weird things.
25 orders of magnitude.
Yeah. So, like, if you look at this picture, this is what quantum says an electron looks like. And so you see the little dots all around the interior circle.
Sure.
They say that the electron is in all those places at the same time.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, which just goes to show you that obviously what they call electrons is wrong. But now this is what's interesting. So the reason that quantum, like the most layman way to explain why quantum and relativity can't coexist, is because according to relativity, each one of these little dots would have to bend and warp space-time. So does the electron bend and warp space-time, or does it not? Does it do it everywhere? Does it only do it where you measure? Because the quantum says, well, this electron is in all these places at the same time, but you can never know the radius of any single electron until you choose to measure it. So you see the problem, right? Because that would have, you know, a ton of issues trying to map out curvature of space-time relative to that electron. So like the fundamental, you know, electric, what they call particle, debunks relativity.
Would they not argue that it has a cumulative effect? And that's how they measure it, is based on the cumulative effect rather than the individual effect?
Each individual physical mass would warp space-time. This is a conundrum. They don't even. There's no answer. They don't have an answer. Admittedly, there's no answer. That's why they're trying to come up with quantum gravity as the defining theory of everything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The bosonic system has replaced the Einsteinian system that replaced the Newtonian system. So the bosonic is the newest and greatest.
But actually, quantum is more experimentally valid than, you know, relativity or the universal scale ever could be. Like, it's pseudoscience because they make up what it is, but we do see the actual effects. We can physically manipulate and isolate the actual effects. So it's like eons ahead of relativity. You know, it's funny, of course, relativity, to do the math, you have to break the quote-unquote universe into that are treated flat. And then you just calculate a curve rate with the presupposition of the bending of space-time. So it's identical to what they do with the globe. It's literally identical. You measure treating the surface flat in small portions. You assume it's curved. You calculate that scale. So that's why relativity can't explain things like black holes, like a singularity, because of the amount of curvature in one infinitesimally small area. So you can't even do that because you don't have a flat on it. So it's just very funny. I've been looking into all this stuff. It's just
where are you going to find all these quotes? What, like different places, or is there like how are you finding all these quotes?
A lot of the quotes come from The Principle.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of them come from there. And then I just I don't know, I've just been researching different comments about geocentrism versus heliocentrism, or using keywords like the Neo-Tychonic system or the Ptolemaic versus Copernican. Yeah, and then control F.
Sure.
And I found a letter from Einstein to Ernst Mach, and it's so damning, bro. But they basically hid the letter. Like, Google censored the letter. I had to use DuckDuckGo. Still can't find an English translation. All I could find was a German, like a copy of it in German, written in cursive.
Well, you got multiple people that were ready and willing to help. Did you see their messages?
I did talk to someone about it. Yeah, I don't know who all was willing to.
So Clay speaks German. The young guy Saya, he's a German speaker. We've got a handful of Germans.
Word. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what it says, but just before I present it, I just want it really definitive, because it's so damning, bro. Like the modern glober will have to throw Einstein under the bus and say he's just wrong. But because when you show them that they say that you can't prove the Earth's in motion, they try to say, well, he's talking about revolution, not rotation. So I dug and found point blank statements about the rotation.
Mm-hmm.
And they're very, very damning. So in summary, according to relativity, you can't prove that the Earth is spinning. All you can do is show a relationship that exists between the Earth and the sky, and there's a sidereal rotation, which, everyone knows that. Flat earthers know that as well. We just know the sky moves, So it's just funny because relativity says you could never prove it, but they try to say that's not true and that they have proven. And they talk about the pendulum and the gyros and weight distribution measurements, and that's pretty much all they have. But anyway, I just find it pretty funny because the Machian principle is effectively it requires matter to extend any type of motion to another body, and the idea being like if you had a hollowed sphere, if you will, and you had something in the center of it, if that sphere was moving, whatever was in the center of it would be affected by the external motion as well. And you can like demonstrate that, right? You can prove it. So there's like a drift over top of the earth that's tied with the sky. And they just hijack that and say the earth is spinning. And then in Michelson-Gell, they showed within 98% over and over that you can measure that sidereal motion through the ether. And it's kind of swept under the rug because he used the same methodology he used in Michelson-Morley, which detected no orbit. And so if there's no orbital motion, but there's sidereal rotation between the Earth and the sky, then there's only one option, which is that the sky is moving, right? Like that the Earth is the absolute frame. It's pretty interesting stuff. And then, like, of course, relativity, people have to say, well, everything's relative. But ironically, he had to have something absolute to compare everything to relatively. And so he chose light because it's pretty unfalsifiable. So he just said that light's absolute frame of reference and has a constant speed. That way you can compare everything to that relatively. So I don't know. It's just really wild. When you really look into it, bro, it's so obvious and clear to see. And I just think that there's not very many sources that break it down in real simple terms so where people can actually understand the story and how we got here. That's going to wake up the honest person. I know a lot of flat earthers, they were like, whoa, Operation High Jump, you know? I think that the actual historical timeline of events is what wakes up honest people.
It's one fake smart guy standing on the shoulders of another dwarf. You know how they say standing on the shoulders of giants?
Yeah.
It's the opposite. The opposite of that. It's all that man behind the curtain, Wizard of Oz type metaphor.
Yeah. I mean, Einstein couldn't even come up with anything, so he didn't come up with any of it. And every time he had a problem, he had to wait for someone else to mathematically fix it. And also the funny part is that it's not even agreed on how to work out his equations to this day. It's actually disagreed upon. So it's like, it was just mathematical necessity. And then hopefully we can try to figure it out, how to make it work, the equation. So it's like, it's just so misrepresented. I don't know. It's really kind of crazy. Like the math is not agreed upon on how to even get the answers, but to actually work it out. And then, of course, it doesn't tell you what gravity is. It just claims to describe what it does. So, I don't know. It's pretty crazy, man. It's just very metaphysical nonsense. It's pretty wild. But the truth is, most people don't understand it, and the Glovers don't understand it, so they'll just call you stupid. I think the greatest trick ever is you can say something really stupid, and the person that you say it to won't understand it, and therefore it can be conflated into profoundness. It's like, oh, that must be so profound that I couldn't understand it.
Yeah, for sure.
Or maybe it's just retarded.
What if with the universe and, gravity in the larger scale, they make the assumption of, let's say, the globe and the solar or the heliocentric model. And that's where they go wrong, because they constantly have to adjust. In the quantum and, let's say, particle physics, isn't it the assumption of the atomic model that leads them into never-ending calculations? Because they have to assume a starting point for, let's say, the globe. It's the spherical Earth and the radius, and for the atomic model, it's the trifecta of electrons, protons, and neutrons. And if they would step aside from those assumptions and look again at what it really is by, measuring and actual observation, maybe they would find out. But they don't, because they don't want to find out, because then the work stops.
And it's actually really all interconnected. So, like, atomic theory is based on materialism. So the idea that in a vacuum there's nothing there other than space and time. That's the
vacuum is a false word for emptiness. Vacuum just means no gas pressure. Yeah, so it would be a container filled with neutrons, electrons, and protons, where the protons and the neutrons would still be connected, and the electrons would be floating free. That would be a vacuum.
None.
Sort of. You can prove that there's electromagnetic fluctuations in a vacuum, and there's vacuum energy. But my point is that the reason that we got atomism in the first place is from materialism. Atomism comes from thousands of years ago, actually, like Neoplatonic take on things, but it's all about materialism, the idea that there's nothing beyond the material world. So it's kind of interconnected, ironically, but it still doesn't work. And so we have, like, quantum field theory is the ether. See, that's the funny part, is the ether actually is accepted on a mainstream scale. It's just not called that. So, ironically, everyone can throw a fit all they want to, but, you have to have a medium to sustain proper.
Is everybody having connection issues?
Yeah, he cut out on the last sentence.
Yeah, it's not just him. It's also fraud. Cutting in and out.
For me, it's fine.
I'm using the finger press shit, so that's why.
Oh, that'll do it. Yeah, I got you.
Is no one saying anything, or is it my connection?
No, we had a moment of silence. A moment of silence for the globe.
Anyways, guys, thanks for the conversation. I'm gonna head out and eat something. See you later.
Have a nice dinner.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, boy.
You know what I find funny is that you have a lot of Globers that say, yeah, but how do you explain earthquakes? And then they start talking about tectonic plates. And plates are flat. Otherwise, it would be upturned tectonic bowls.
Tectonic bowls.
The amount of mental gymnastics. Like if there were Olympics, Globers should definitely participate in that. They would be great at mental gymnastics.
Yeah. It seems to be a natural skill.
Think of one person that would win the mental gymnastics prize, and everyone knows his name. You all know his name, right?
There may be more than one, but you can.
Starts with an M.
There are a few I can call that are all close.
But yes, Platter said it. Yeah. Oh, and that was. I made myself a nice lunch. Too bad my fun story about my lunch turned into a little drama. It's too bad. Anyway,
well, regardless, I'm gonna try it.
Bro, the foam blew my mind. I was just like, oh, that's weird. That's weird. I'm gonna expect that is gonna change how my experience is after I eat the stuff, and I'll let you know tomorrow, or not tomorrow, probably Monday. No, I'm just playing.
Does it produce a lot of gas?
In the bowl, I had a big old stainless steel bowl that I was doing the soak in, and yeah, I mean it's a lot of foam. And then there's this whole thing about aquafaba, and that's a whole other thing with working with beans. But grain, I can't remember if this grain person is under the impression that Earth is a ball. Can you remind me, Grain? I know you were here yesterday.
Yeah, it's a listening pass.
Oh, I did that. I think Grain was one of the... here. Well, I'll unmute you. You should be able to say something. Grain. Does listening pass allow people to type in the live stream voice text?
I don't know.
I feel like it should. Oh well. Figured I'd ask. I'm probably the one that gave him the listening pass because probably said something like he didn't have a mic. Everybody likes to say, I'm just here to listen. I don't have a mic. I'm just here to listen. I don't have a mic.
Yeah, or the other one. I don't want to voice verified because I'm mute.
Oh, wow.
I meet more mutes in this Discord than I ever met in my whole life.
Sure, yeah, of course. Yeah, I might have only ever met one. Yeah, Platter, that's why I was saying 72-hour soak. I really think it's going to make a world of difference. Ridiculous. Text. Tony, you've been around more than once. Why do you still just have VC verified? Tony V. I guess your silence explains it. There you go. Alrighty.
It's a sad thing that Kosho doesn't actually fight for the globe anymore.
Oh, does he not? Is he like disinterested now?
Yeah, you know, I think, you know, when talking about the Guidestones, I think I put in the flat Earth. You know, kind of like maybe I could trigger him.
Yeah.
And he didn't. And it used to be, you know, at least 2 years ago, he would go on about it.
Oh, I remember.
Now he's here just, you know, for social talk.
Oh, I know. Yeah, the last few times I've seen him, he sounds so defeated. Maybe it's an act. I don't know.
I think they're waiting for Elon Musk to bring some new evidence.
This'll show them more.
Yeah, something like that.
Cartoons.
Maybe you know, they make a Tesla drive around on the moon, something like that.
The first Martian Tesla. Guy I listen to on the radio keeps on talking about artificial intelligence that exists, that you can input commands, custom commands, and it will take what you tell it and output basically any graphical representation of what you desire. So, like if you say, I want a goat, I want an orange goat riding a unicycle, playing the trumpet. It within seconds it'll give you an image of exactly what you just asked for. If that is a thing to any reasonable degree, then it stands to reason that they will have the means to easily convince anyone of nearly anything they want to.
I kind of missed what you said because I got an app from someone who sent me the link I posted.
Yeah. I was just talking about artificial intelligence and the scope that it apparently has could enable them to do just about anything they want in regards to convincing people, because they could be like, oh, step right up here and you can tell the Mars Tesla what you want it to do. Here, just tell it, okay, I'd like you to drive forward, take a right-hand turn, take a left-hand turn, and then take a right-hand turn and another right-hand turn. All right, well, here it goes. Look at it go. And it does exactly what he says. And you're like, oh, I'm convinced that thing's on Mars and it can do anything we want it. Oh, look at that. That's amazing.
You want to see some sick burnouts and some donuts.
Oh, no. I would ask, go to the nearest fuel station.
No, it's a Tesla.
It has to recharge.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's going to be a special Tesla that can use the sun.
They would start driving towards the sun.
So, no, always have some kind of excuse.
Oh, Tesla, would you mind do a parallel parking between two other vehicles? And then it would drive to the guys, you know.
The cameraman?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's thinking. What was going through those guys' minds when they were sitting there? It is such a mystery.
Well, I can tell you, they were all military test pilots with great careers prior the moon mission.
Uh-huh.
And there was a war going on, which they trained for all their lives to fight in, and they weren't allowed to fly.
Okay.
They were stuck in a stage.
That's good. Thanks for sharing that. I didn't really realize that aspect of what could have been going on in their minds. Just disappointment, not just about what they had just done, but about their lives in general. They're relegated to a new story.
Yeah, they at least for Armstrong, he was part of the X-15 crew, and he did like really experimental stuff.
Huh.
And you know, then he's relegated to become a puppet.
Yeah.
That would make you slump down.
It would. Yeah, that's honest. So they're really, and that's the thing about body language. It's hard to hide.
Yeah, and you know, like the article says the moon brought us together in '69, but there was a war going on. It was like the moon didn't help anything with the anti-war or the war itself.
True.
It was just another distraction of what was going on with the war.
Mm.
I think the part that brought us together would be it brought people together into the next distraction.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys are probably sitting there like, oh damn, I lost that friend in Operation Linebacker while I was doing a stage show. Damn, fuck me. That's what I read in those faces.
Mm-hmm. What is Operation Linebacker?
And that was a horrible bombing campaign over Vietnam, trying to bomb the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
Okay.
And the part of it was, you know, large carpet bombing with B-52s.
Mm-hmm.
And there were a lot of more localized fighter bombers doing excursions, all coordinated in one big US Air Force effort. And these guys probably knew a lot of pilots in there.
Yep. Makes sense.
While that was going on, they were doing the whole moon thing. Like, it's, yeah, you're kind of defeated because that's not what you trained for initially.
Oh boy. I think I've seen that article before.
Man, I think they did that in the 90s. And now they're doing it again?
You talking about the interviewing religious leaders to find out what would happen with the alien thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they do that every 10 years.
Yeah, do you think it has any correlation to the whole 1990, 91 or 92 Agenda 21 meeting?
I think it has to do more with how to create a one world religion.
Yeah.
Than anything else. Like, how can we merge the spiritual and the space stories into one?
Yeah.
I think that is also the purpose of science fiction movies.
Seems possible.
Like it's easier to invent something that people believe in than presenting that you have been fooling them all along.
You got old Mark Twain.
Yeah, but in this case, they started with the globe and then the heliocentric and then, the whole space stuff. They cannot, pull back cold turkey. So they have to create a new thing which people will believe in and have faith in, which might bring some sour news, but it is replaced by the new thing. So from aliens you go to the Antichrist or the new Messiah, which they then can control the narrative of because they created it.
Yeah. I'm getting this one. Oh.
Yes, old dude, that is exactly what they're gonna do. VR, augmented reality.
Yep. Yeah, I've been thinking the same thing.
Give you the sensation through the suit and take your mind away.
The Island, bro. That movie, the Scarlett Johansson and the other guy,
Ewan.
Yeah, Ewan McGregor. That movie was like,
The Island, that was freaking awesome. That was an awesome movie, dude.
yeah, it was a good movie. But the fact of the matter is, I think it provides a blueprint of exactly how they would, maybe not the organ harvesting, although yeah, maybe, but more about how they can trick people into giving them a dream. And
Well, here's the beauty about that movie. It was Hollywood. It was glamorized. It was fantastical, right? So you didn't even think that something like that could be real because the movie was done by Michael Bay. So it was. If you watch it again, compare it to Transformers, the first one. It's literally scene for scene, the action scene.
yeah, how is it exactly like it?
Sorry, bro. It's scene for scene. The action scenes are exactly the same, almost exactly the same. It's extremely fascinating when I watched it. When I was like, holy crap, this looks like Transformers, because I went back and watched it again because it was on, and I'd seen it first because I went to the theaters and watched The Island because Scarlett Johansson was freaking smoking hot in that movie. Holy cow! So I had to see it, but after it went to video and all that, I watched Transformers and I watched that a bunch of times. But then I watched The Island again. I want to say maybe a year or two ago. I was like, dang, this movie is almost exactly like Transformers. Just no Transformers. But dude, yeah, the underlying tone of that movie though was it was the glamour. It was really about the action and all of that. That's what they really wanted you to focus on. But if you pay attention to the underlying theme of it, that whole growing organs from your clone and then using them, because basically it's either sick people or people who think they're gonna be sick eventually, and just kill the clone and take the part. I mean that's pretty crazy, dude. That's a crazy idea.
Kind of sounds like Battle Angel Alita, where the people
well, that was different because there was somebody going around doing that.
Yeah, but you had the upper class in the clouds that harvested from the people down below in the junk. I don't mean the let's say the action movie, but the old.
Yeah, I saw the anime. No, I know that. That was one of my favorite animes of all time. Was Battle Angel Alita. The anime is awesome. That movie was kind of lame, but the anime was badass. I mean, and there even actually is a comic book about it too, even before the anime, which I didn't know.
Yeah, I got a few episodes of the comic, and I had the old anime movie. But that has kind of like the same story. People trying to escape the harvesting.
Yeah, because they were harvesting. Yeah, they were harvesting. You're right. Because now that I'm thinking about it, because like they had like an arena for fighting and stuff like that, and they would harvest certain parts or whatever. It was kind of weird.
I've got both.
Yeah, but that anime was awesome. That was sick anime. And it wasn't even that much action. It was just the story and just the way they pulled it off. It was pretty good. Well, like I said, that movie Elysium is a ripoff of that anime. That was with what's his name? Matt Damon.
You said Matt Damon?
Yeah, Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
Oh my gosh! Look at This is so funny. I'm just looking through my old external. Well, it's internal now, but it used to be on an external hard drive back in the day. But yeah, I got those movies while I was in college. I got the AVI file. I got .movs. I've got AVI. I've got MP4. Back in the early 2000s, when Kazaa and BearShare and all those things were going on.
Just about to say LimeWire, Glad.
Yeah, LimeWire. Did you just call me? Oh, Glad. You gotta see.
LimeWire, Torrent is one. All that stuff.
LimeWire was a thing too. Yeah.
LimeWire was like the backbone of a lot of other kind of those type of sites.
Oh yeah, because I was huge.
Yeah, like I had one bad experience where I just pulled in a horrible virus, and I was like, "No, I'm done ripping."
Oh yeah. The Rickroll was a thing way before Rickroll became a thing, where people would be like, they'd make special files that people would really, really want to download, but it wasn't what they thought it was. Trojan. That's why they call it a Trojan horse. That is why they call it that. Well, that's not why, but you get it.
Yeah, I remember a friend of mine, he got a dedicated computer just to pull out torrents. Like he was downloading non-stop all his university years.
Lucky Dancer. Have we talked before, Lucky Dancer? Is this really just the day of people not wanting to talk? Is this what's going on all day long? Or I'll even unmute AF. AF, say something. Can't unmute right now. Yeah, that's the same story for everybody all day long. It's amazing. Just amazing.
Secrets.
AF? All right, I'll put you back on mute then. Fine. Pathetic.
All right, keep your secrets.
Yeah, I really like those movies, but they should have cast somebody besides Elijah Wood. He plays that role so awkwardly. It's just awkward, constantly awkward. I don't know if I've ever seen a more awkward movie character.
You talking about the what's
Frodo.
that trilogy?
Yeah. Elijah Wood in Lord of the Rings. I kid you not. I think that the guy Billy Bob Thornton in Sling Blade is less awkward than Frodo. That's my personal opinion. It's just, I really like the movies, but if I could change anything, it would be casting somebody besides Elijah Wood.
I think it's sad that they used young guys to play the hobbits, even though, you know, Elijah had to play someone who was in his 50s.
Okay. So I listened to The Hobbit, but I never read through the books. So you're saying that they were older?
Yeah, basically, Frodo would be around 50 plus. Merry and Pippin. Pippin would be the youngest, at I think 19, and then Merry and Sam would be mid 30s.
Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Sean Astin, he's a good actor. I like that guy. Pretty good in the other stuff that he's been in. He did the movie Harrison Berger on. It's not a very popular movie.
I don't know. I don't remember him from any other movie other than Lord of the Rings, but I don't watch that many movies.
Harrison, it's right here, 1995. Here's the movie. Archive.org. If you ever want to watch it, there it is. There's a handful of other interesting movies on there too.
The Goonies with Sean Astin as a.
Oh yeah, that would be a big one that he was in.
Guys, let's not pick on Greta too much. If you were born in that family and put on stage, you would do the same fucking thing.
How dare you?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say.
Well, she's born in a family of film stars and actors, so yeah, just keep it in the family.
Yeah, you know, I just find it sad that, you know, when she was put on stage, you know, like, did she have a choice? You know, she was just told to play this act. And
Well, I agree with you on that front, but at this point, wouldn't you say she's proven herself? That if she, I mean, there's a lot of people that get thrown out there as kids, you know, in the public eye, and then they kind of disappear.
Yeah. You know, at this point, you know, I haven't seen much of her in the media, but like,
She's still doing the thing. Yeah, she's having rallies, like 3 and 4 and maybe even 5 people at a time are showing up at her rallies. It's she's really getting out there and speaking her mind, and she's gathering entire crowds of possibly. I mean, it's plausible that double digits groups of people have surrounded her at one point in time.
That is a frightening prospect.
Yeah, I'm not joking though. She really has. I'm not joking on both sides. She really is getting out there with a megaphone, acting like she's talking to a huge group of people on the things that she's passionate about. And there really are like single digit people, and they'll take a close up image, and then there'll be other people that are like, "Yeah, I was there. There was like 7 people there."
Yeah, I couldn't avoid it. The cops didn't want me to leave.
It's yeah, but whatever. I think that she's proven herself in her loyalties and interest at this point. So, free game as far as criticism goes. No victim. No victim. She's not a victim anymore.
Dang, man, you said 3 or 4 people.
Look it up. Look it up. Oh, man. Shit, I mean, I've outdone her with my live streams. Just saying.
Right.
Oh, we outdone her just with the Discord right now.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a fact.
Maybe you should try to go on Discord.
Yeah.
Up her numbers.
I really love this GIF. It's so great. Oh. I think it'd be fun to ask. I think it'd be fun to ask a Glober to be like, can you calculate how fast that ant is traveling?
Yeah, kind of the same speed as the guy at that clip with the guide stones. Maybe maybe it's the same one.
Yeah.
I don't think his legs are going fast enough. I think that's CGI. Gospel. What are you pulling on this?
You talking about the ant here?
Yeah, somebody get that ant a pilot's license for the military. He's going faster than any other plane, man. Fuck a Mach 10. Look at that.
He's circumnavigating the entire circumference of Earth 3 RPM.
Yeah, I mean
no. I'm sorry, RPS.
Right. 3 RPS.
3 RPS. That is I don't know what the times 60, so 180.
It's the ant that ate Amelia Earhart.
Probably.
I think they employed this ant at CERN.
It's the CERN ant. As that was coming out of my mouth, I was really hopeful that CERN ant was going to be like something that sounded like something else. It disappointed me, though. It didn't happen.
He does 8 leg taps per rotation with his front leg.
And he walks on water. That's also something Globers really need to learn, because he's actually doing what the Globers say. Go walk in a straight line, and you end up at the same place.
I can do the math here. 10,800. So what is it? 1,060 miles? Is that what they say? No. Never mind. Forget that. Times 24,901. Times 24,900. I'll tell you how many miles an hour. 268,930,800 miles an hour. That's how fast the ant is traveling. 269 million miles an hour.
69.
He's been going about 30 days since I've been watching him.
Yep, seems legit there. Seems legit.
Pretty much. I just scientifically calculated exactly how fast this ant is traveling, and therefore...
It's true. It has to be. It's science.
Yeah.
Yes, science!
He's in a jet stream.
That's what it is. So, what? He basically half the speed of light.
Just be happy that he didn't break the speed of light. Otherwise, we would have a problem with the Globers.
It would probably completely break Discord if there was, if it was just 7 rotations per second. That's all it would take, and you could probably break the space-time continuum and reality itself just by making a GIF of an ant running across the world 7 rotations per second. That's all it takes.
I'm fast as fuck, boy!
And I have to agree that it is a really good picture, movie, video, because you can see the stars are just like Hubble telescope stars. If you zoom in
one pixel that they extrapolate into some entire thing.
Yeah.
That is so disappointing. I don't know. I don't understand how anybody can be like a super fanatic in the NASA stuff, like super NASA fanboy, and find that out and not go, oh, I guess never mind then. But no, they like double down and they're like, oh my gosh, it's so amazing. I'm so glad they put this artwork together. Oh, it's so great. Right? I don't know. It's just...
Well, it's kind of like slot machines, I guess. They designed slot machines for lights and colors that would excite your brains in a certain way that it would be addictive.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Well,
I think, the artists at NASA, with all the funding they have, I think they also have some really good psychologists and marketing people that help them create those incredible, beautiful images that, you just become addicted.
So I've got a friend that has a telescope, and he shares his images, and his He shares his process. He shares his color, the color correction that he performs, all the different things. He shows his source image, and then what he did to it, and or a group of images that he puts together, like in an overlay. I get it. Like, there's stuff up there that's really beautiful. I'm not saying that there's not stuff up there that's beautiful, but the vast majority of what we're shown is artificial, and that's really sad.
Yeah, like I think if you would qualify it as art, it would make more sense. But it is the narrative that goes with it that poisons the well. Because there's a whole backstory to it, which could also be a form of art, but people just take it as science, even though it's admitted not to be.
Well, they say spectroscopy allows them to discern what elements, and therefore, here, look.
Yeah, I do it on 2 pixels, and I can determine every chemical that comes, is reflecting light. That's really stretching the imagination, at least for me.
I hear you.
They believe it. Something that I've been expressing for a little while now is that they're not able to separate the observation that we see from the narrative that they're provided. So that's why they're always asking us, well, why don't you believe in X, Y, or Z thing that happens to be in outer space? So, well said, Ivo.
Yeah. New folks in the server. Isn't that always true? What you talking about, Willis? Who are you referring to, Glatt? Oh, Kung Fu. Well, who is Kung Fu?
That's me, Fly.
Oh, okay. Blumito's been around. But yeah, say hello, Blumito.
Gary Weibanger.
Hello.
Howdy. Why do you? I've seen you like 3 or 4 times over the past several months, maybe longer. I know you've been around for a little while. How come you still got the VC verified tag only?
Because I don't talk much and I listen you guys on a new pipe.
Okay. What's your Earth knowledge?
It's flat. Definitely not a spinning ball that's shooting through space 2 million miles for 6 billion or whatever billion years.
Yeah, we don't have any evidence for those claims. That's a fact.
Oh yeah. Or you believe in God, or you believe you are accidental mutation. I mean,
like an accidental thing.
Bob Burger Zycro. You have been unmuted, Bob Burger.
Hello.
Welcome to the server, Bob.
Bob the Builder.
What brings you here? What interests you in the topic?
One question.
Only one. Go ahead.
So, in Alaska, you can have 24 hours of daylight during some seasons, and 24 hours of nighttime in some seasons. How is this possible?
That's the only question. You're going to stop after that one?
Yeah.
Okay. So, would you like to provide your evidence for that claim?
I don't have it.
What? I can't hear you very well.
I don't have it.
You made the statement as if it were a fact. Like let's say you're the landscape guy. You do my landscaping for my yard, right? And I say, explain to me why my tree is having purple leaves all of a sudden, right? Explain to me why my tree has purple leaves.
You must have a radioactive tree then.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't be a really reasonable response. The reasonable response would, what are you talking about? Show me.
Well, if the tree is glowing at night, then yeah, you have a major problem with that.
No, the point is provide evidence to back up a claim. That's the point.
I can't put it right here.
Well, imagine walking into a restaurant or like a fast food place, like let's say a burger shop. You walk in, right? You walk in and you stand at the counter there, and the guy goes, "Hi, sir. What can we get for you today?" And you go, "Oh, I can't be bothered. I just
How do I put it? I can't type.
You came here.
No, how do I type the source?
Just say it.
You want me to say the whole link?
No, like where's it come from? What, was it a YouTube video?
It's just Alaska day seasons.
What?
Alaska day seasons.
Alaska day seasons, and you're claiming that in Alaska they have a period of time that has 24 hours of visibility of the sun. Is this your claim?
Not 24. I was mistaken, but close. They only have a few hours of it.
Yeah, I know. I'm at a very high latitude myself. I'm at 49 latitude, and I'm very familiar with a very short night. My sun, it doesn't get dark until about 11:30, 11:15, around 11:15. It's dark-ish p.m. Right, and then it gets light outside at about 5:15. We have about 6 hours of darkness this time of the year, and we have about 16 hours of darkness in December. So I'm very familiar, but you're like you're saying, well, how is that possible?
Yeah,
it's possible because it's what happens. That's how it's possible. It's like if somebody told you a lie, and you're like, oh my gosh, you just told me a lie. How is this possible? Well, because they just lied to you, right? The question of how it's possible is only based on you having preconceived notions. So there's something about there's something about your idea of the Earth being flat. There's something about that that's allowing you to ask the question in the first place. Because if you didn't have preconceived notions, you wouldn't ask that question.
No, I'm asking how it's possible.
Yes, you're only asking how is it possible because you have an image in your brain of what you think the flat Earth is, as opposed to knowing what it actually is. If you did, or if you didn't have that image in your head, you wouldn't be asking that question.
Correct.
You have an image in your brain, in your imagination. That image is what you're asking questions about. That's your problem.
What's my problem?
Wow.
You're you're probably picturing some sort of space pizza and asking questions about that pizza. But there's nobody here thinks that, bro.
Look, from a globe perspective, I'm talking about flat Earth's perspective. I would say there can be less daytime.
You need to fix your mic. You're coming in and out. It's indistinguishable what you're saying because it's cutting in and out.
I can't fix that.
Your position, where your mic is in correlation to your mouth.
Speak up, boy! I can't hear you from up there!
And say it with your chest, like Kevin Hart's uncle from prison said. Put a little emphasis behind what you're saying, brother.
Saying flat Earth perspective, how the celestial bodies have less or more daytime in certain areas.
Do you speak English?
Yeah, this is really wow.
Bob, if you need a link to the YouTube stream, you can go and check and see how your mic sounds there to do a little, to make some corrections if you need to. I'll show you a link if you need it.
I can't fix the mic.
Okay, well, at least you'll be able to hear what it sounds like so you understand why we're not just trying to, like, make fun of you or anything. We just can't hear you, brother. That's all.
It also sounds like you're trying to stay quiet or something, like either your throat is injured or someone's sleeping in the room or something along those lines. That might be a contributing factor. Yeah, so somebody here, I'll just give him the role. It's not like your mic is non-functional. If you go to live stream voice text, Burger, there's a meme that somebody put up. Donato put up a meme with the Doge and Wojak.
Bob Burger, it would probably really help you out if you could figure out in the globe model how those things are possible, right? Like you have to have evidence first to, which I assume, and maybe you can correct me, is your initial position, is your personal belief that you live on a ball? Is that where you're at?
Skeptical of reading.
Could you talk any softer, dude? Like no one can hear you. Nobody.
That's what it sounds like.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Can't fix my mic. I don't have a good one. But, yeah.
Is this your first time on a Discord VC? Oh boy.
Modern problems require modern solutions.
Yeah, I might have to downgrade this to a listening pass because it's pretty pointless to communicate with someone that doesn't even want to try to communicate.
Professionals have standards.
Well, this is what we've come to expect. Glober comes in, asks the question, doesn't make any sense. You ask them for specifics, then they kind of just start going,
Yeah.
I expect nothing, and I'm
All
still
right.
let down.
I went ahead and just gave him listening passes. Really pointless. He's deafened himself because his feelings are hurt, I suppose.
My disappointment is immeasurable.
It's pretty funny. Last week, I had a conversation with someone about the differences between immeasurable and unmeasurable. And yes, there is a difference. Wow, somebody deafened and muted the bot. Who's playing something?
This will allow astronauts to recycle their urine and sweat into beautiful, clean, clear drinking water. First sample, transparency, subpar. Oh, that's just piss. That's just straight up piss. Urine and damn it! Oh, that's piss. I don't know why I have to drink it. It's piss. It's yellow. That's piss all the way down to the bottom. Results have not been promising. Edison, it took him like thousands of tries to find the right filament for a light bulb. And maybe we're being idiots, or maybe we're... that's piss! Let's just see who drinks it. I'm not gonna drink it. I can sit here all fucking day.
Done.
You drink it!
Pet it.
Do we even have a machine? Are we just pissing into this bottle? That would go great with a cheeseburger if you like drinking piss with your cheeseburger. Hey, that's not bad. Like a glass of water that a friend pissed a little bit into. We made water! Somebody give me a glass of piss! I want to celebrate!
Alrighty. Let's never do that again. Flight, you have been unmuted.
What the hell did I just hear?
You can look in the go look in the bot commands room. You
don't worry about what you just
or maybe you can, yeah, you can see. You can
don't worry
about
it.
Slight. Say a word. Light. You need to say a word. It's not very difficult.
Let me have a look at it.
Ooh, slight left. Should I ban slight?
Why are you running? Why are you running?
All right.
Who played that? Was it CD? Oh boy.
Run.
The Bobby. All right. The brother is Zygo.
Yeah, we attempted communication. They couldn't be bothered to use their voice to a level that was discernible to human ears. They just couldn't be bothered.
Oh well. Did you end up banning that Slight character?
I did not. I always like confirmation before, and not just basing it on intuition. I need some type of evidence.
You want to stay here? Yes, sir. You don't want to leave this show, right? No, sir. The last thing you want to do is get kicked off this show.
Quetzal, we can hear your background noise. Quetzal. Oh, okay, there you go. Oh. Is Roche back? That'd be cool. Is he in the server? Yes, he's not. I just got a friend request from Roche.
Who the fuck is that guy?
He's cool. It's cool. Long timer on this server. He was on 1.0 even. Before my time. He's just a neat guy, veteran, so on and so on.
Nice.
Yes, he is in the server. Yep. Get back. Claim my account. Yes. Okay. Good stuff. Right. Yeah, I'll re-roll you. Can you join the VC real quick? He's not in the VC right now, is he? He said he hears us, so maybe he's listening on YouTube. Yeah.
Get to quiet.
He's joining. on YouTube. Okay, gotcha. Where is it? Okay. Copy. Oh yeah, you're there. Just unmute yourself.
All right, my mic.
Yeah, you're coming in. I can hear.
Unmute yourself.
Yep. You got to turn off the YouTube though, or mute it.
Okay. Okay. Let me.
You're coming in.
All right. Let me see.
Good
oh
stuff.
My God, I'm firing up my old computer. All right, I can hear you guys. This is great. I can't believe I'm back. Oh my God.
Welcome back, man.
Well, it's weird. I had these guys from England. They banned me like 3 different times in a row, 3 different Rochers, and they were just after me. They collapsed a couple of my Discords, and so and then I had my brother die and all this stuff, family stuff. So I thought I'd just, now that all the drama's out of the way, good to see. I saw Gospel Bear, and I go, man, I can't wait to talk to you. How you been, bro?
Yeah, man. Busy. Well, I guess a lot has happened since the last time I talked to you, but yeah, things are going well. I got you. I just need to double check the records, and I'll re-roll you up. As for re-enabling an old account, I don't know. You'd have to like do like a password reset or something like that, probably, unless it got nuked. Like, you know, if your old account was in a server that got. What's that?
Yeah, well, what it does is it says reclaim your account, and it has my .com on there, and then it has a password, and then it says your account has already been claimed, and I put in the password and everything, and I click, account, and it says that my password's already been claimed, and it's like, and it's not engaging, and I'm just going, okay, what the hell's going on here? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. So the password works, but they're just saying I don't need to reclaim that my caninecomets.com thing, and it's already been claimed. So if it's already been claimed, then why isn't it letting me in? I don't get it. But anyway, we're here right now, and that's a good step forward. I'm just glad to be back. Man, been so long. Whew. Yeah, I've been doing some street preaching up here in Arizona, and man, it's kind of been tough. I've been getting some really different responses to when I even name of the Lord, or hey man, have you ever thought about what your future's going to be? And they go, we're not even going there, and it's like, okay, all right. But anyway, that's just what I've been doing.
Yeah.
And, but I thought so I went to the YouTube, and I saw that, Discord invite, and I had to re-sign up for Discord. And when I did, I said, oh my God, I know that on YouTube, because I watched the 24 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live all the time. And then I said, well, oh, there it is. There's the address, because I needed the address. And so I plugged it in, and it worked. But it still says up on the top in the green, this is an unclaimed account. Claim it before it's lost. And then I hit claim account. And
on your Discord
says, finish
app,
signing up, and it shows my email and it shows my password. And then I click claim account. Yeah. Clicked
Weird.
on it, and it's the little blue bar. It's got these little 3 dots, and it looks like it's loading. So let's see what happens. Because this was my last main account. It was Roche 2.0 because they nuked my 1.0. Oh,
Yeah.
Those guys, damn hackers from England. But well. It says email. Email is already registered, so I don't know what that means. Okay. Well, at least I'm here. So I can't. It says I can't get in the room, and I do. It says you do not have permission to send messages in this channel until your account is reclaimed. So, but at least I got to speak to you. But I guess I did that on a message board. So.
What you're talking about the DMs?
Yeah, well, I can't get into the server. They won't let me talk in the server until
which server?
Into 24/7 Flat Earth.
You're here, bro.
Yeah, you're here.
And well, I just don't know why this is. I don't want it to all of a sudden disappear. It says claim it before it's lost.
Yeah,
I don't know
so
what
weird.
that. I have no idea.
I don't know what that is either.
Yeah. Okay. And then there's this. And then there's this exclamation point that it's yellow and it's pulsing and it's going up and down on the left in my in the.
Roche, are you on Discord in your web browser, or have you downloaded the app?
Jesus. I'm pretty sure I'm on the app. Okay. Normally I talk to you guys on my iPad.
Okay.
But what I'm on right now, I'm on a satellite PC. So I have it on both. I have I can't remember if this is which one this is. I'm pretty sure this is the app. I downloaded the app.
So you're not looking at the Internet Explorer or Chrome or any of that?
No, up at the top it says https discord.com/channels/@me.
Roche, you're in a web browser. So I highly recommend. I just sent you a message. I'll DM it to you as well.
Okay.
Download the app, and then make sure you know your username and password, of course. But log into the app with your username and password, and it's a world different.
One you just sent me?
Yep. It's a lot easier to use the app than it is to use Discord in a web browser. Like, the functionality is just majorly different. It's way better.
All right. So when I go to my iPad,
your iPad would be using an app more than likely.
This will transfer right over to my iPad if I just download the same.
If you use the same username and password, then it'll be all the same.
So okay, now if I all right. So when we get done talking here, these places I tried to get away from those guys, and for some, I don't know how they did it. These 3 guys. They're hackers, man. And every place I tried to run away from them, they found me and they started deleting me. And for 3 months, every time I made a new account, they deleted my account, or they went to Discord and they said that I violated all the TOSs, and I'm like going, I haven't violated. And so all these guys were just ganging up on me and making up all this.
Yeah, you are cutting in and out a little bit, but I got the gist of what you're saying there.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
I had to. I'm sorry.
How rude. But yeah, the app just is just so much better. It makes a big difference. So see if that message is still popping up after you download the app. I'm not familiar with that message at all.
A few moments later.
Yeah, we lost Roche altogether now, apparently. It's all good. He's most of the way there to getting his stuff back. All right, very concerned. Please remember 18th. Yeah, that is. Your folks.
Yeah, you better be wary of all DMs. Especially
Yeah, good point. That too. Wow, what a gif.
Good old Harold.
You back?
Can you hear me real quick? I need to tell you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, on this laptop, I'm up in the mountains and I'm on an air card, and I only have 1 click out of 4. So when I'm on my iPad, I get much better signal. So if this screws up, I'm just going to try and get this back on my iPad. I was just lucky that I had a good signal, and I was on the Flat Earth Discord live on YouTube, and I said, man, there's the Discord address. Yep. And so I booted it up. I'm downloading the Discord setup on the laptop now. I guess that's the app, right? That's the app.
Yeah, if you download it, yeah.
Yeah, it's downloading right now.
Okay, yeah.
Going to take forever, but but once that's downloaded, I guess I can just go to my iPad and put in my the password and everything, and it should be because I've still got Discord on my iPad.
Yep, that'll do it.
Okay, perfect. I'm so glad to be back. God, I've been wanting to do this for a couple of months, but I just had family stuff happen, and stuff happens.
Yep. I hear you.
Well, this is great. This is great to be back. So all the same, all the same people still out there getting crazy and being flat.
Yes and no. You know, people come and go. There's, there's new people here. There's old timers.
Well, you know what? It's so weird because I remember it was like the second week of June in 2017, basically talking in ODD's chat room. That's where it started, and I had just heard one of the guys in the chat room in ODD says, "Man," and it was Mesa Jose
Yeah.
Hey, Mesa, and he goes, man, come on into the room. And that was in June of 2017. I was like one of the first 100 people I think I was number 117 in 1.0 way back then. And that seems like eons ago. But anyway, is he still around?
Which one, ODD or Jose?
Kind of came and went. No, Jose.
Oh,
Is he
yeah.
around still?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. ODD, he kind of backed out and did his own thing. He was really embroiled in all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah.
And, so. Is Michael still in there? My old Marine buddy?
He's around, just not in this server.
I'm sure he's still in there. He's not. He left for some reason? I guess I don't know. Does he have his own server now?
He did. I'm not sure if it's still going necessarily, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, looks like we got just a message. Yeah, Mikey. Oh boy. Gotcha.
Yep.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow.
But there's all sorts of people that have been around for a long time. So Jose for sure.
Okay.
All the admins, Indio, Meme.
Helio's still there. I know.
Oh, yeah. He's an evening guy. There's several people that are here in the evenings, more so than the daytime, and yeah, good stuff.
Okay. I'm looking Cracknell and Modest Monkey. Oh my God, Morvis Odo Cyclorum. He's still around. Oh God, Quantum's around. Okay.
Yeah. Morvis is
looking at all these. Oh God, my old buddy, my old young.
Who, Reverend?
Nightmare's still there. I'm looking at some of the names in the.
Oh yeah.
Thing, California Nightmare. That he's a young kid, but I really like him. I sent him some stuff in the mail a couple of years ago, and he couldn't believe it. He goes, "You really did? You really came through? You sent it in the mail?" And he got it. He was like, "Yeah, I keep my word, man." All these names. A lot of new names. Oh, we got Raven Song. Oh my God, look at that. Raven's still around, huh? Okay. Oh man. Well, it's good. I'll be getting back into it. Oh, gee. Oh, there's my name way down there. That's good. Okay. Ron K is still around. A good guy. Okay. A little bit of a conspiracy guy. Love him though. He's been on several places with me. Oh man. Oh, Loggy's around still. Does he ever come around? Is he a night guy? That English guy, Logrian?
Yeah, he hangs out a little bit from time to time. I see him around, so.
He hangs out a little bit.
So, Sunday mornings, we have Sunday morning cartoon, and Logres is hosting it.
Oh, good. Okay. I mean, I've not only I sent him 2 different batches of my homemade jerky. It cost me $75 to send him like 9 packages of jerky, and he couldn't believe it. It's like, man, they delivered it to my door, and it was just like, I go, well, how would you like it? It's a little bit spicy for him, but it's got to be spicy to be good if it's jerky. God, that'll be great to see him. So it's Sunday morning at about what time? I'm in Arizona, so I guess I'm on Pacific time. It's in the morning.
Yeah, that would be Saturday night for you.
No wonder I've never been there.
Oh.
That sounds fun, though.
It's where the cool kids hang.
Yeah, it's Sunday morning UTC.
Okay. I'll send him a message and see what he has to say. He's just gonna crack up because last time I talked to him, I think was when I got I got canceled the third time in December. God, it's been December. Geez, that's 6.5, almost 7 months ago. To give him a message.
Well, not want to give you a hard time or a heartache or a stroke or anything, but do not look at the new Kestrel lineup if you're looking for, wind meters and ballistic calculators, because their newest model added in Coriolis calculations.
Oh boy. Here we go. Good old Coriolis. Being a Marine Corps sniper, I've debunked that so many times on so many different platforms. We don't even, when we were in sniper schools, somebody brought it up in sniper school and said, well, what about Coriolis? And our instructor and half the class, we just laughed. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I really want to see if the Kestrel that has that option actually displays or has a readout of a calculation, or that it is just a advertising and propaganda issue that they put on the website.
I gotcha.
But I thought, well, you are kind of like an expert, and you probably know the devices from Kestrel, so
Correct. I do. Oh, I have a Kestrel 9400, as a matter of fact. I've got some pretty serious stuff, equipment.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I said, well,
matter of fact,
maybe you can figure out if it's just, just an ad, or do they do something weird which might mimic for the observer using the tool? Because the British long-range sniper that has the new world record, he said he calculated for Coriolis by using such device, and he genuinely believes it. So the new generation of long-range snipers are being indoctrinated like hell.
I know they're being indoctrinated, but let me just say this. If you were on top of a hill and you're facing north, and then you turn to the right and you're facing east, and then you turn and you're going south, and then you're going west. And say if Coriolis is correct and Earth is going 1,000 miles an hour and going from east to west, or however you want to go, and you have to calculate that in, and say you have a 20 mile an hour what we call a full value wind coming from the left or west to east, and you start shooting, and it's the exact same. All you have to do is calculate your windage, your wind, your distance, and your elevation. And no matter which way you turn, if it goes from a full value, if you're facing north, and then you're facing east, and all of a sudden you're going straight downwind, and then you go to south and it's a full value into the wind, and then you're going west and it's going from right to left. If you put in all these, I think that's what they think Coriolis is. And all you're doing is inputting into your calculations of your shot all these different things, your elevation, by it. I mean, we were taught to just ignore the word Coriolis, and you dope your scope and you go for your shot, and no matter if you're going north, east, south, or west. You dope your scope for your distance, and you dope your scope for your elevation and your windage. Hit your target. Thing to do with the spinning of the Earth or Coriolis. I mean, it's just a fact. I mean, it was blowing my mind when I still teach here. I teach gun safety and pistol rifle and shotgun at my range. I have a private range here in the mountains, and I tell them, just dope your scope. You know, we look in our Kestrel, we got the wind, and I'll tell them, okay, you got 6 clicks to the right, and we're at 400 yards, 4 clicks up, and do it. And no matter if we're going straight downwind or we do our short course, which is a 300-yard course, which is going from south to north, we change direction, and it's still the same. We dope our scope to elevation, windage, and distance, and we hit our target. It blows my mind. All this look, if I hit my target, they can say the word Coriolis all they want. All I can say is I do those 3 things. I do windage, elevation, and distance, and there's some other things. Humidity. We look at heat coming up. You can actually see it. About every 100 yards, you can look through your scope, and you look every 100 yards with your spotter, and you can see heat vibration, and sometimes that'll throw you off. But as far as being real Coriolis, I don't see it. I just don't see it.
No,
I'm just a shooter.
I think it's funny, like they make people dependent on those devices, and then for whatever reason you end up in a combat situation, and your device says, oh yeah, you can do it yourself, I'm quitting. Then they get all anxious because now they can't do the whole routine of doing it manually.
See, the minute that you have to depend on a device that has been made by the, let's just say the mainstream media or the government or whoever that they want to indoctrinate you, now all of a sudden you're depending on your shot hitting your target because of a device instead of logic. I mean, I've got a bullet that's going out at almost 3,000 feet per second. I've got a 450-yard target. My scope is doped at 200. I need to come up 9 clicks to go to 450. I've got a full value of a 10-mile-an-hour wind. That's going to be 12 clicks to the right, and I pull the trigger and I hit my target. I mean, I don't need one of those devices. I'm old school. I mean, I come out right after Vietnam, and I'm come from the Sergeant Hathcock and Captain Land school out of Quantico, our sniper school, and we weren't getting taught Coriolis back then, that's for sure. But oh man, this is so good. Oh man, I've got to leave in about 10 minutes, go into town and meet somebody. But now that I'm just leaving this up, and I'll be back and seeing you guys. Man, so good to re-up with you guys. Who am I speaking to? Who's the one with the accent?
Monkey.
Monkey. Okay, Monkey. I gotta know who you are. That's good. Okay.
Yeah, back in the ODD live stream, I went with Suicide.
Oh shit! I remember you. And now you're Modest Monkey. Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right, well, I'm just gonna leave this up, and everything is just like this. I'll come back and see you guys. Man, it is so good to be back. Thank you guys for having me back. And I had some deaths in the family, and then had my accounts. I just lay low for 5 or 6 months, but I'm back, and I appreciate being escorted back in. I mean, God, 2017. Man, that seems like over 10 years ago, but it wasn't. Looks like CJ's still around. Oh my God. Oh, there's Indio up there. He's admin. All right, you guys. I love y'all. I'll see you when I get back. You all take care.
Welcome back, and it's good to hear your voice again.
Thank you very much. We'll have a lot of conversations about Coriolis, whatever
in
you
here?
want. All right. Take care, you guys. Bye-bye.
Oh, see you. Go ahead, Slight. Say hello. No, you got to do better than that.
I like pigeons, by the way.
Got to do better than that, Slight. A little. I have to hear resonance of vocal cords, not just. No. You got to do better than that. All right. Well, I banned him anyway. Then you're gonna run away. I know who you are. If it walks like a duck, talks like a duck.
It might be a
So are pigeons part of the dove family, or is that like a whole separate bird thing? I'll just take that as.
When you said I like pigeons, I thought you were that little boy at the state fair. I like turtles.
No.
The pigeon thing being part of a family that or whatever, that's just they can classify it however they want.
I mean,
it's just a
people are saying doves are like a whole separate bird family, though.
Yeah,
Right.
you understand classification of animals is usually predicated on some type of belief in evolution.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's also just a category. They can just make anything related to anything. Say like pigeons are related to turtles.
Well,
because you like them both. That's it. That's all it took.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, we can go back all the way, and they are related to us back when they were little rocks.
All right, Michelle Fowler, calm down over there.
Well, you know what they say? Those who are innocent cast the first stone.
What is the innocence that is being referred to? Michelle?
I have no idea, but you know, it's kind of rude to throw your family around, right?
Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, it's not my family. But I hear you. That's but that's what they're doing, right? When they make rockets and stuff, they're taking their ancestors and their future children and shooting them all over places, right?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Their ancestors and future children. How about that?
They got a complicated family tree.
everything seemed to get worked out with Roche.
Yeah, well, his voice sounded older, so I had to trigger him with Coriolis just to get his Roche vibe back. Because I didn't recognize his voice at first. And I was what the fuck? Like, you can call out names, but yeah, anyone who listens to the show or to the live stream can do that. So I had to trigger him into Coriolis, and yeah, it was him.
Oh yeah. I've had a lot of conversations with him, so I recognized his voice.
Yeah, it sounded older the last time I heard him, like, as in really older.
Probably a different mic, because he said he used to always be on his iPad and he was on his computer, so it could be as simple as a different mic. But he is older.
Yeah, we're all older.
Well, he's older than me. He's I think he's in his mid to upper 60s, if I'm not mistaken. So pretty sure. But anyway, I was trying to trace back him. As long as he comes and hangs out again, I think he'll get his gold back, because I'm pretty sure he was gold.
Yeah, well, he sounded very happy and, comforted by the fact that we were still here, and he saw some familiar faces, and let's hope he finds his place again.
I'm laughing at the repeat the line. Oh man. Oh my gosh, that guy. Who is this Heavenly? Who is that?
Hello.
It's always sus when people have web addresses in there about me that are peculiar.
Oh, it's just like a jump scare thing.
Oh, gotcha.
My friend got me with it, and so I put it in my About Me.
Yeehaw. How long have you been around? Because I don't really recognize.
Me? Probably a couple months.
Okay.
I've talked to you before.
Oh, wow.
But you see a lot of faces, so it's like...
That's true. I remember a Heavenly. I just thought it was somebody else. That's why I was...
That's probably because I change my profile picture like every week.
That does that too. All right. Yeah, I don't understand how big those pigeons would have to be to get that big of a chunk. I mean, those look like pretty big chunks of meat. It's kind of weird.
What?
Right?
What?
I just wouldn't expect pigeons to be all that meaty.
Do not talk about my children like that.
Well, yeah, somebody posted, the Gordon Ramsay thing here, how to cook pigeon.
They should totally be banned for that.
Gordon Ramsay.
Ban him.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Listen, if you take a look at a pigeon, you take a good look at him for meat value, especially the big boys. That's a lot of meat, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yep. Take a good look at a pigeon. That could be a full belly for an evening, at least. I'm not kidding.
Chickens have more meat than a pigeon, though.
Well, of course. That's why they picked them.
Yeah. But yeah, okay. I mean, doves and pigeons. They've got.
What's crazy about it is it tastes great. Tastes kind of like duck.
Oh well, in that case, yeah.
Yeah, and look at the meat. Just look at it and look what he's done to prepare it. He's put some kind of sugary glaze on it, and that's exactly what you do to duck.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I'll eat that. You betcha.
I was weeding my garden this weekend, and a Japanese pheasant was following me around, just right in between my feet, real close to me. I don't know if it got out of somebody's yard or something, but yeah. Stuck around for about 4 hours, helping me weed.
It's hilarious.
You're the bird whisperer, man.
Did you say a Japanese peasant?
Pheasant. I don't think Japanese peasants know how to fly.
He had his hands out and kept saying, "Please, sir, may I have another?"
Yeah. Please. Please.
But yeah, just wanted to share that.
Yeah, very neat.
It's really much appreciated, that kind of content there. It's good material. I appreciate that.
Good material, I know. It just happened to be the conversation when I shut off my equipment, so I had the ability to speak for a second.
Yeah.
Hey, how does Succotash suffer? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that guy. If you like that guy and his funny sayings, then you'll really like Captain Haddock of the Adventures of Tintin. Thundering typhoons and billions of blistering barnacles and
blistering barnacles, bro.
He calls people some major names too. He'll call them troglodytes.
Yeah, troglodyte's my favorite. Yep.
And oh man, I can't even remember all of them right now.
Troglodyte so accurately describes the thinking patterns of a typical Glober. That's why I love it so much.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty funny.
There's a misconception. Well, there's a conception. I'm not sure if it's based in reality or just, old wives' tales. But pigeons, because they eat trash and shit like that, they just eat kind of nasty stuff and live in cities and don't mind eating gross stuff. People are, I'm not going to eat that meat. It's like, well, wait, don't you understand that the body is a filter itself? Like that's, they do poop and pee and stuff too, so... I don't know. It's like you don't think. I don't know. You think the meat's got like old wallet particles in it.
Old wallet. Uh-oh, now
Get
you
outta
get
here.
hit with that chugga chugga. Talking about a good filter, chugga chugga.
It's real good engineering.
That guy. Man, can somebody write him a letter and get him to join? You know how much fun it would be? We'd have so much fun just having Don Pettit visit us on here.
Listen, we'd have to do one at a time, no questions asked, everyone else muted. Okay, that's how. No, I'm serious. It'd have to be just like an arena thing because, no one could handle that.
Yeah,
the whole lot of us.
We would have to put our best foot forward. We'd have to have Gospel right there, treating him super nice.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely. Larry should be in there. He's super respectful, kind of deal.
I flat smacked the shit out of my friends who's that dude. He's like I said, this guy is the spokesperson of the astronauts. He goes, no, he's not. That's some internet gag. That's some idiot for YouTube clicks, and no one's that stupid. No one, right?
Whoa.
I go, hold on, right? Then I show him a picture. He goes, it's just somebody who looks like him. He had that much this. Yeah, he goes like, it's just a celebrity look-alike. I go, what would it take? Like, what do you actually need to see?
That's so weird. No, just show him footage, quote unquote footage of motherfucker in the ISS or out in space. Here, look.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What did it was the Angry Birds in Space one. Here's NASA's YouTube channel. Here's a Angry Birds in Space. Here's him talking about chugga 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 chug, and he goes, "Okay, you got me."
There you go.
It's
See?
absolutely ridiculous.
Sometimes you have to have like 150 smoking guns, not just one or two.
Yeah.
See, this is the key thing: is that in their mind they have seen astronauts as this sort of, cream of the crop, the best of the best.
Top guns, all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the movies did that.
Yeah, hand
Movies did that. Well, and who was the guy who first broke the sound barrier? I forget his name, and I should really know it, but.
You said that, and it flashed in my mind, and then right out.
Yep.
Yuri? No.
The American.
Not Gagarin. Not that.
No. But, I mean, he's one of those guys. But yeah, I'm saying
Chuck Yeager.
Chuck Yeager. Fuck yeah, Chuck Yeager.
Chuck Yeager.
So he wasn't even the best of the best. He was just fly by the seat of your pants kind of dude and said, "Fuck it, I'll try it," and that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's like, "Oh, like kind of guy who could do 200 push-ups at once." Like, no fucking way. He was the one ballsy enough to take the chance. That's it. That's all there is to it. And how many of those guys you got first, in high school and then joining the military? I'm going to be a big, strong, big deal, right? Just takes one of those guys.
Yeah, but in the movies, they always make it sound like, they have to be the most intelligent person, have to have the best scores, they have to go through all these physical tests, so they also have to be the best physically fit people. It's just crazy.
Well, what's funny is that they made fun of that entire program, everything you just said in the movie Armageddon, right? They picked the dumbest of kinds of people to send into space, but they fucking got there anyway.
And they brought a machine gun with them.
They took machine guns, and they took drilling, millions of pounds of drilling equipment, and and here's what sucks. I think people believe that could happen.
Well, Armageddon was one of the few space movies that actually did space correctly, like a tiny...
What? Hold on. No, there's no doing space correctly, brother. Come on now.
No, if you look at all of the space stuff, they don't have the effects of massive pressure loss on anything in any of the recent ones. But in Armageddon, tiny crack in your spacesuit, the air would rush out and you would explode.
Okay, so what you're doing is you're finding continuity errors in a lie being promoted. Or do you understand?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
But okay, fine. I got it. I'm with you on the journey. I get it.
It was in that.
Go ahead.
In that show Away, they had to drill. I mean, this is a massive spoiler, but I guess who probably cares? They had to drill into the crew cabin because it was laced or it was surrounded by water, but they were out of water because, like, there's for some reason they just ran out of water. Then, as they're drilling, they had to have a procedure to evacuate the crew cabin because even a hole the size of a drill, they had like 17 seconds to evacuate, or their heads would explode. And sure enough, they puncture the skin and they have to evacuate, and they do the whole 17-second, and they slide down the ladders, and they're like,
what?
I said, yeah, how does this match up with what? Well, the claim was a different dude. Globalist said that show was completely accurate and almost a documentary of what a trip to Mars would look like.
Oh, good. Well, that's super duper.
Yeah, I said, well, now compare that to the ISS when they when that one crazy lady drilled a hole. No one even noticed there was a hole. Or if you got Don Pettit, there's a leak. I don't know. What are we going to do? Nothing?
Recently, I saw a GIF that, if real, not a GIF, a meme, fucking, supposedly at the ISS, and there's a glass of water sitting there, half full, and just sitting there, right? But everybody's floating, everything else is floating. It's fucking hilarious. I don't know if that's real or not, but I love to see shit like that. Because if it's real, y'all are dummies.
Yeah, that was China.
China's China. China's China.
That was on the Chinese, their own fake station.
China. Have you guys seen that? I gotta post it. Hang on. It's old, but it's quality.
The funny thing is that video was to the Chinese children, just like when they did this video on the ISS for the American children, where they had this teleporting teddy bear.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost like they go extra beyond making it ridiculous when the children are supposed to be watching. I don't know.
Yeah, so did you see the rest of that clip, the Chinese clip? She puts a ping pong ball in the supposed water, and it stays underneath the water, and she's trying to say that that's proof that buoyancy and density don't exist in space.
Oh my god. They're destroying the minds of children. Holy shit.
Bruh. Then why is the water in the jar in the first place?
It reminded me of Caro syrup, the clear syrup.
Yeah, it's definitely acting unusual. Hmm.
What are you looking at there? Seems someone's got your attention.
The busted where with the ball in the water or whatever.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the Chinese thing that they just released. The glass just sitting there, just on the table, no problem.
He says, "Look at what China's doing. They're learning from China." Oh shit! That one just gets me. You don't want to hear me laugh at the last China one I posted. I do that ugly laugh. Like, I have to stop listening to it after about a minute and a half. I guess I can't breathe. China all the time, he says it, dude. Oh my god, okay. That's 3 full minutes of Donald Trump saying China. That's hundreds, I think. At least 100 times, right?
Imagination Station. We've got Jeff in this morning, and we're talking about January. So it's revolving around air.
Exactly. So, I brought in some air with me, which is not that particularly exciting, but I do have some air with me today. But I also brought in some other gases. So this balloon I filled with a different gas. Can you feel kind of like the
May I?
The
Yeah, I
weight
brought
of it?
some air today.
Feels
What
heavy.
the fuck?
It feels heavy, but when I take this off, you'll notice that it's about, wants to kind of float away.
Oh,
right?
let me see. Yes, I do.
Excellent, excellent. So
Okay.
you've probably seen, your uncle at a birthday party or something take a helium balloon, which is what's in here. And he goes and he grabs one and he undoes it. And
Yeah.
And then he ends up talking like this the entire time, right? Which is always fun. If you want to give it a shot, Chris.
Sure.
All right. So, and the reason why this is happening is that helium is actually.
Jeff, what's going? Oh my gosh, it really works.
It does work really well.
I didn't really believe you.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna take a deep breath in, deep breath out. We want to clear that helium out. Now, you don't actually want to do this at home.
We think we're somewhat back to normal.
Yes, good. But you don't actually want to do this at home because it will. Your body's not designed to breathe helium.
Okay.
It's designed to breathe oxygen.
Right.
Right. And by helium's not going to hurt you, but lack of oxygen will. And
Right.
So we have a trained scientist here with you today. So we're doing this, but you do not want to do anything like this at
Gotcha.
home. Okay?
Message heard. Don't do it at home.
Now, the reason why it makes your voice squeaky is because it's 6 times lighter than air.
Okay.
Which means sound propagates through it 2.5 times faster. So it doesn't change your vocal cords, it changes the rate at which sound propagates through it.
Very interesting. That's the science behind it.
That's the science, but I decided to bring in a little bit of a special gas. I have some sulfur hexafluoride. Can
Okay.
you see it? Isn't it beautiful?
I'd be lying if I told you I could see a
Isn't it?
difference. I'm not seeing
Okay,
anything.
so it's translucent just like normal air is, so we're going to have to get a little more clever if we want to see it. So
Okay.
I'm going to remove...
Now, how are you pulling the lid off here? Explain this
I'm
to
just
me.
pulling this lid off because I've actually put the sulfur hexafluoride in here, and it's 6 times heavier than normal air. And so to see it, I have this is just a normal air balloon, right?
Okay.
I'll take this one from you.
Okay.
All right, we'll just get rid of that. Go ahead and take that and just place it on top of my tank here.
All right.
Just like you're putting a bobber and some water and just...
Shall I let
Yeah, just
go
go ahead and
now?
let go. Okay.
Very cool.
Isn't that just amazing there? Isn't that just so cool?
Yep. And if you could see too, the balloon isn't attached to anything or surrounded by anything.
You can go ahead and tap it. It's almost like it's a cork in water. And that's because, don't do it too much. You're going to get rid of all my sulfur hexafluoride. That stuff's expensive, Chris, okay? Now, it's 6 times heavier than normal air. You know, helium was 6 times lighter. So what do you think would happen if we inhaled some of this?
Our voice would get very deep.
You think so? Well, you're about to find out. So I don't want to do this. So here you go.
Oh,
all right.
Thank you.
All right, you ready?
I'm a guinea pig in many forms. Ready? Same way as the helium?
That's good.
Luke, I am your father.
Keep talking, keep talking.
I can't believe that just came out of my mouth.
Okay, we're gonna take one deep breath in and deep breath out. Let's do a second one just to make sure. And your voice will be back to normal 3 to 6 weeks, don't worry. Go ahead and talk.
You're not going to be invited back next week, I'll tell you what.
It's pretty cool, right? And what's really cool is since it's so much more dense than the air, you can kind of pour it. So if I...
Okay.
I can actually talk by pouring it directly into my lungs, okay? And it's a great way to learn about, density and air. And,
Wow, just don't try to pick up a...
There it is. Give it a try. 70 times 7. Give us a hello.
what are you talking about yourself?
Yeah, what's that supposed to be? That glass jar thing.
My pareidolia disease, a red-faced demon guy. But it's too hard to discern anything. It's just a blob. I can imagine he's tiny. He's got a little staff. You can see the staff. Or he's sitting. I don't know. It's weird. Weird reflection. It's probably getting refracted as well because it's a circular container. Glass. Good catch. Cut the shit. There's a hand in the other one that isn't.
That's just some guy's hand. It looks like a blue sleeve and somebody's hand. And a reflection of the ceiling.
Yeah, I don't see anything that's discernibly weird here.
Hmm.
Why is his table so small and weak? Isn't he
It's a
supposed to be?
signing table. That thing's
Isn't he,
probably 230 years old.
should be more prestigious.
All I want you guys to notice is the woman who's the second tallest person in the room. Okay? Is that a woman? Look at those hands. Just paws, bare claws, just could palm a basketball kind of deal.
Meat hooks.
Meat hooks for sure. Look at that. Just long arms, tall. Well, anyway.
Probably German. Or Nordic.
Or, I guess, new topic. Levelist, I can neither confirm nor deny saying anything about that image.
Hmm.
Is everyone alive or?
What's your question?
I said, is everyone alive or?
Or what?
Yeah. That would be the default for people that are inside of a voice chat. The default would be that they at least were alive when they clicked the button.
Yeah, that's true. So quiet.
Are you not entertained?
No, I thought my speakers weren't working or anything. It was just quiet.
Oh, we're just chilling, bro. Just chilling.
That's his polite way of saying ask better questions.
My heart.
Yeah, that's one way of saying it.
Mod of mods. I've seen that screen name before. You probably stole it off of somebody.
I don't know. I was in the an edgy server. It's like a community server. I was just messing around in there with the name.
Is this Alex?
Yeah, this is Alex. What's up, man?
Oh, hey, Alex.
I haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah, it has been a while.
I just now joined the server back like 2 minutes ago. Haven't been here for a while.
You know what's funny about the quality of your mic is more indicative of who you are than your voice. I mean, I recognize your voice too, but
than your personality.
Yeah, it's just
what kind of mic is that?
It's a Rode NT1, but I process it with like hardware. So
so you're cheating. Okay.
Hacks.
I just got over 1,000 pending requests out of just nowhere.
1,000?
Yeah, that 1,892. What the fuck just happened?
Well, friend requests?
Yes, out of nowhere, I just got over one.
Are you on like a live stream or something?
No, I'm not. I'm just doing Photoshop work for a client, and then all of a sudden my Discord just exploded on my phone.
Weird.
A few pigeons joined.
I suppose I should get verified. How do I go?
Okay. If I must. I'm just kidding.
Do you have to ask me the 3 questions again?
Yeah, what is your knowledge at this point in regards to...
So if I'm going to be entirely honest with you, I haven't debated, discussed, I've really got caught up in like worldly stuff with like school and stuff, so I still am like at the same level as when we last talked. I've really just been focused on like personal stuff recently.
Oh,
I just
cool.
like,
What category?
Hey, I know it's flat. So sound engineering, audio, video.
I just posted it on a live stream voice chat.
So I build concerts and stuff like that.
Concerts, you say? Like stages or?
Yeah, so it sounds weird, but like our school, we have like a white tablecloth dinner every year, and so like we make like 20 grand from it. And so we do concerts like nobody else around us. And so like all of our equipment is stuff that we've bought. And so we go like over the top, like we time out light sets to every song. We do like 20 or 30 songs. This year it was called Total Request Live. So we had like a 70s block, like an 80s block, Disney, Love.
That's cool.
And then I also work for the Cleveland Browns.
Well, that's kind of funny enough because I'm a laser light show designer for festivals and concerts. So.
Oh, nice. What do you do, like DMX lighting or?
Well, I program laser shows for clients and everything, and then send show files for them. But I do go into art a little bit too, but mostly like EDM festivals and stuff. So
Shoot your lasers into the horizon and show them that it's
Holy crap. I just got hundreds. They're still going. From requests are just pouring in.
wait, you got it too?
Yes.
Hmm.
Oh, wait, so are we being targeted or what the hell?
I just got hundreds. I mean, 1,000 plus. It says 1K plus.
Yes, mine was at 1,892 requests.
Oh my.
Check which servers they're coming from. If you have any common servers together.
I don't see none.
That might be it. Just change your settings so you can't only friends can or friends of friends or.
Yes, that's a real thing you can do.
Yeah. Tweak those settings.
Alex,
What's up?
this isn't your shenanigans, is it?
No, I haven't messed with any of that stuff. I mean, I used to have like multiple accounts and come in calls, like I said, in Edgy and stuff, but in Troll, but I've kind of grew out of that stuff a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had thousands of accounts add me though, I could tell you that. I might have had
Here. That's why I was shocked.
I might have had a good 10 or 15, but not 1,800 that's sitting here in my pending.
That's exactly why I got 2.
It's kind of like a DDoS.
Not really a DDoS, but I guess attack, or I have no idea what would you call it, because a DDoS is it would just take you out, but I'm just mass clicking all these.
I think my number.
Who's the person who has the professional mic or the semi-professional Rode mic?
His
It's
name's
me,
Alex.
moderator.
You've got a little too much of the like high end in there.
Is that better?
I just thought it was too bassy.
I have a really nasally voice. I think there's too much bass.
I like your bass because it helps, but I think maybe your low mids need a little more help, and take off some of that high end, and then you'll have it'll be better. My opinion.
Yeah, I just
See, I cheat. I got this thing called Pro Q2 in Pro Tools, and it's literally just a visual representation of all the
Fab
frequencies. Fab filter, yeah.
Yep.
Pro Q2 is the best.
Yeah, I use Pro Q3.
Holy, I'm sorry for the language, but I just got another 1,000 requests out of nowhere.
Another 1,000?
It might be too bassy for other headphones too. My headphones are
yeah, I have really
made for a
neutral
certain
headphones.
way. Well, that's good. Anyway, geez, welcome.
Okay, we're just talking about here. Let's talk about the wonderful, beautiful green flat Earth that we are living on today. Anybody here believe differently?
No.
No, it's been pretty low energy as far as the people. There's been a handful of people that just have been so low energy. But yeah, somebody is doing this thing, and they think it's really funny.
What thing? Oh boy, the random pending request.
I'm sitting here declining them still. I still got 1,400.
I'm just
Don't worry about it. Those accounts will get banned at some point. They'll just disappear.
That's true, Crit. Good advice.
That is fair. Are you sure they won't just go to like deleted user?
I don't think a deleted user can sit in a pending request, but
I think they can.
Oh, well, then it depends on how Discord removes the account. Because as far as I understand it, they have a variety of different ways that they can remove an account. But yeah, it's not just you two.
Is it happening to other people or?
Mm-hmm.
Confirm all of the friends and click on any links they send you. They're all safe. Trust me.
Flatty. This is medical and financial advice given to you by Flatty, our local Welsh friend. Like how I threw in the local. But yeah, I think my number beat.
Do those mid frequencies? Oh shoot! Does that sound any better like this?
No, it's still the same.
No,
pretty much.
I'll have to work around with it and play with it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Oh, and I just got another 200.
Nobody else in the VC right now is experiencing this.
No, I got no pending requests.
Okay.
No.
Flatty?
No, I'm good. Still nothing. No friends.
It's really sus. I'm not sure how such a thing.
Well, people use bots too, just to send their programs and everything, and
But how can you physically get into that many accounts in that amount of time?
although there's like a whole underground thing, but there's keys you can buy on like different, just like there's a whole community that sells bots and everything for advertising and stuff like that. But you can run like a special program and you can buy like a whole bunch of keys for like cheap money, and it makes like tons of bots accounts and everything. So
Pigeons, you weren't also known as somebody named Darth any previous time, were you?
no, this is our original Pigeons from 1.0. So
just making sure.
Hey, if anything, at least they're not in here.
Thank you, Levelist.
Well, the second I said no, it showed up.
Yeah.
what, you got it too now?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So it must be someone in this Discord call then.
Well, I wouldn't use the word must, but I'm open to explanations.
I would recommend everybody in here, if you haven't got them, to disable your friend request so it doesn't happen to you. Because holy crap, that salsa hot.
Mine's already set to friends of friends or server members, but anyone was off. Was anyone
Yeah,
else on?
same here. So that's why, unless it's a particular, what are my settings in this server?
I was going to say, under what section is that setting?
It would go to
user settings, friend requests.
Thank you. Yeah, but there's server settings too. No, not server settings. That's not it. You click what? You click your own user settings, but then
I'll take a screenshot. Share it.
I just clicked on one of the requests and it's QR code, so do not do anything. It's like an expose.
Of course.
Like some Discord spam or something like that.
Allow.
I posted a picture. Where is that?
It's not under privacy and safety. I'm looking. Thank you. Friend. There's actual thing.
User settings. Maybe it should be the same layout. UI.
I'm looking. I see friend request. I see it.
Yeah.
Why? How? I didn't think I had everyone turned on. Huh. What do you know?
Yeah. I mean, they can send message to you if they're part of the servers and ask if they want to add you personally. But other than that, you don't need random people adding you that you haven't spoken to.
True.
Kosho was in here earlier.
Yeah, but he doesn't do those sorts of things.
I know. He's quite technical, though.
That's true. That's true.
Did I see Crack Villain today in Discord?
Yeah, Crack's back.
How's he doing, man? Oh, for fuck's sake, I haven't seen him in a long time. Did he go to another, beyond the wall? What happened? He disappeared.
No, he's all right. He's all right now.
All right. He's going to be back more into Discord talking with us?
Yeah. He just had to deal with some monkeys on his back, so to speak.
All right.
Hey, Gospel.
Yeah.
Have you heard from Chris?
No, he
is all kinds of messed up now.
I know. I like to not think about it too much. It's sad.
Let's just say he's no longer a Christian.
Yeah, I know. You could call it, he went prodigal. That's the euphemistic way to say it. So would you really just hit ignore? Like, wouldn't you want to block?
I'm just doing ignore. You can't really block, or that would just take a long time.
Only 1,995 times.
I have 960 more to go. I'm running an auto clicker, so that makes it easier.
Running an auto clicker. Wow.
I was talking to this dude on their server, just a random server, not about flat Earth or anything. He just asked me about it. Yeah. It says in my profile, the Earth is observably flat. And this dude was like a complete Sheldon, like some sort of autistic dude, but without any sort of degrees or anything. So just kind of like the annoying type. And so I said, hey, I just wanted to see where you're coming from here, right? He asked me questions for like a half hour.
Yeah.
Said, the whole time I didn't answer. So I said, well, okay, let me see how I can change my questions. So even though he said it's a dumb answer, but also not an answer. I'm like, okay, how about this? Like, why would you run your dishwasher at night? And then, he couldn't think of an answer. I was like, just logically walk through it. Why would someone run their dishwasher at night? And then you could hear him just frantically Googling, right? I go, put your Google down, okay? Just why would you do it? Why would you run your dishwasher at night?
Oh my gosh, dude, you sound.
I just got another 1,000 requests.
I know two immediate reasons why, Crit, but go on. What did he say?
He couldn't think of an answer because then finally he said it doesn't make any sense why anyone would run their dishwasher at night. I go, how about to save money, right? You're done with the dishes for the day, right? I just started listing things off, right?
Yeah.
And then I said, why would someone put a welcome mat in front of their house?
Yeah, tradition would probably be the number one answer, but go on.
He couldn't think of it. He couldn't think of a reason for a welcome mat.
Wow.
I was like, dude, and you want me to believe that somehow you've got all the answers to creation? I'm supposed to just abandon all observation, all measurements, all practical use of the earth for some dude who can't even tell me what a welcome mat is for, or why you would run your dishwasher at night.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but he could like spew off all this stuff about like, oh, this rocket was built by this guy who fired it this way and it did this and fired you. I go, dude, you should go back to school, become a history major or something, because this Discord shit poster is not working for you. And like the rest of the room was just laughing, you know, because the server had nothing to do with Flat Earth. This guy just like skizzed out on it because I was in the call. I go, if anything, read the room. Everyone in the room is enjoying themselves talking, and you're just freaking out because of my About Me tab. I was like, where I was going with this is like, that's kind of the only ones who are left. The ones who do this sort of weird bot shit, send you a bunch of friend requests. They freak out. Yeah, they freak out in voice and text chats. The real globals are kind of like, they gave up. You know, they're like,
Anybody ever told you that you sound just like Xanax?
or Veach. Veach too. Yeah, like a lot of people
swear I'm like, Xanax back? Like, what the fuck?
Crit hurt my brain the most out of any voice versus the person in the last 3 years. Because
what would I look like compared to what I sound like?
Well, no, I don't even think I saw what you look like. Just I listened to you, for months and months and heard your voice over and over again. And then when you said how old you were, I was like, I couldn't believe it. It was just really intense for me, and that's silly, I'm sure, but yeah, I was just like, no, this dude's 24. He's 24.
I know. The same thing with Sunny too, right? Like people are with Sunny. Yeah.
Sonny sounds older than you, in my opinion. I mean, you guys are around the same age, though, really.
Yeah, but he's also a smoker.
Oh, hang on. Crit, you don't look anywhere near as old as Sonny, though.
I don't know. They're thoughtful, though, Sonny. So I was told I look older than Sonny.
No, man. You the other day you had that wig on and that that mask.
Oh, yeah.
When you took it off, you didn't look old at all. I thought you were like my age, dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's funny.
The wig and the mask thing, that was.
Yeah, the hair is the funniest on that.
Yeah, that's what it looks like right there. What Mr. Y posted. I have a wig that looks like that. It's for a costume, a Halloween costume I did a couple years ago. Well, that Mr. Y posted like 10 after the hour.
Yeah, that wig plus eyes wide shut mask. That's what I remember.
It was Levelist, me, and then Pigeons and Alex for some particular reason. Nobody else has said anything about getting targeted.
Weird.
Hmm.
Indeed. Very targeted. I would assume it's the new people. That's my guess. It's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now he's trying to cover. He's saying he didn't answer of the welcome mat or the washing machine question because it was irrelevant. I go bull crap. Bum, bum, bum.
I met some more local to me flat earthers by accident today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I've started a business doing tinting windows for cars and things like that, little like customization. So a couple of friends of mine, I went to their house this morning to pick up the car, and they're asking me about homeschooling because they knew that I'd homeschooled my kids because they got a little girl, and they were saying they're fed up of school now because all that transgender shit is creeping into the UK schooling system.
Sure, yeah.
And so I said, oh yeah, and, we got onto some of the subject. I said, oh, because the teachers are all kind of brainwashed and whatever. And so they're like, oh yeah, we're into conspiracy stuff. And then the wife of the friend just blurted out, we're flat earthers too. It was quite funny, man. She just had to say it to someone. It was like it was cool.
Yeah, it is funny how I've noticed that too. Sometimes the guys are more reluctant to burst it out, and usually they're doing it to defend the honor of their. They're like, I don't want to. I don't want my spouse to be like, he's doing it again. Like, sometimes it's that, but it's funny when she's like, I'm in there. That is funny stuff.
Yeah, a 2-minute car pickup turned into an hour-long chat about various things, conspiratorial things.
Yeah.
So that's 8 people I know of flat earthers in a small town of 1,600 people.
Oh yeah. Yeah, when I moved here, the guy that helped move my stuff in, a guy I hired moving help. when I moved here, and yeah, he kind of hinted at it. He said, "Yeah, gravity will help it, or buoyancy. Depends on what you believe in." And I was like, "I happen to know quite a lot about both of those things," and he just kind of gave me the nod. It was so funny. I was like, "Oh my gosh, what are the chances?" And he's not the only one. I've met a handful of people that are like, "Yeah, just just they old hat or whatever. Like it's just nothing special."
Yeah, that kid this morning from Swansea, that's 20 miles from my house. So that's fairly local, I suppose. There's another one. There was a couple of kids from another place the day before, I think, close by.
Mm.
I don't think they weren't flat earthers, though, the two kids from yesterday.
So how much are you charging for a 4-door car to get tinted?
Depends on the car, like size, window size, whatever. But it's about £160 for the rear windows and the full back window.
What's the conversion right now? I don't even know what the conversion is.
It's not far off the same, I don't think. 1 second.
$190.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, I think I'm underpricing a little bit because the business is new, so I'm just kind of underpricing to get it started. But I'm still making a lot of money. There's a good markup in it.
I do a lot of DIY stuff, and I looked into doing that tint myself, but it was so meticulous. I'm definitely not a perfectionist. I know I would have fucked it up, so I passed.
Yeah, it's really tricky. Like I went on a week-long course to do it, and there was a lot of fuck ups.
That's why you got to buy the LCD windows.
Say that again, AI?
You can buy LCD windows if you don't want to.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, it tints, but it's not a film.
This is great. Here's a guy with a doormat. He said he heard me on Nicktoons.
Oh boy.
Bull crap. I've never been on that show. I've never been on the server. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. You heard me on Nicktoons, right?
He's just jealous of your voice.
Yeah, well, I know. That's well, he disconnected. That's why I did too. Yeah, I'm over here now. Yeah, well, I know. What a spaz. And then days later, Worry is still worked up by it.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reason the YouTube's live stream are muted? Muted?
If they're muted, that's normal. If they're deafened,
oh yeah. Sorry,
that's different.
I mixed it up. Jeez,
it's okay.
Mine's not working today. I've been working all day. Fuck's sake, I'm tired.
Yeah.
No, correct. I think sometimes they're like grey muted, and then sometimes they're like server muted. So that it stands out when it's server muted, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the owner of the channel does it himself, or someone else muted us.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. No more silly shenanigans with the friend request. Whoever you are.
Yeah, I wonder. Maybe that guy who was earlier. I don't know. He's not
Did Alex leave?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I really hope it wasn't him. That's the kind of stuff Alex used to do all the time.
He used to? Well,
Yeah, that's why I asked him, "Are you up to your shenanigans again?" Because, like he's highly skilled at goofing around with Discord.
yeah. Well, it's definitely in the sus list for sure. Because of his own.
I'll take his word for it. He's not he's just a goofball. He's not like actually malicious. He's just he's highly skilled and takes pleasure at, he'd probably be the guy ripping legs off the grasshopper, burning ants with a magnifying glass. He just has fun goofing around. That's all I'm saying.
Did you erase those requests already?
Who's asking? Are you gonna bomb me again?
No, it wasn't me. I'm a victim. I'm a fellow victim.
Levelist. I didn't know it was you. I thought it was Pigeons talking. Because Pigeons was the first, right? He who smelt it dealt it.
Huh? What?
What?
I'm down to only 1,300 requests right now.
Yeah, it took me, I guess, 15 minutes or whatever to get my 19.
I'm still deleting mine.
Yeah, your auto clicker is not as good as the human finger. Then there you go.
Not more requests. That's the problem.
Oh yeah.
Well. We get a call, Ben Boy. Non-VC verified. Enemy, PFP. Benny Boy. Yo, Benny, hop up to Visa check-in if you want to get checked in, if you know what I mean.
What, Benny? You said something about Benny?
Benny account? What?
Benny Boy 44.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's up in the...
Sounds so
screen.
familiar.
Benny Boy.
Ben Boy.
Benny Boy.
Say something, Ben.
Say something, please.
I heard you laugh.
Yeah, because it was kind of funny. I forgot what you said, but it was pretty funny. The very first thing that I heard when you came on, when I came on.
I got you. Well, welcome to the server. What brings you here?
Just boredom. My Rogers is down. I only have my phone internet. All I got is Discord right now. Basically, I'm just trying to look for something to entertain myself until it comes back online.
Okay, cool. What's your Earth knowledge?
About Flat Earth?
Well, just Earth in general.
I know you guys. It is what it is. I'm happy to be here. I'm not a very dull person or anything. I don't know. It's round, I guess.
Yeah. So you started with the statement, "It is what it is," which usually would infer that you're someone that appreciates objective reality.
You got to give me an example of objective.
Yeah. Like there's people that are into subjective reality. They're called solipsists, and they believe that your reality is your reality and my reality is my reality, and they're all equal.
That makes sense. But
does it, or does that sound like an insane person?
To be honest, it makes sense, but it's just not necessarily
Here, I'll give you a better example. Hey, that's a tree to you, but to me, that's not a tree. To me, that is my father.
Clearly, the person's hallucinating. Then you can't say your tree is your father, when your father.
Okay.
No, that's
what I mean.
Crazy.
Like you think that you're a human, right? But I don't identify you as a human. I identify you as an orangutan. In my reality, you're an
To me,
orangutan.
as somebody that's as stupid to me as someone that clearly has one skin tone and is gonna try and say, no, I want everybody to call me this other skin tone when everybody knows that that skin tone is that specific color and everything.
I got you, bro. So one more.
Can I give him another example quickly? Have you ever heard someone say, it's my truth, not the truth, but it's my truth? What do you think about that? I mean, isn't that kind of crazy?
Well, it depends.
There is no my truth or your truth, right? There's just the truth, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I 100% agree with that. There is the truth in the end of the day.
Okay,
there could be someone else's truth and your truth, but yeah, there is the truth in the end of the day. Like what is actually is, you know?
Okay. I'm really glad you said that. That is literally one of the most important axioms, starting points in
way
in
of
this
understanding.
in this conversation specifically.
I
So
got
the
that.
fact of the matter
Okay.
is, when we measure something, it's either going to measure one way or another, not both.
You kind of lost me there.
Yeah, so like if I have
don't know
a
what you're talking
2x4, if I have a 2x4 and I want to know its length, it's either going to be 12 foot or something else. It's not going to be 12 foot and 6 foot and 18 foot all at the same time.
In construction though, I actually work construction. Sometimes they do that. Like, even my cousin was telling me. My cousin used to be like a construction prodigy, but he passed away recently and stuff. But anyways, like this guy was really smart, yo. Like, he even knew in the stores and stuff like that when they're selling you a 2x4, and they say like 2x4 by 12, for instance.
It's besides the point. I know what you're talking about. I know it's 1.5.
Yeah.
I get it. That's besides
like
the point.
2x4 by 12 feet, and then like they'll also add on like an extra like quarter or something inches
Besides the point.
onto it.
Besides
It's
the
weird.
point.
I don't know. I don't get it either.
Ben. That's besides the point. It measures what it measures. That's it. That's my point.
Yeah. I hear you. I agree.
Okay. So the fact of the matter is, Earth measures flat. As simple as that. Go ahead.
Earth measures flat. Yeah. I don't agree.
No,
that's where the
do some
conversation
measurements
comes from,
then.
right?
Hold on. Can you stop? Can you stop the laughing?
Yeah.
Can you stop the laughing, dude? Take this seriously, all right? Don't come here and joke around, bro. If you're gonna come here, act.
You think I'm stupid? I can laugh as much as I want, but I'm not stupid. I know what I'm talking about, man. It's not a crime to laugh.
Are you sure that you know what you're talking about? Because you was
Hopefully, I
laughing
hope
that.
so.
Well,
Okay.
if you're saying that it doesn't measure flat, then the simple question is...
Is that really a crime? Like, all I did was laugh when you said the earth is flat.
Boy, do you know of any time in the past that anyone's ever measured it and found curvature?
He's not serious, man.
Whoa. I mean, I'm pretty sure all of us has heard of Apollo 12 or 13 making it to the moon and taking images and satellites. And
Those are not measuring devices, Ben Boy.
They're not measuring devices, but they are visual devices.
Well, I'm not. The point is, you didn't answer my question at all. I asked you, do you know of any time that anyone's directly measured the Earth to find curvature, drop over distance, an arc segment of the alleged curvature of the Earth?
Have you ever been on a plane?
All right.
Yes, I've been on lots of planes. That's irrelevant.
Hold on, Orion.
No. This is completely irrelevant.
No,
This is
Ben.
completely irrelevant.
No. When I say hold on, it means hold on. Okay? So you don't just keep talking. Orion asked you a question. You didn't actually address his question.
The question.
You were still talking. You were muted. This is called Discord. You can mute people.
That's cool.
Okay. So listen when you're being spoken to. Respond to the questions. Don't just hand wave and ignore them. That's not a conversation. No one wants to talk to somebody.
I wasn't
like
ignoring. I was answering his question. And I was giving my thoughts on what he asked me.
Well, asking me if I've been in an airplane before isn't an answer to my question. I asked you, do you know of any time in the past of when anyone's ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, the alleged curvature of the Earth, to find the radius value of 3,959 miles and the method of how they did that? Where and when and who did
Where
that?
did you get that 959 miles from?
I got it because I was taught it in school, but to the best of my knowledge, they just made it up. It's fictional. There is no
And
radius of the Earth because the Earth's not a ball.
Curvature in school as well. The same way.
I couldn't understand. What did you say?
Yeah. So your question is, did anybody actually make any discovery of the curvature of the Earth? Right. That's your real question.
No, he said his real question.
I thought that was your real question.
Well, yeah, you just reworded it a little differently. So, do you know of any time that anyone's directly measured the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
Measured the Earth to find curvature?
I kind of somewhat remember learning it in class.
I can't wait to hear.
I should point out to you, Ben Boy, if it helps you to understand this a little bit quicker, it's a rhetorical question.
Physics genius or something like that. Like, I'm not some physics major.
Here we go. Now you're an idiot, right? Now you're just a dumb kid. Is what you're trying to tell us now. Now you're stupid. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a teacher. I don't know.
I didn't say that, genius.
Wow.
If you guys if you really want to be a fucking dick, bro, like, are you serious right now?
This is unnecessarily. If it helps you to understand, Ben Boy, even if you're not a terribly smart individual,
Dude,
I can assure you, you are smart enough to figure out if the Earth is flat or not.
Okay, dude, you've got to just take a breath for a second. It's getting unlistenable. Just chill, calm down, listen to the answers, respond, go back and forth. Okay, let's try again.
All right. You were saying.
Answer the question.
So, Ben Boy, you may not be the most intelligent individual in the world, and I may not be. I can assure you that both you and I are smart enough to figure out if the Earth is really flat or not. You and I both are.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I hear that.
So let me point out to you something really quickly, Ben Boy. We have a base axiom, and our base axiom is that we observe the Earth is flat, we feel it is stationary, and we do not observe gas pressure existing anywhere without a container. So now that we start out with as far as what we start out with, we know to begin with that the Earth is flat until we have evidence to the contrary. So I'm not opposed to looking at evidence to the contrary, but the thing is I don't want to believe it blindly that the Earth is a ball. I would want to know it. So the way that I would know it is with the direct measurement of curvature, but it's kind of redundant because we've already falsified the radius with long-range observation.
Well, I mean, like, if you look out on the ocean, like, if you look out on the endless ocean, you see the curvature as even daylight starts to go down when it becomes dawn. Am I wrong? You see the curve with the light and the circular.
It's just an apparent place, Ben Boy. The horizon is just where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Yeah, and it curves.
So watching the sunset doesn't prove that the Earth is curving.
It doesn't.
That's just it, Ben Boy. It doesn't.
There is another explanation. So basically, when you're like when you're going up a hill, right, on a highway in your car, and you can't see the buildings past that hill, right? But then when you get over that hill, then you see the buildings past that hill, right?
And so the reputation with that point is that is not what is happening with the Earth when you see a ship going away.
Like when you look in a straight line, you don't see everything in front of you. All you see is emptiness until you get further along down the road.
But that's
not what I'm saying.
Happens. But that's not what happens when you go out on the water. You're not going over a hill when you go over the water. You're not going.
That's how the curvature of Earth is proved.
But that is not what's happening.
You don't see a building straight away. Like, you can see the moon that's like I don't know how many miles away, but you don't see a building if you look straight forward down the Earth, only until you go further down the road, and I'm pretty sure once you pass that curve, that's when you start to see the rest of everything.
Ben Boy, that is not what's happening. Do you hear me? That is not what is happening. When you get on a boat and you sail away, you do not see the building or any other object roll up to you over curvature.
Yeah.
You see it appear. So what happens when you go up the hill is not what you see happening when you sail across the water.
It's just.
But anyway, this is kind of unrelated to that. So, hey, Ben Boy, can you see what's in the live stream voice text?
The live stream? I'm not looking at my phone. I'm just on the mic.
Are you able to open your phone and look at the screen?
Yeah, my bad. Yeah. So what? Okay, honestly, I don't really know how to navigate through this app very much, but
It's okay. It's confusing at first until you get familiar with how Discord works. But you clicked live stream.
Yeah.
It's just above that. It's called live stream voice text. In fact, it will light up with the number 1 right now. You should see a little red circle with the number 1.
Social media links?
No. You should be clicking on live stream. Are you dying, Elijah?
Smoking, sorry.
You should quit. Live stream voice text.
You can quit. Call 1-800 quit smoking now.
I'm lost, man. I think I accidentally came out of the conversation.
No, you're here. No, we hear you.
No, not the conversation. I'm in that place where I can click on all the other.
Are you in the void?
I don't know where to get back.
Is it called the void where you are?
No. I think what he's talking about, he's on the screen where you see everybody's.
Come on, you're ruining it.
Oh.
Everyone knows that there's no void. He's gonna look for. I'm sorry, brother. I'm just trying to little comic relief. Anyway, I'm one of the moderators. Hello, nice to have you here.
Hey, what's up, man?
I appreciate you being here, and I hope that you leave here with more than you can with. That's all.
I hope so too, man.
All right, so there's a sidebar on Discord. Okay, you said it's your phone. I just don't use Discord on my phone enough to walk somebody through it. I'm always on my PC. So if somebody uses Discord on their phone, give them the walkthrough on how he can find the text room.
I'm basically like on the beginning part where I can scroll through to find conversations and I don't remember.
Hey, Ben Boy, it's just right above this channel that you're in right now, the live stream. It's just right above that. It says live stream voice text.
Yeah, so you see the room, the voice chat room where you're in, where it says live stream in all caps with a big red dot on the side. Just above that is live stream voice text.
I don't think I'm where you guys are thinking I'm at.
You might have to tap live stream with the little arrow on the left-hand side. It'll open up that section.
On the very left side, you should see icons. One of the icons is representing the server that you're in. Do you see the icons of representing servers that you're in? Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, this dude's just bricked.
Pog!
Fraud said it right from the very beginning. He's a waste of time. He's just bricked.
Yo, Fraud, you got it? You there?
He's a
Fraud. Fraud.
Fraud. I'm sure he can hear you, unless he's on a call.
Fraud. Fraud.
Wow, Elijah.
I'm pretty happy today. I'm working, but not really. I'm just kind of chilling.
What's your advice to Fraud? I'll echo it.
No, I just to watch the Killer Priest podcast that I was on.
Oh yeah, bro. There was pros and cons to that. There was some good and there was some not so good, but I'm glad you were there.
Yeah. You know, I did the best I could to avoid confrontation and not go into waters that I wasn't equipped for.
Yeah, I hear you. You heard the guy simping for Carlos Bonacci?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, Santos.
Oh, Santos, whatever. Carlos Santos. You know how
whoever
those names
Bonacci is at the end, it's the same. That's why I knew what he's talking about. Yeah.
I think that's not the first time I've called him Carlos. Oh, gee. Thanks for the correction.
Wait, who is that? The Santos' brother?
At least you didn't call him Santos Salazar.
Good grief. See, Elijah has the funny bone tonight because he was just giggling it up just a few minutes ago.
Okay.
And it's called syncretism.
Right.
And so I'm going to play on the street with guitarists, and then when I'm not doing speed, or when I am doing speed and talking about Morgellons, I'm going to tell you about syncretism now.
That's it.
Who are you impersonating?
A bad impersonation of Santos Bonacci.
Oh, okay, thank you.
He just needs an R in his name, right? So we can get that heavy, because he is just such a saucy minx. Gosh, he's a weird motherfucker.
As though he's Niccolo Machiavelli.
Oh, okay.
I remember when I was into Santos, whatever you want to say. I was into him. I was into that. I was like, no shit. And then I'm like, wait, this doesn't fucking matter at all. And it's a lot of it's incorrect.
Yeah.
He used it to lure in flat earthers. He used to be a Glober, staunch Glober.
What do you think I should? What do you guys think I should present if they actually bring me on for my own show? Because I'm thinking maybe I do a master class in science or natural sciences and how other disciplines aren't a part of that, even though in rhetoric they claim to be a part of that.
Yeah, man. Like
assuming they leave it up to you to choose a topic. Yeah.
You've got more than.
Yeah,
enough.
they would if because if I'm going to, I mean, they let what's his name? Oh, he has a Santos kind of name, but Brother Sanchez. They let him rock out.
Oh yeah,
he was on his own. So yeah. I think I'd like to focus on logical fallacies, the scientific method, so-called, and
yes.
Yeah, I think that's what I would dive into and probably leave it
perhaps
there.
If you could, Elijah, perhaps if you could integrate a little bit of history of science also.
Okay.
Because particularly with the fact that throughout the history of the so-called scientific method, especially through the Renaissance and the Enlightenment era, how for hundreds of years they have hidden this crisis concerning their justification for the inductive principle, being atheist and materialistic empiricists.
Well, we're gonna definitely have to speak on that because I'm like, I need that knowledge. I don't actually have the history, right? I totally missed that.
That science is a part of the history of philosophy, as all thought and all the schools of thought are.
Like, how has it changed? Well, how did they approach things to inquire about now versus before? Like, what was the change, when and why? What were the motivations, or were they justified?
Because no thoughts exist in
whatever they were
doing pop into people's minds. A lot of schools of thought are reactions to previous schools of thought.
Yeah, so that'd be more of a. I think they would appreciate that because they like that kind of thing. You know, just building basically. What the basically, it wouldn't be necessarily about flat Earth, which is what I think people should be doing more of. Is talking about the functions and the ways of how we've gone wrong, rather than something that's super simple.
big picture, and people will come to all of the necessary conclusions if they're using their tools the right way.
Understand it. Getting to the bottom of it.
If I can get with you, Gregory, and Gospel Bear, and maybe like devise exactly how I would do this, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, man.
Certainly, y'all willing.
Because I'm sure if I'm proactive and I say, hey, so I got this presentation, let them know I want to come on. If he was tentatively thinking about having me on, definitely if I had a plan, and I told Vinny, I feel like I have a high likelihood of going on and actually being able to do that.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt.
All right.
Gospel, did you hear that Gates is trying to buy land here?
No, he already did.
He fucking already did? Oh my God.
Yeah, he already did. It doesn't matter. That's more just, in my opinion, just more distraction stuff. He just buys land to offset carbon tax and stuff. It's just, I think it's all, I don't think it's whatever, but yeah, a company that is associated with Gates already, either that or they're under contract to buy, and there are people that are trying to stop that from happening. Because I know there's a lot of North Dakotans that they don't want him having any fingers near here.
Yeah, I don't either. Shit, I wish we could have voted on that shit. I would have definitely been like, hell no.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know. It might set up a bad precedent to keep people from buying land. If you can stop an ultra rich guy from buying land, then what stops you from not doing the same thing to somebody else? I don't know.
There is that, but it's still Bill Gates.
I know.
Oh, you're back, Fraud?
Yeah, I went inside the grocery store.
Hey, my man. Yeah, so I went I'm being mad. I'm just really goofy today. Yeah, I was on Killer Priest podcast finally, so it's there.
5 hours. I don't know
check it out.
Yeah.
5 hours, but you know what? Oh, this is what I meant to mention, Gregory. When I was saying I was being brutally R-worded, obviously being 2022 feminist. What I was actually saying was, yeah, I was told that I should have a YouTube channel and I should start uploading clips for the conversations that I've had, because why the fuck am I not doing that? And I was like,
you need a YouTube for your music. I'm just saying.
I have that, but...
Oh, shit, okay. Hey, pop a link, because I don't know if I know about that yet.
Yes, kids, my music has gone the same way of everything else that I probably would have been influential in. That side of it is not together. Finding it, or chronologizing it, is that it?
Chronologizing.
KJ might know. KJ might be able to help you out with a lot of that. Links and stuff for stuff that people have on their own channels and such.
Yeah. So I got that a conversation I had at Jim's, which I really like, and I also got this I've had thousands of conversations. I don't know where they at. I don't be thinking about that. It's like, well, it's just like a song. You wrote one, you can write another one. I gotta stop doing that. So so basically Adam from over at Nathan's, he suggested that I do a channel and have an intro. He would help me with the intro, and then I clip up what I did at Killer Priest podcast, or Podcraft, I should say, and just put it out as like small segments, like 5 and 10 minute videos, and then do that from then on out, just whatever conversations that I have, which would actually incentivize me to just go and have conversations. I mean, I've had conversation at Geo's. I pretty much go anywhere. So
All right, it looks like Ben discovered how to use Discord, so I just wanted to mention that.
Ben 10?
No, Ben Boyd.
Because it's been 10 minutes since he left.
Oh yeah,
That silly kid. That silly kid. Y'all still talk to that silly kid?
Gospel was annoyed. I'm so sorry.
Oh, shout out to Steve real quick. Hey, Steve.
You guys
are Steve.
No, stay.
Yeah, I'm about to head out. No, that's fine. I'm fine about it. I'm just about to leave immediately after the joke.
He's got a family guy.
Hi, Steve.
I gotta go to the wood shop.
Oh yeah.
Before they shut down for the day. Everything is more than half an hour away from where I live, so I got to hit the road right this second. See you guys.
Yeah. All right, man. Good luck catching it.
Good night. God bless you.
Y'all should talk to that stupid kid when I left.
Elijah, look at your DMs.
Okay.
Wait, so who's doing all the friend requests thing? I just realized I have 2,000.
2,000?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it takes about 15 minutes to get rid of those, by the way.
Are they
Yeah, I know. It's not a big deal. I want to see how many I get before
Did you
this
just
person
get it
finds
now,
something else
or-
to do. What?
Resend it, Gregory. I don't know where it's at.
I'm about to send it to you now.
Oh.
Did you just get it now, or?
There's certain people experiencing a flooding of friend requests, spamming friend requests. I'm one of them. But I want to see, how, like I said, how many they'll go with until they give up and find something else completely irrelevant to do.
I mean, I have my friend requests off. I just turned it off, so.
Oh, no, man. I want to see how pathetic they get on this. It's going to be good. See, here's the deal. I used to be someone like that. In 1994, 95, 96, internet was just coming up. I was just coming up. I was in middle school and then high school.
Yeah, do you
and
know
anyway,
how old you are?
Yeah, I'm 40. So anyway, I'll tell you what. They were called MMs, mass mailings, and then So anyway, you'd flood somebody's inbox, and then the guy would go, "You've got mail. You've got. And it would be a mass mailing, and you'd have to like. The problem was it would like overmodulate. I don't know why I use that word, but it would like clog up your shit so bad that it would crash your computer. It would crash your internet. It would do all kinds of bad shit. If you let it get above like 300 or so, you had to like pull the plug on everything. It's so funny.
That's crazy.
It was because when you say you got man, that was back during dial-up days. So when I was on Yahoo Messenger, there was Yahoo voice chat, and I used to sing in there, but there used to be lots of conversation, and there used to be these gangs, right? I was part of Hood to Hood.
Shit.
And you know what we had? Yeah, we had the software they're called booters. I literally got mine from this website called Booters Paradise, and that's exactly what you would do. You would send them, spam them so many windows that
you couldn't turn your instant messages off, so someone could ruin your day with instant messages, and you couldn't block people fast enough. And there was these things called one-click palettes, and you could put all of your hacks wares, right? WAREZ, and then hacksoring, like all this dumb shit that people did to each other. It's like the Wild West of the internet. But anyway, man, those days, I could go on and on and on about them days. Shit.
Wow, it just sounds atrocious.
Yeah, I never had that much fun with my computer, yo.
Oh, it was amazing. Absolutely astounding. The things that, like, I don't know, it was the first time ever that people were talking to people unhinged that I'd ever seen, and it was like, holy fuck. And we're not even in the thick of it yet. Like I said, it was like the Wild West. You could download anything you wanted if you had like 4 days. Anyway, go ahead.
Shit, does anybody want to watch the rest of this video? I'm gonna fast forward to my part, I suppose.
Yeah, go ahead.
So let's go to cinema. See y'all later.
All right, brothers, enjoy.
Later.
Later. Yo, by
They're
the way,
already
is
down
this
there.
Yo, by the way, was this the same conversation I was on earlier about the whole flat Earth conversation?
Yeah, we talk about flat Earth in here. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, man, I gotta hear what you guys have to say about this though, because my whole background growing up is like I've only learned about Rounder.
For sure. Okay, well, welcome to the server. Hang on, I gotta scroll up, see your name.
It's Ben Boy. 44. Sick. Yeah.
Oh, Ben Boy. I was looking for a different letter at the beginning. Okay, Ben Boy. 44. How about that? How'd you find the server there?
Yeah. Yo, like I'm not here. Like I used to kind of try and get in here to troll, but like I'm not really much of a troller still. I just do it for fun here and there. But
Okay. No, I can hear it in your smile and in your voice that you probably used to be like that. Are you here genuinely today to maybe learn something?
Dude, he was just here, so I don't know if he got muted.
Yeah. You guys are trying to help me out. No, I never got muted. You guys are trying to help me how to figure out something with some red dot.
No. Here, let's start over. You want to start over? Can we do that?
Yeah, man. No worries. Yeah.
Okay, so you have to ask us questions if you want to learn things.
Okay, cool.
So
here.
If you want to join this conversation, you might need to first get some knowledge on what the globe narrative is. Do you know what a narrative is?
I know what a narrative is. Yeah.
What's a narrative?
When somebody narrates on something that's going on.
I'll help you. It's a story. It's a story that we're told, that you're told. A narrative is any kind of story. Okay?
I see. You guys have like this Aristotle kind of perspective, I guess.
I'm not sure.
Well, it's like always question what you're being told type of thing.
Well, sure. If you want to be that way, that's fine. But we're not even talking about that. So.
Okay. Yeah.
But I hear you.
Kind of hide that.
That's cool. That's cool. But you try to use it to learn instead of entertain yourself, because you can do both. Use that high. Okay, so hang on. Okay, so I say narrative and story, right? So you got stories and storybooks and comic books, and it's all stories, right? So that's what a narrative is. It's not based on fact. There's a narrative. So there's stories interwoven with maybe some facts in there, but it's overall a story. So then I say globe narrative. So I'm saying globe story. The reason I say that is because I have yet to see, personally, solid evidence that the globe is something more than a narrative and maybe something based in reality, i.e., the globe math that they say, right? Part of the story, they say the Earth is this big, it's got this radius, it's doing this, it's spinning that, right? Well, they say that they've figured all of that out. But the problem is when I check, and when all of us check, really and truly check that math against reality, or I guess towards reality, whatever, reality doesn't match in the slightest. It's at the very least, 10 times a big fucking lie. 10 times at least. Because they lied about the distance to the horizon by lying about the shape of the Earth that they can't find. And I can leave it there, but just join me on this. They can't find the dimensions of Earth, so how do they know them? How do they expect you to know them if they've never gotten them themselves? And that's for real. That's real talk. So, yeah. Anyway.
If I can just add something to the narrative discussion.
Absolutely.
Evening, guys.
What's up, Solar?
basically the idea of a narrative is something that's deliberately not true, but repeated sufficiently so that you start to believe it is. So, for example, you cheat on your girlfriend just because you wanted to, and then she catches you, and you tell her that it's because of how she acts towards you, that she forced you to go and meet someone else new. And then the more that she keeps asking, but why did you cheat on me? You keep pushing the narrative that it was her fault, that she's the reason, that her disinterest in you or whatever caused her to do something, even though it's completely false. You cheated because you're a scumbag and you just, wanted to get your leg over. It's the narrative really is when something is constantly repeated, so much so that even the person repeating it starts to believe it is true.
Yeah, I've seen people do that in law too. Like when police try to get someone to admit to something they didn't do, they do the same sort of tactic. But anyway, yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, so the narrative that we've been presented with is, of course, you're living on a spinning sphere that's spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, which is faster than the speed of sound. But of course, you'd never expect to feel movement faster than the speed of sound, even though when an airplane travels at the speed of sound, it breaks the sound barrier, and it sounds like a gunshot.
Airplanes break the sound barrier? I actually never knew that, so... I'm only saying that because I'm really interested in all of
Sounds to me like
science, I love math, I love aerodynamics, physics, all of that, like...
That's excellent. I also like flowers and daffodils and all these other erroneous, completely irrelevant points. It sounds to me like you're still in your trolling mood.
Funny, but not true. No, I'm not
Come back when the high wears off, brother. Have some coffee and maybe take it seriously when you come back.
All right, man. All right, you guys. All I was simply saying is I don't believe in flat Earth, and I understand what you guys are saying about
Ben Boyd. For example, I will like a listen. I'm like a listener now, and I will be a listener, and I heard two of them. They're
Why don't we just have a simple debate? Why don't we just have a simple debate? Nobody gets angry.
I will try to be like you now. But for example, I heard to them that they are saying that nobody measured the curvature in any time, and there is no rotation also that nobody. Now, my question will be...
I can actually prove that wrong.
Really?
If nobody measured the distance with the length of the Earth, then why is it that Google Maps can measure how long it takes me to get from one place to another?
Ben Boy, listen this. This is Google Maps, you said again. But listen this. Are you living... I'm
sure there's a lot going on right now.
Ladies' night.
I can take it a step further, but I don't really want to hype you guys. Like, you guys seem very angry and very, like...
Right, so let's try one at a time again. Listen, brother. Let's try it again, okay?
You guys are very strongly hearted about your opinions.
We are.
I understand that.
All right, so let's try to take it back down.
I'm not trying to...
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could take this for just a second. I'm in a calm mood, my friends, so let's see if we might be able to one more time start over. Please don't troll. We are respectful to you. Please be respectful to us.
Yeah, no, I am trying to be as respectful as I can possibly be.
Okay, good. Do you trust that
the best thing to do is probably... Yeah?
Sorry, do you trust that I'm trying to do the same? Like, I'm trying to meet you on your level right now.
I understand completely. I'm actually not trying to mess around. Like, when it comes down to things like this, I'm completely honest about it.
Totally. So let's do that. Let's be honest about it. I'm going to ask you 3 questions. They're just yes or no questions, and it's not like a...
Okay, but
we got you.
I understand that you guys are getting upset about my overall opinion of the whole situation.
Brother, I am not upset at all. I'm not upset, I promise.
Okay.
I want to help.
Okay, because I literally just have the opposite opinion of you guys, and
Exactly.
I understand why it's a problem, but
it's not a problem. Not at all. In fact, it's an opportunity. So, yeah, as respectfully as possible, I would love to ask you 3 very simple questions, and they are just yes or no. Okay. So you don't have to be like, oh shit, what do I say? It's just yes or no, and they're easy.
All right.
Is that cool?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. All right. So the first question, do you know of any time in history when anybody got a direct physical measurement of the Earth's curvature?
No.
Okay, cool. Me neither. No idea, how they did that, if they did that. It's crazy. I can't find any true evidence. So, yeah, honest answer. Number 2, do you know of any time when anyone has detected the rotation of the Earth?
Yeah, I've heard of that actually.
Okay, how'd they do it?
It's how they read the 356 or something days in the year.
The stars?
No, I don't think they did it by the stars, but they did it by the seasons, I think.
The seasons.
And they basically calculated to make the 300 and something days.
Okay.
And the week.
Do you know? So what I'm asking for is
months and years.
Okay, yeah. What I'm asking for is something a little more scientifically specific, like the way that we detect how fast a car tire is going, something like that. That's what.
Yeah.
That's what's necessary for, you know what I mean? And it's hard to do. Earth is so big. In fact, we don't know how big it is. So.
I mean, but we have satellites now. It's not hard to believe that we can.
All right, well then let's go on to the third question, because that actually addresses space and the ability or inability for satellites to exist and do what they claim to be doing. Okay? There's just one more question, yes or no. But
just before you go on, Glad, just to acknowledge that second point was also a no.
Was it a no? Hold on, I need to check. Was that a no? On the second question about rotation, was that a yes or a no that you know of a time when somebody directly detected the rotation of the Earth? Yes or no?
As if you know the name and you know the demonstration.
No, not directly, no. But I remember reading it when I was a kid.
Totally. I do too. Absolutely. Okay, cool. So that is a no. Awesome. Thank you for being honest. Okay. Last question, and then I am done.
Let's also establish those are beliefs, right? So you believe the Earth is a ball, but you have no direct measurement, right?
But there is no direct proof that the Earth even has an edge.
Hold on. So
no, I know. But Ben Boy, this is just part of
Ryan, I was almost done, man. I was so almost done.
Sorry, yo, the guy was trying to ask me the last 3 questions.
Yeah, let's finish.
No. Well, yeah, this is part of it. It's just to establish that it's a belief, the first 2, and then on to the third one.
All right, and if I hadn't gotten to that, then maybe you could have spoken up. Anyway, I'm almost done. Please, the last question, sir, is still yes or no. And this one's kind of weird, but think about it for a second after I ask it. I can maybe help you answer. So just come with me on this little ride. Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Round 3.
No, I don't think so. I would not think so, no.
You're right. It can't be done.
It's pressurized by the container, by whatever's containing it.
I love it.
Otherwise, it's free.
There you go. See, that's easy. Like a pop can or again, a tire. Okay. See? You guys, hey, round of applause for this guy. That was, give him the 3 participant role, because I'm serious.
Like I said,
you were honest. You're honest. That was what we need. So, yeah, good job. Orion, take it away.
Well, so do you still believe that the Earth is a ball and that it's spinning?
I hope you guys don't hate me for saying this, but yes.
Can I just link the 3 points before you take over, Ryan? Just on the 3 points, you've got to see them as the 3 pillars holding up your religion. So firstly, believe you're on a sphere.
I don't have a religion because I don't really believe in religion anymore.
Okay, well, let me elaborate, and then you might understand what I mean by it. So you've got, imagine a 3-legged table, right? And these 3 legs are, if I'm on a spinning ball in space, Firstly, for it to be a ball, there must be curvature. That's pillar 1 or column 1.
Wait. You lost me with three-legged table and then space. I'm really lost right now.
Right.
That's one of the legs.
So the idea that you're on a spinning ball in space has 3 foundational pillars that have to support that belief. Let me finish my sentence.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
For it to be a ball, it has to curve. For it to be a spinning ball, there has to be axial rotation. So you've got to be able to measure that this thing is spinning. And for it to be a spinning ball in space, you have to demonstrate why we're breathing gas pressure without ever there being a container to contain the gas pressure. So as Glad just went through with you, pillar 1, is there known curvature measured? Hold on, I'm almost done. So
no, I just didn't hear you properly. That's why.
All right,
you said we're breathing gas pressure. The breathing gas pressure part.
Do you understand that you're breathing air at pressure?
You're talking about hypothetically in space, right?
No. I'm saying, do you understand that when you breathe into your lungs are creating a lower pressure than the high pressure gas that surrounds you? And therefore the high pressure gas that surrounds you rushes into your lungs to fill your lungs.
It's being absorbed into your lungs. I understand that, yeah.
No, do you understand the high pressure part? That when you're at sea level, you're at 14 psi.
Yeah, the high pressure tries to rush into the low pressure to fill it, right?
Correct. But you questioned the fact that air is pressured. Okay, so air is pressured. The air that we breathe is already under pressure.
Inside of our lungs. Yeah, inside of our lungs.
No, it's pressured outside of our lungs. Our lungs create a low pressure, and therefore the higher pressure that's outside of our lungs rushes into the low pressure of this vacuum in our lungs. So our lungs create a mild
that's what I was agreeing with you with. I was agreeing with you, yeah. That makes sense.
But your original question was, are we breathing high pressure gas? The answer is yes. It's demonstrable.
That wasn't my question, but sorry, yeah, you were explaining like high pressure lungs and stuff.
So do you understand that there is
So wait, let me finish the point. So there's this 3-legged table. One leg has to be curvature. The other leg has to be movement of this planet. You have to detect movement somewhere. And the third one is you have to demonstrate gas pressure without ever being contained, because the gas pressure is said to exist on the exterior of a sphere adjacent to a vacuum. So those are the 3 fundamental pillars of your religion, that you're on a spinning ball in space. And if you can't prove any...
Sorry, you can finish. Hello?
I think you got disconnected. Give me a second.
No, I was just pausing because the kind of troll behavior that you're demonstrating either shows an unwillingness to listen, or it shows that you're not actually trying to follow along, or you're just incapable of actually listening to what's being said to you. This isn't higher grade.
I don't know if the rest of you guys know what's going on, but I may as well just leave this conversation because I'm simply just disagreeing. I have my own opinion. There's nothing wrong with that.
No. Give me a second.
He's just a little bit jumpy.
Calm down, everybody. I think the problem is that he doesn't understand. He's trying to have a regular conversation, but over Discord, he needs to wait until the other person is finished.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I'm doing that pretty much.
Please refrain from like interjecting like little comments, whether yes, no, because that kind of stops him from actually finishing his sentence. So can you wait until he actually completes his sentence and then have a rebuttal or a conversation with him? Is that fine? Thank you. Continue, bro.
Look, we're trying to tell you something that's it's not a belief. So you said you wanted to come and have a debate with people who believe this, or see what people who believe the flat Earth might think. And what most of the guys in the room was trying to explain to you is that this is not a belief. This is factual. Water is level. Water covers 70% of the surface. Therefore, 70% of the surface is level. That's factual. It's not my opinion. It's not your opinion. It's just a fact. 70% is level. So there is this truthful information. And for example, if someone was coming in here to talk about their really ill grandmother who has cancer and is going to die, you're asking what color dress is she wearing? And where the rest of the people would actually want to know something about either the cancer or the treatment or some kind of therapy that could alleviate that illness or whatever, you're saying, what's her hairstyle? Does she have Ray-Bans on? And asking those kind of questions are not productive. And we're trying to talk about something as serious and as truthful as that cancer can cause illness. The Earth is measurably flat. The Earth is measurably stationary. The Sagnac effect, the Michelson-Morley, the Michelson-Gale, all of these experiments were done to show zero movement of the Earth. Then the second law of thermodynamics states entropy is always increasing, which means hot will always go to cold and high pressure will always go to low pressure. So the fact that they say we're living in a vacuum means it's fallacious against, it's a falsity, or it's incorrect to state that we can have high pressure air existing next to a vacuum of space without at least a solid barrier dividing those two unequal gas pressure environments. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I guess you guys are waiting for me to elaborate on it.
Elaborate on what?
What you just said? I don't know, you were quiet for a while, so that's why.
Benboy, do you want to see that?
So when someone says, does that make sense? Did you hear that question? Or did you hear me say, would you like to elaborate?
That's fine.
So as I stated, this is not a belief, and you haven't presented your belief yet. All you've done is question every question so far.
No, I haven't. What? Dude, I understand the whole, if you tell somebody something over and over again, then maybe they might possibly believe it, but I wasn't agreeing with you, and I'm still not agreeing with you. No offense, I'm not even trying to troll, but that's... the whole concept of flat Earth, there's pictures of the
Earth. Did you not agree?
With a satellite, and I can believe that satellites exist because of airplanes and rockets existing.
Benboy, do you want to see how Earth is measured flat?
Has anybody ever captured an image of the edge of the Earth?
Benboy, do you want to see how Earth is measured flat?
Sure. How do they measure that?
Do you want to see that?
What kind of camera lens?
I think it's not like arguing. I actually am interested to know.
What kind of camera lens? What kind of camera lens would you like us to use?
You guys are literally gonna send me a video?
No, probably a GIF or maybe an MP4.
Well, apparently you guys said that there was already people that discovered the length of the Earth. You were naming two people, I think, when you were explaining yourself. I forgot their names though. I can Google them, if anything, and see what they did.
Can you Google?
Makes it a lot easier. Dude.
Ben boy, have you ever seen a horse before? Ben Boy, have you ever seen a horse? All right, so if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture of a horse or not?
Yeah.
The answer is yes, right? You would have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not a picture of a horse in my hand is a realistic picture of a horse or not, right? Yes?
Do you have a reference to tell you that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
You're not answering the question. Ben Boy,
what do you have?
Do you want to engage in the conversation, Ben Boy?
Orion, he wants that. I want immediately there because he wants that. He wants to see that. Let's show him.
I'm not even trying to troll, man. It's just
Nobody's control. That's what he said a second ago. Let's show him the black swan in a second. But I just wanted to address what he said a second ago. Ben Boy, do you have a reference point? It's a yes or no question, Ben Boy. Do you have a reference
I already
point?
answered. I already answered. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. So a follow-up question is this: do you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not a picture from space is real or not?
Technically, I've been on an airplane before.
So has everyone else?
No. I didn't say an airplane. I said, do you have a reference point to tell me whether or not a picture from space is real or not?
Well, an airplane is a semi-reference point because an airplane goes half the distance up from a satellite or so.
No question, Ben Boy. Ben Boy, it's a yes or no question.
Yes, I have a reference point.
Okay, so are you saying that you could see the curvature of the Earth or anything close to what the curve they show you in a supposed?
Yeah, just as I was saying, I think like in the beginning of the conversation, I was saying about when you're on an airplane, if you look over the ocean and you see when it's dawn, when the sun is just going down, you see the curvature of the horizon.
That was a fucking
and it's like an endless ocean, but you see the curvature.
Let's count this out right here. Let's count this out right here.
I'm sorry, that's a little bit incorrect because
you're telling me it's incorrect, but I literally seen it firsthand.
How high did you fly on that plane?
I was a kid. I was not high. I was not ever drinking or smoking or anything.
What was your altitude? Pay attention. You said you're not trolling.
Asking me my altitude, dude. The pilot would know the altitude. How am I going to know the altitude? I'm just on the plane.
Because everyone, you said, you asked if you've been on a plane. Everyone in this room knows that planes fly at about 30 to 50,000 feet.
Why would you even ask me the altitude, dude? What does that even have to do with seeing the horizon?
Because you don't understand that mathematically you didn't see any curvature from that altitude.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Dude. You don't even know my altitude.
Hold on.
No. Everybody stop. Everybody stop.
Calm down. A plane only travels about 35,000.
I said something else.
Listen. 35,000 over land and about 65,000 over sea when you're going overseas. Now, the issue with that is that it's not high enough. Not even at 130,000 feet you can see curvature, and that's how high the Ben Gardner jump was. And you have.
So you're saying if they can mathematically prove that it's that you're not capable of seeing the curvature?
Ben, did you hear what he said? Ben, did you hear what he said?
Yeah, that.
He said mathematically.
Can you repeat what he said?
Hold on,
it doesn't change it much, but I don't think they ever get up to
He's using the same information that you.
Give me a second. You have a mathematician. A mathematician actually tells you that not even from
Who's
the
a mathematician?
Excuse
me. Who's a mathematician?
Excuse me. I'm not done. There's a mathematician that tells you not even from the ISS you'll be able to see curvature of the Earth. So. The math, whatever math you said you have, you're wrong. So I mean, you could definitely pull up that video. They could definitely put you a link up that video of the mathematician tells you, not even from the ISS, you should be able to see curvature of the Earth, but they supposedly show you it.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
And that's from 130,000 feet, Ben. So that's 100,000 feet more than an airplane. So if you can't see it at that altitude or the altitude of an ISS, so what the hell did you see in an airplane, my friend?
Wait, but where did you guys get all that math from?
Well, you
I
can do
thought
the
you
math
guys said
yourself.
not to believe in that
You can do
information that you read online.
listen, you can do the math yourself, brother. If you don't trust me or Neil deGrasse Tyson or Paul Larson or any of these people, just go do the math yourself. Then you don't have to trust anybody. You do it yourself.
Did you do your math yourself?
Yeah, let's do it right now. Let's do it right now.
Like, what the hell?
No, for real. Hold on. Let's you and me do it together.
You guys use the
Okay.
information that you guys.
Hey, Ben boy, chill. Okay, let's you and me do it together. So if you're at a specific distance above a sphere, right? Every angle you could see to the sphere would be an equal distance.
No, sorry. I agree with you. I want to hear you, but you got to explain to me what the whole premise of what you're explaining to me is, because I have to understand what you're trying to do. You know what I mean?
That's the point. You cannot see curvature, so we're just trying to correct you, my friend.
Ben, can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor, Ben? I'm 42 years old. Go back to school, and when you graduate, I'll be like 60, and then we can engage in this conversation.
Well, there's a really funny thing because, man, I don't even want to argue with you guys, man. Like, honestly, I just feel like to leave you guys to your own thing, to your own devices. You guys are doing your own thing.
How about just do this? Be quiet. Yeah, there you go. Be quiet.
Come on, man.
And let people finish their sentences, right? And then you'll actually progress the conversation.
Listen what people are saying, please.
Let's go back. Let's go back.
Hey, hold on a second.
Hold on. Let's go back to something.
No, I said hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, you are sorry.
Hey, chill out.
Okay, so now 5 more people repeat what I said before we can continue, because that seems to be the way it goes. Okay, it's literally tedious to listen to when everybody's trying to finish everyone else's sentence, trying to repeat what the last guy just said, and trying to completely take it off a topic while somebody else is already talking over somebody else. It's excruciating. Okay, you guys have the power to mute this kid. Just lay down the law. Be like, we're going to say something, you're going to say something. If you interrupt and it's not valid, you're just going to be muted. I mean, it's not really that hard, especially if you're on a PC.
Yeah, it wasn't on PC though. But
anyway, the math goes like this. The horizon is 360 degrees around you from your point of observation in a circle. That means it's equidistant. That means there's no discernible information for which to discern a curve from. All right? So you have to be very far away from the surface of a sphere.
Can you repeat that?
Holy fuck, why are you unmuted?
Unmuted?
Yeah. Never mind.
I could hear you. And everybody else. Yeah.
A circle's radius is the same in all directions, correct or incorrect?
Yeah, correct.
Correct. At the center of a circle, right? The boundary is equidistant to you in all directions, correct or incorrect?
Wait, the boundaries are what?
Equidistant, the same distance.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay, perfect. So knowing that, how can you have any differential information in your field of view when you're looking down at the surface of the Earth from which to determine whether it's curved or not, if it fills your field of view?
Could you repeat that question again?
Okay, in your field of view, the Earth is filling your field of view, right? 360 degrees. As you make a rotation, it's going to be in your field of view. The horizon is equidistant to you in all those directions. Where would any differential information come from?
I'm really confused about this question, to be honest.
Well, the answer is that there's no differential
about the center of
information.
the Earth.
No, I'm not talking about the center of the Earth.
Like,
okay,
no,
listen,
the distance.
Listen, let me lay it down for you. Let me lay it down for you since it's hard for you to pay attention. I understand. Okay, check it out. We've been talking about you claiming to see the curve of the Earth at a height off the surface, an altitude.
Yes.
What I'm explaining to you is that at certain altitudes, the horizon is going to be equidistant. So there's no discernible information to the left or to the right. There's no way for you to see any difference. It's equidistant. So it would render, right, as if it was just a straight line. Now, this what I just said is the same math that Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson, who you heard in his own words when he was giving a speech about the jump that Felix Baumgartner did, because what happened was Felix Baumgartner went up with Red Bull Promotions, right? And he jumped out of a balloon.
Oh,
now, while he was going up there, he had a camera attached to him, right? And he jumped out, and everybody saw. Yeah, but the point is he had a camera. And as people were watching him fall, in the camera's view, it looked like the Earth was curved.
See the horizon.
Right. The problem is that the curve looked pronounced, right? And so many people claimed this is the curve of the Earth. Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson, a staunch globe-believing person, you know, a planetarium director.
If you guys believe in that, how come you guys don't believe in me?
Stop interrupting me.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature.
People always like to make parody comedy videos about things like that.
Hey, listen, I'm pretty sure that we were about to hear Neil deGrasse Tyson in his own words explain what he was trying to tell you. It's not a parody. You can watch the video. It was actual speech. So would you like
It's because I'm only on the audio, that's why. I can't see anything.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. This is an actual comment from him. So wouldn't you want to hear it so you can inform yourself, so you can know more about what you're talking about?
So can I ask you something?
If you can wait until we actually hear what it is, you can then continue to talk. That's how it works.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, so Mr. Tyson, being the astute observer that he is of the situation, decided that he needed to speak out about it because a lot of people were falsely claiming that what they saw through Felix's camera was the curve of the Earth. And he explained to everyone in this speech that you just heard an excerpt from that from that height, there's no discernible information. You can't see the curve of the Earth from that height. And clearly what you were seeing is the curve from the GoPro camera.
Sorry, do you mind if I cut in just quickly?
Sure, if it's
I thought
incisive.
you said that he saw the curve. Yeah, I thought you said that he said the curve earlier. I mean, he saw the curve earlier.
Let's rewind 10 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Okay. To when I just said that Mr. Tyson said is that you're not seeing the curve of the Earth. You're seeing the curve of the GoPro camera. Now, a GoPro camera can make the ground beneath your feet, being a 6-foot tall man, curve.
Oh,
right? When you're standing there. Yes, exactly. So what Mr. Tyson was saying, astutely so, because the math checks out, is that you're not seeing the curve of the Earth, and all these people claiming this is the curve of the Earth are not giving you accurate information. Now, on top of that, another planetarium director who wanted to one-up Mr. Tyson and say, oh, yeah, Mr. Tyson, I'll raise you even higher than that. He did the math out and showed the diagram that even from the height of the ISS, you would still have the same problem of the equidistant horizon. And there would be no discernible curvature information. He put the distance to the ISS, he put a circle imprint on the Earth, how big it would be. And his direct quote, if I'm not mistaken, is what it would appear to you to be is a straight line.
Felix Baumgartner, he would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't.
Hey, but
That stuff is flat.
Okay, now you can.
But yo, okay. But how come there's nobody has any pictures or any proof or anything about the sides of the Earth, the underneath of the Earth? If the Earth was flat, how come there's no edge?
Okay, so can you fall off the edge of a lake?
No.
Okay. Secondly, the deepest hole ever dug is 7.8 miles. So no one's ever gone deeper than that. The globe Earth claims to know what's 4,000 miles down, but no one's ever dug
and it's
deeper
still
than
endless.
No one's ever dug deeper than 8 miles. And actually, the globe prediction was wrong the entire way down. And then the third question is how big it is. It's illegal to privately explore past the 60th south latitude. So no one knows how big the Earth is. It's literally not accessible.
But that technically didn't answer my question about the edge of the Earth.
Yeah, you can't fall. Okay, Antarctica has the highest elevation on the Earth. Water has to be contained. So you don't fall off of a lake, you just hit the shore. We don't know how far the shore goes. I just explained to you. It's illegal to go there. And then the fourth point is we have gas pressure on the Earth that requires a physical container. If that physical container touches down somewhere on the ground, could you fall off the edge of the Earth?
No.
Right. So it's just an attempt to dismiss the conversation, but they're all straw men. Do you know what a straw man is?
A strong what?
A straw man is an argument that you present where you misrepresent the other side's actual argument.
Okay.
What's the definition of straw man? An intentionally misrepresented proposition that is set up because it is easier to defeat than an opponent's real argument.
So it's easy to say, you'd fall off the edge, you stupid flat earther. But no one thinks that. That's ridiculous.
Well, people have explored. We've gone to like the furthest of the furthest. And how does that explain how what's his name? Something Fox, that guy who literally had cancer and he almost made it 2 days away from going all the way around the Earth.
Okay, so you can go around the Earth.
And there was a guy on a wheelchair that actually went all the way around the Earth after him.
Okay, so millions of people go around the Earth. Okay, you can go east to west and go all the way around the Earth and come back to where you started. You can do that on a globe. Listen, you can do that on a globe or a flat Earth.
But you can't.
Yes.
But you can't do it on a flat Earth.
Yes.
Because where's the edge? You'd have to go underneath the edge and then back around from the edge or underneath.
Dude, you're not going to teach us, I promise, okay? So east to west works the same on a globe or a flat Earth. North to south only works on a globe. No one's ever done that one, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There was a guy that did it after that Fox guy.
Okay,
I forgot what his name was.
Like to cite it because we all know for a fact that no one's ever gone all the way around the Earth, north to south. That's never happened.
I'm gonna Google this right now.
Google it. It's illegal to even try to do it. So let's cover the basics here. Millions of people have gone around the Earth east to west. That works perfectly fine on a flat Earth. North to south only works on a globe Earth, and it's never been done, and it's illegal to even try to do it. Isn't that a bit of a coincidence?
Wait, sorry, could you repeat that?
East to west circumnavigation works on a flat Earth. North to south does not. It would prove the Earth's a ball. Yet no one's ever done that one, and it's illegal to even try to do it.
People have in airports. They travel their airplane to another country, north and south,
It's illegal
Antarctica, and
It's illegal to fly over Antarctica. You're just wrong.
how do you? It's not illegal to fly over Antarctica.
It literally is, though.
Who owns Antarctica? What
Okay,
continent?
there's something called the Antarctic Treaty. Every major country in the world has signed it. No one owns it. Every major country in the world has signed a treaty.
Exactly. So it's international, which means anybody could fly over it.
No.
Just like international waters. Because no one's really claimed it and it's not close enough to land, so it's just international.
Dang, AI left. I was just going to get this guy back to him. Part of the treaty is that you cannot fly over Antarctica. Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about, bro. It's okay if you don't know what you're talking about, but don't pretend that we don't know what we're talking about. If we could just fly over Antarctica and prove the Earth's a ball, none of us would be in here.
Yeah, people have gone to the moon?
I don't believe people have gone to the moon.
I mean, I'm like...
You think people went to the moon?
You don't believe that?
Well, I don't know why I would believe it, because only one group of people claim to ever do it, and it's never been done.
But I mean, if you could believe that somebody went off an airplane and parachuted off and used the camera to see the horizon and say that the camera lens is the curvature, why not believe that there's such thing as a spaceship
How is
that went to the moon?
120,000 feet synonymous to 230,000 miles?
People never used to believe that human beings could fly either. But yet we did.
Okay, so here's the point, bro. The only people that ever claimed to go to the moon was NASA, who admittedly worked with Nazis to supposedly go to the moon, and they lost.
No. Now you don't know what you're saying. Because the Nazis, that whole war happened, and then NASA happened.
Exactly.
NASA happened after the whole war with the whole Holocaust and the Jews and everything. Like,
yeah, listen carefully, bro. It's called Operation Paperclip.
There was World War II.
Listen, It's called Operation Paperclip. We brought Nazis over here in 1945. One of the
Operation Paperclip. What are you talking about now?
Dude, if you keep interrupting, I'll just mute you, man. So one of the Nazis we brought over here, his name was Werner von Braun. He was an SS officer of the Nazi regime.
How do you know this stuff?
Scientist. Because I'm actually informed on it before I have opinions, as opposed to just spewing things.
It's not simply an opinion. You're saying it as a fact that some Nazi spy came over.
Yeah, he's not making up things on the fly like you are, Ben.
Well,
you can go look this up yourself.
You were asking me earlier, what's my proof? What's your proof?
Okay, listen carefully. So there's declassified documents about Operation Paperclip. We brought Nazis over here in 1945. Okay, one of them was Werner von Braun. This is openly admitted by the U.S. government. Okay, and he was put in charge of the space exploration program that supposedly took us to the moon. This is all openly admitted by the government.
I just posted it in the chat there, Ben, so take a look at that as well. Everything he said's right there.
Yeah, I also posted a small video of a CIA official saying exactly that, and saying NASA within their circle is called not a space agency.
That's what happens when you don't make things up as you go, like you did with seeing curvature from your airplane. So if you don't do that, then you won't be making mistakes like you are.
Hey, I just realized curvature from the airplane doesn't explain when that guy jumped off the airplane and had the camera lens explaining the curvature. From an airplane, there's no camera lens.
Ben, listen
There's just
again.
a window.
Let me just say this again, Ben, just so you know. It wasn't about any lenses or anything like that. He's talking about mathematically, it's impossible to see curvature from the altitude of
I
an
know, but
airplane,
yo,
from the
even you
altitude of a
guys,
Red Bull jump. But you keep bringing up
can you
cameras and stuff like that. We're talking about mathematically, there's no curvature from that altitude. So what you said earlier was just not true. We're just trying to help you out.
Can I say one thing though? Like, yo, you guys are saying all the information that I learned in the past, or where I learned it from, right? But you guys haven't even been giving me where you guys are getting your information from either.
We just
So
we
it's
just
like
cited
he
it
said,
for you.
she said.
We just showed you. And if you don't believe the people telling you that's on your side, hey, Ben, just so you know, stop telling people you can see curvature from an airplane. That's not true. If you don't believe those people that are on your side, then just do the math yourself.
Come on, man. I get up every day and I'm like, I can't wait to lie to everybody about the shape of the Earth. You know, tell them it's flat, stuff like that. You know, that's not a motivation of mine.
Can I point out something to him that may help him? So, Ben, just in case you still believe that you saw the curvature of the Earth from an airplane window, let's pretend for a second you and I go up in that same airplane. We both look out the same window. You look out the window and you say, I see the curvature of the Earth. I look out that same window and I say, I see a flat Earth. Do you see the problem here? Do you see how it's subjective, not objective?
But the facts are, I've actually been in an airplane and you haven't.
Yes, we have, Ben. Yes, we have.
What makes you think I haven't been in an airplane, Ben?
Yeah, I used to work.
Okay, well, I mean, you can at least mention that.
I used to work at an airport.
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Nah, I messed up just now. I messed up. I'm wrong. I can't say that you've never been in an airplane. Have you been in an airplane before?
All of us.
Yes, I've been in many different types of airplanes, in fact. Okay, and I've been up to 35,000 feet, just like you. Okay, so
I've
what
been
I'm trying to
one of
say
the
is,
highest because I went at least a 6-hour, 7-hour flight, which is one of the highest planes, I think. It was one of the biggest ones.
Rating has nothing to do with the height.
Ben, do you see the problem? How it's just a subjective opinion at that point? Do you see that? So what
But
I'm saying is,
have you ever been on an airplane? It's a yes or no.
Ben.
No, Ben,
Not you, the other guy.
Who hasn't?
Said yes.
I
The
said
guy
yes.
who was
Yes,
asking
I've
the
been on lots
question,
of
though.
airplanes.
The guy who was saying that he was on the plane that's seen a straight line.
Yes.
Have you ever been on a plane?
He already said yes. He says
Can you hear me, Ben?
types of plane.
Can you hear my voice, Ben?
Yes, I can hear
Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, I've been on lots of airplanes. Yes, I've been on lots of commercial flights of different sorts. Okay, so the thing is, do you see how it's a problem, how it's just a subjective opinion at that point? If we're both looking out the same window and you say, I see curve, and I say, I don't see curve, do you see how it's just a subjective opinion at that point?
Completely. I agree.
Okay, so when you say that maybe, so when it makes sense, would you agree with this? Would it make sense? I would say it would make sense that in order to figure out for sure if the Earth is a ball or flat, wouldn't it make more sense to land the aircraft and then figure out a method to measure the Earth to figure out if it's flat or a ball directly from the surface?
But they've done that already.
Who?
People have done that already. If you're going to take a flight from here halfway across the world to go to Asia, in that continent is a 24-hour flight.
Okay, well, just tell us
and
when.
It's literally halfway across the world.
Okay, Ben, if they did that, just tell us when, how, and who.
You could easily look it up on airplane flight. Yo, I'll Google it right now. I just don't know how to send it to you guys. But yo, I'll send you guys right now, yo.
Carefully, please, Ben. The only way we've ever measured anywhere on the Earth to get distances, you have to measure
Think about
the Earth flat. Listen, you have to measure the Earth flat to get distances between places. That's literally the only way to do it.
No, it's not. Dude, you can still measure the curvature.
Okay, who did? Please.
It's still math. It's just angles.
Okay, well, if you can measure it, who did then?
Yeah, so do you know of any time that anyone directly measured
right now? That's true. I can Google it for you right now.
Ben, stop giggling. Don't pretend like we haven't done this. Give us some slack, right? It's not like nobody took the time to look into this. You haven't. That's why we're sending you on a wild goose chase. Go ahead, Witzel.
I got 10 on Aristophanes.
Oh, of course. You know, I'll double up on that, Auntie. Yeah,
Trust me. $10. He comes back with their stuff.
So just again, Ben, don't pretend like we didn't check to see if this is there. You haven't. So this is why you're giggling now. But go.
I have a quick question for Ben, if I may.
And who says that I haven't?
Because you just have to Google it. Remember, you said you were going to Google it. Nobody here needs to Google this, so we already know what you're going to tell us in advance because we've actually.
You were asking me about a specific person. I was going to
but
Google.
Woods had already put money on the table about who
I can't possibly have not learned about this stuff if I'm arguing about this stuff with you guys right now. Obviously, I learned a ton about it.
All right, well, go ahead then. Who is it? Who is it?
I forgot what the question was still now.
Oh, but you said you were arguing, though.
Just Google who measured the curve of the earth, bro. Just Google it.
Yeah, basically.
That's what we did.
Yeah, we already know your answer, dude.
It doesn't make any sense, but okay.
Ben boy, I have a question.
Again, Ben, we're sending you on a wild goose chase to look for something that isn't there.
So then, I heard the other guy earlier saying that it was some BS about trying to BS everybody about how the Earth is flat.
No idea what you're talking about.
So is that what you guys are trying to do? Like, are you guys?
No, just pay attention.
Do you believe that people would actually wake up and just say, "I'm gonna just lie about the shape of the Earth all day and call it flat"? Like, do you think that's what we're doing? We're just being stupid. Do you think we didn't check?
Hey, Ben, check this out, bro. I actually had to lose a six-figure job because I talk about flat Earth online and make videos, and they said I couldn't have the job.
That's very unbelievable, bro. That's very unbelievable. You lost a six-figure job because of that.
Yeah,
a six-figure job, bro. What job was it?
It was a sales representative for solar power, and it has a base salary plus incentives plus commission, actually. And they said I can't keep
and what were you doing in this?
Because of customer public relations, I can't have the job offer if I don't take all the flat Earth videos and conspiratorial videos down because it's a bad look for the company. So can you explain to me what was my motivation to continue to talk about flat Earth if it's just some joke? I decided to just make a joke and lie to people.
But that's strange, Joe. Why would a company fire you for believing?
What are you talking about, kid?
You work in a solar panel place. Why would a company fire you for believing
kid,
that? That's
kid,
fucked up, man.
Listen,
that's fucked
bro.
up. What the fuck is wrong with that, yo? Like,
that's what companies do. They have a public image that they want to protect.
Bitches,
brand ethos, right? They do this all the time. Where have you been? Under a rock?
Yeah, it's a sales department. So you're like the face of the company. You go and meet new potential customers. So they have to have a public relation image. It's very simple. I don't even have to blame them.
I mean, even on a smaller scale, you'll get somebody in here who's, globe earther or whatever, but they'll say things like, well, I don't want to tell my Twitch audience that I'm a flat earther and stuff. I don't want to lose my Twitch fam. It's like, so if it's happening on a small scale with people and like their stupid Twitch following, then why wouldn't like people also want to tell lies at their jobs and stuff like that? Witsit could have easily lied, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, it's Globe. I'll take my videos down. But some people like telling the truth, like Witsit and myself. So we don't care about followers or money and all that stuff.
Yeah, like I knew I would have had to, everyone would have start asking me and I would have to start lying. And I'm not going to lie. So I'm not going to lie for money. That's like maybe the worst thing you can do. So.
But notice how, Ben, real quick, Ben, notice how you were Googling earlier 2 seconds ago. Oh yeah, of course it's been measured. You guys don't think it's been measured? Did you find those measurements yet? Notice how you're like trying to talk about other people and not the thing that you believe to be true. So where's those measurements at that you were laughing about so much a few minutes ago?
I'm not trying to be a dick, but one sec.
Ben, here's the long.
Basically, on Google, it tells us that the diameter of Earth is 12,756 kilometers.
Correct. But you know how when you were in school and
the diameter of the circle is twice the radius.
Real quick, Ben, just remember how you were in school and the teacher would say, show your work? We want to know how they obtained these numbers. Of course, I can just say I'm 6'7", but we want to know if that's what's measured in the first place. So you can tell us. We know the radius, we know the diameter, all these stuff. We want to know how they obtained these numbers. So show your work like you were in school.
Yeah, Joe Aristotle says 5'9", but we all know that's not true.
Aristotle and Plato, yo.
Aristotle measured the Earth.
That's just saying a name. So we want to see how it was done.
No, I'm just talking to myself right now. Yeah. This is like the way you guys are thinking. It's like you guys are philosophers, yo. Like you guys aren't gonna take anything from anybody, yo. You guys.
No, it's not that. It's just we wanted, like, if I claim I'm 7 foot tall, that's a pretty extraordinary claim. So, like, can I back that up? Maybe if I had measurements, then there's no philosophy involved there. It's just a measurement. That's it. It is. You can't debunk that.
We're actually opposed to conflating physical empirical evidence and philosophy. So let me enlighten you. Okay, so the Earth doesn't move. That's why you've never felt every experiment in the history of mankind. The Earth doesn't move, but people adhere to something called the Copernican principle. Okay, and what that means is that the Earth does not have a special, unique position in the universe. It's insignificant. So because of their philosophy. Because of their philosophy, and they prefer that the Earth is insignificant, because if it had a special place, it would have to be created. That's a philosophy. So they ignore all the actual empirical evidence and claim, well, it appears that the Earth is stationary. All experiments show us that the Earth is stationary, but actually it's spinning and revolving, because if it wasn't, that would make the Earth special, and that's intolerable, and we cannot accept that. That's philosophy.
Intolerable to who? To us?
To these people that brought you the heliocentric model. See,
but human beings are insignificant to the Earth.
Okay. Do you not understand that we're pointing out that you were brainwashed with a philosophy of atheism, and they told you that it was science?
I don't believe that, to be honest.
Okay, well, I can quote Einstein and Stephen Hawking telling you that.
By the way, yo, I don't mind debating with you guys, but as long as no one's getting angry, I'm literally just debating, yo. If you guys don't mind, I don't want to make it into.
No one's angry. We used to believe the exact same thing as you. Why would we be angry, dude? Like,
you should be angry. You should be angry that someone lied to you and told you that you're insignificant, but they actually are making a claim opposite to.
Only when it's proven, man. Only when it's proven.
Yeah, well, Ben Boy, they get paid a fuckload of money to do whatever it is they're doing. You feel me? It's a lot of cash.
I know that.
No, I mean lot. I mean $2 million a day, bruh. $2 million a day.
Nah, you think it's that much? I'd highly doubt that. Yeah.
They released the numbers, man. Check it out. They released the numbers themselves. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of plant that one in there.
They'd probably treat them like a bitch and be like, yo, do my shit for me.
I'm sorry, yeah. What was it? Shit.
NASA gets like $60 million a day.
I think it's $2 million an hour or something. I don't know. Anyway, go ahead.
Ben,
it's hard to keep track because these motherfuckers just get loaded up.
I believe you guys. Yeah.
They get $60 million a day. Yeah. So anyway, the point is, dude, there's no evidence. Nothing was proven. You keep saying things like it was proven, people have done it. We know why you're saying that, because it's just an assumption. Because who would ever
be honest,
the Earth's not a ball? I learned about it when I was 5 years old. People went to space and looked at it. We know what you think. We are giving you the uncomfortable truth, which is that was a lie. Okay? You can prove it. You can test it. So if you don't want to know the truth, then this isn't for you. Flat Earth's not for everyone. Some people can't handle the truth. But if you want to know the truth, you can stop trolling and you can actually look for the actual evidence.
Hey, man, I told you I wasn't trolling this whole time, right?
Well, then
I'm not trolling.
What we're saying. We want empirical evidence.
Yeah, I'm just hearing what you're saying first. I don't want to interrupt, you know?
Does water find its level?
Yeah.
Okay, they say 70% of the Earth is water. Okay, so how do you have 70% of a ball level and flat? That's science.
Gravity.
It's called no. It's called fluid.
Gravity.
Okay, can you prove gravity?
But even if we give you the gravity bend, the water's still flat, bro.
Yeah, if I jump, I'll fall back down.
That's right. That's not gravity.
Determine the consequence.
That's gravity. That's
No, it's
literally
not.
gravity.
No, it's
No,
not.
it's not.
That's
Yeah,
acceleration. Listen, Ben,
I
we have
don't.
to teach you everything, Ben. That's called downward acceleration. Okay, that's the claimed effect of gravity. That isn't gravity. Okay, they say gravity is the bending and warping of space-time. It's never been proven. It's a theory. It's wrong on the big scale and the small scale. Admittedly, it's never been proven. It's just a theory, because if the Earth's a ball, then gravity has to exist to explain how you can stand on all sides of the ball. It's that simple. It's just a theory. It's philosophy again. It's a religion.
Yeah. And
He wants
even with that, the water is still flat. That doesn't change just because
Yeah,
it
that's what I
believes
was just going to
something to
say.
be true.
Exactly. That's what I was just
I
going to
was.
say, is that the water isn't curving around the ball the way that you say it is due to gravity. So, what about that?
Well, obviously, like, I mean, sorry. No, I'm not trying to. Okay, so, like, the water wouldn't curve around the ball because the ball is also trying to touch the center of the Earth. Everything is pulling towards the center of the Earth. Water will touch
Allegedly, but
down.
still,
Ball
the
will touch
water is still
down.
flat.
So it won't curve,
We
though?
will
The
touch
center of
down.
the Earth being a ball, but yet the things that are pulling towards the center of it won't curve? Huh?
Wait, sorry. Could you repeat that?
Sorry, I have to go. Someone else do
The
it.
water is
It's really
still
simple,
flat,
Ben.
Ben.
Yeah, exactly. Ben, your idea is that the ocean water
I'm a
is
complicated
bending around.
fellow, all right?
Ben,
That's
listen
all it
carefully,
is.
man. Ben, listen carefully, please. Your claim is that the ocean water is bending around a ball because of gravity. But when we go to the real world and we measure over large bodies of water, it's completely flat.
There is another very strong question that I can ask you guys.
Do you understand the previous point? Before you jump to another question, do you understand what we just told you?
When we
That
measure
it's crazy
over
to think that gravity is the reason why the water is touching down?
No,
What
Ben,
do you mean
listen.
touching down? What are you talking about?
When we actually measure
It's holding
over
onto the Earth. Why is the water not
No,
escaping
Ben.
off of the
We're
planet
talking
and
about
going
the
into
surface
space?
of the water. We're talking about the surface of water. Obviously, things floating away is a cartoon, so don't worry about that. We're talking about the surface of the water.
Yeah.
You're saying it's curved when you don't see that, and it's measurably not doing that. And obviously, water doesn't do that anyway. You've never seen water curve. So the
Do
water's
what?
So flat water. That's what we're talking about, brother. The surface.
You're saying so the water is doing. You're saying how does the water stay on the Earth, right?
No, that's not what
I was
we're
saying
asking.
the water
Ben.
staying on the Earth.
Ben, that's not what we're saying. We're just talking about the surface of the water, right? The top level, the surface. If I put water in any container, the surface of that water is going to be level. So you can make that body of water as big as you want. The surface is still going to be level. We're not talking about how it's getting pulled down or anything like that. We're talking about the surface of that water. You think it's curving away like a hill, and obviously that's ridiculous. Water doesn't do that. So focus. We're talking about the surface of water. It's level, not curving.
The macro point here is you have a belief that the Earth is a ball that spins and the water bends around it. But when we go into the real world and we measure the large bodies of water, they are flat. So your belief is contrary to the actual evidence. And the only reason you believe it is because you were told this from like 5 years old up.
But it's not flat.
It is, Ben. When have you ever seen a curved
You guys
water?
are neglecting a ton of very important details.
Such as what? When have you ever seen water curve, Ben?
A wave?
That's not curvature. That's not what we're talking about, right? Waves isn't
why is
Earth
the water
curvature.
moving constantly?
Oh, Ben, waves aren't Earth curvature. Do you understand?
Sure. Yeah, waves and movement of water is fluid dynamics and fluid statics.
I know you guys keep trying to tell me to stop talking and stuff like that, but I have a lot of very good points to why it doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, you're not
Can I at least start?
I know I've heard all of the stuff that you guys are saying.
Ben, listen, Ben, you don't have any good points because you've been trying to talk about how the water doesn't fly away. You're not even focusing on what we're trying to tell you.
You know?
Do you understand? Do you even understand
right.
what we mean when we say the surface of water?
The top of the water.
Okay.
Above the, like,
So if I put,
this ocean level kind of thing. Sea level.
Water, yeah, if I put water in a container, let's say a wine glass, would you agree that the surface of that water would be a level surface? Yes or no?
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so as we continue to increase the size of this body of water, does that ever change? And if so, at what point? Okay, so at what point? So let's make it a little bit bigger. Now we went from a cup to a sink. Is it still flat or is it now curving?
Oh, flat. And you go to a bathtub.
Let's go about a bathtub.
You go to a pool. It's still flat.
Okay, how about let's go
outside. To the ocean.
Wait, let's go to a lake. How about a lake?
Then you start to see a little bit of a difference.
Oh,
well, maybe not with the lake actually.
So would you say that natural bodies of water are curving then, or does it depend on size?
Depends on size, I would say.
Okay, so at what size?
But yeah, natural bodies of water, depending on how big it is, will curve because if they're as big as the sea or the ocean, then they'll curve.
Okay, now are you saying this because you've observed this, or are you saying this is what you believe to be true? Oh, okay. So when did you observe this?
Well, like I was saying, on the plane.
Wait, but we already told you, Ben. Ben, listen, we already told you, and
you guys can tell me otherwise.
Hold on, Ben. Remember, the experts on your side told you, and we told you, and the math tells you, you didn't see any curved water from your airplane. So no, that's just not true.
But who called you an expert?
No. I didn't say I was the expert. I'm saying the people on your
side. You can't be self-proclaimed, man.
Ben, focus on what I'm saying.
If you don't start to have the serious conversation, we're going to end up muting you and moving on. Okay, you said sea level. Yeah, so it's called sea level because the water is level. Wow, that's how we get elevations. We measure a distance above sea level, which is a horizontal line adjacent to land mass.
Right. And just to clarify, I didn't call myself an expert. I said the experts in your field, your side, your globe team, those experts. So I'm not self-proclaiming to be any expert, Ben. But I was just saying that they were the ones who told you.
Yeah,
they were the ones who told you that you didn't see anything curving from the airplane. So
we both feel like we know a lot, you know? We both feel like we understand
let's just stay focused. You said you observed curved water, so is this true?
Yeah.
Because we all observe the same Earth, so what did you see? We all observe the same thing when we go outside. So what did you see when you
curved horizon? The curved horizon over the ocean. When I was going to Guyana one time, like I was flying over I've actually been to Guyana a number of times, and I've seen the curvature, and it's through a window.
Ben, how many times do we have to go over this? I mean, now it just seems like you're intentionally trolling. We've already covered this like 3 times now.
So wait, do you think the Earth is way smaller than they said? Because to see the curvature from a plane, the radius would have to be much smaller. So you think that they lied about the size and the Earth is actually much smaller?
Like you would have to think that if you thought you saw curvature.
It's simple geometry, bro.
Okay, wait. Could you repeat the question?
If you think you saw the curvature of Earth from a plane, that would mean the Earth would have to be much smaller than they said it was.
Okay, I'm gonna scrap this because I was
math, right? Why? Because based on the math, you can't see curvature based on the size of the globe that they claim it to be. So, does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
So
that makes
you
sense.
keep saying, Ben, you keep saying that you saw curvature from an airplane, but we've already covered this. Your own experts are telling you that's not true.
Let's ask him this. Ben, is sea level?
No.
Why is it called sea level?
Not necessarily.
Why is it called sea level then? What does sea level mean?
It's because if you draw a straight line from the sea and the earth, whatever height the water is, that's considered sea level.
A straight line or a curved line?
Okay, well, if you're talking about people from a first-hand perspective, it's going to be a straight line.
So that's what sea level means. It means a horizontal line from the
whatever
land.
level the sea is at, up or down.
Level. That's our point.
Level. Exactly, level.
Yeah.
Level.
Like high or low, though. It doesn't mean level. Like if you use a level and you make sure that the sea is straight or something like that. It just means what height it is.
Level doesn't mean level. That's your argument.
Yeah, Ben, we're not saying smooth.
I wasn't arguing. I was just, you guys asked me what you guys thought I thought sea level was, and I said that sea level is whatever level the height of the sea is at. That's what people call sea level.
Is that whatever
but
level?
Being level.
Yeah, level. AKA
yeah, sea level is different from actually using like a leveling tool. Like
Yes,
if you're
Ben,
going to
we
build a
know
deck, for
that.
example.
We know, Ben.
Yeah, that's why I had two different answers. But
It still means
just answer
level.
the question we asked.
It still means level, Ben. That's why it's called sea level. That's why we put water or fluid in levels, because water finds its level.
Call one sec. Sorry.
This is wild, man. Younger generation, bro.
I know.
Never
might
mind.
be duped. Ben,
I don't know.
What does level mean?
When something's at 180-degree angle, straight, flat. Like when I used to do construction and build decks, 180 degrees, it's flat.
Okay, so why do we call it sea level?
It's the height of the sea. The height of the sea changes throughout the day.
Yes, Ben.
Sometimes the tide rises, sometimes it goes in.
We're not talking about that.
Yeah, but what are you guys really asking me?
Well, listen, man, when the height changes, does it become not level?
What?
Do waves make it not level?
Yeah, when the height changes, is it no longer level?
It's still gonna be at its sea level. Yo, why are you guys asking me retarded questions, bro?
because you need help.
Yo, stop asking some dumbass like elementary school questions, bro. Like,
yeah, you're cognizant. It's hilarious.
Yeah, if these are elementary questions, you should be hitting them out of the park, but you're kind of like fumbling with these little kindergartner questions here.
Yeah, why ain't anybody asking you some dumbass questions then, huh?
Well, because we understand what we're saying.
Why don't I float off the surface of the earth, huh? Why don't you answer that?
Okay, listen, because you're more dense than the air.
No.
Wow,
Wait, what?
That was so tough. You're more dense than the surrounding air. So why does a helium balloon go off into the air? Why does the helium?
Why do we see a shooting star, but our bodies still don't float off the surface of the earth?
Hey, Ben, why do helium balloons go up?
Because they're hot-headed.
What?
Okay, well, answer the question seriously, Ben, because you're being a troll now. It's just because
now I'm being a troll. Yeah.
I know that, but it's because you don't know what to say. So why do helium balloons go up?
Dude, man, why do you guys keep asking me these stupid questions, man? We're talking about flat Earth.
No.
I know I feel these balloons go up.
You said,
wait, you changed the topic.
What did I ask? That was so stupid.
You said, why don't people fly up off the surface?
And I said that I was trolling just now. I admitted that I was trolling just now.
Okay, can you answer my question? Why do helium balloons go up? Do you know? If you don't know, just say you don't know. It's okay.
Because hot air goes upward. You feel hot air
there's nothing to do with
it will fly.
Nothing to do with temperature.
Yes, it does.
No.
Yes, it does.
It's because
my
helium.
God.
It's because
Oh my
helium.
God.
Ben, listen. It's because helium
Okay.
is less
You guys
dense.
gotta Google this.
It's because
Huh?
helium is less dense than the surrounding air.
Oh my God. I can't believe it.
Listen to this now. Okay. If I take a beach ball, okay, and
Let's
I
all
throw
three of us Google this question right now.
okay.
You don't need to Google it, Ben.
Why does the
got a
helium balloon
made
fly?
before, dude? Oh
Then
my
listen,
God.
if I take a beach ball and I throw it in the air, it's going to fall back down to the ground, okay? Because the beach ball is more dense than the air, so it falls down. If I take the beach ball to the bottom of a pool and I let go of it, it's going to go up because the water is more dense than the beach ball. Do you get it? When something's less dense, it goes up. When something's more dense than the medium it's in, it goes down.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.